My name is Lin Feng. I was a programmer who worked himself to death pulling overtime. When I opened my eyes again, my skull felt like it had been run through with a red-hot iron spike, and a flood of unfamiliar memories came pouring in. I'd become a different person who happened to share my name. A 16-year-old boy, living in a world where the martial path was divided into 9 ranks, and the strong could split mountains and dam rivers. This body's situation was grim. His parents had died young. His elder brother had drowned drunk on his own wedding day, leaving only him and his sister-in-law, Lu Ruyan, to lean on each other for 2 years now. The night before, liquor in him, the body's original owner had lost his head and done something shameful no one would ever want to mention. Then, too worked up, he simply couldn't catch his breath, and just like that, he was gone, dumping the whole mess on me. The candle flickered. The woman by the bed had folded herself into the corner, clutching the thin quilt, the tear tracks on her face not yet dry, her eyes full of fright and wariness. My mind went blank with a buzz. I quickly grabbed the spare quilt, draped it over her, and stepped back 2 paces. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice rough. "Just now, I wasn't in my right mind. It won't ever happen again." Lu Ruyan froze, staring at me blankly. She probably hadn't expected an apology. For 2 years she'd cared for the original owner, raising this boy bit by bit. With a face like hers, she could have found somewhere far better to go, yet she'd stayed and kept this household together. I drew a deep breath, sorted through the memories in my head, and asked her, "We still owe Pak Face Wong 3 taels of silver, don't we?" She bit her lip and nodded, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. I'd meant to pay after the autumn harvest, but the yield was poor this year. I'm afraid we won't even be able to cover the taxes." According to the memories, Pak Face Wong was the town bully, a loan shark with vicious methods. Fail to pay the autumn tax, and, at best, you'd be hauled off to hard labor. At worst, your fields would be seized and your family ruined. And in 3 days, the village would be collecting taxes. I looked around the bare, 4-walled hovel, then back at her, and something I couldn't quite name welled up in me, a sense of responsibility. In my last life, I'd been utterly alone, dying at my desk with no one to notice. In this life, since I had her, I had to keep her safe. "Don't worry," I said earnestly. "From today on, I'll carry this household. I won't hurt you again, and I won't let anyone bully you. Within 3 days, the tax money and the debt, I'll have them paid. I swear it." Her tears spilled again, this time from grievance and lingering fear. I didn't linger. I turned, walked out, and pulled the door shut behind me. That night, I lay on the hard plank bed in the side room, turning over my options. Hunting was the only choice. The original owner's father had been the best hunter in the village. He'd vanished into the mountains 5 years ago. The family still had a bow and arrows, and the boy had learned a few rough basics from him. As I was thinking, a line of half-transparent text floated up before my eyes. Hunting skill activated. Beginner 1/100th. A cheat ability? My heart jumped. I focused and thought. View status. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills. Hunting, beginner 1/100th. Basic archery, beginner 5/50ths. A proficiency system. Repeated practice levels up skills. Each level grants bonuses. My eyes lit up. This was my foundation, my way to make a stand. I dug out my father's old longbow and quiver. The bow was still usable. The quiver held 12 arrows with rust-pitted heads. I gave the string an experimental pull. Basic archery, +1. It actually worked. I immediately started drawing the empty bow over and over in the room, gaining a point or 2 each time. I don't know how many draws it took. Basic archery, skilled 1/100th accuracy +5%, range +5%. A faint warmth flowed into both arms, as if waking some sleeping muscle memory. The next time I drew, the motion was noticeably smoother. Outside the window, the sky was already paling. Time to head into the mountains. I shouldered the bow, hung the knife at my waist, and went out. Lu Ruyan steadied herself against the doorframe, her face tight. "Erlang, you're going into the mountains? It's dangerous up there. That's how father never came back, and you haven't touched a bow in years. What if?" "Don't worry, I'll only circle the outskirts." I didn't dare look back. This household can't just collapse. I'd barely reached the edge of the village when I ran into Zhao Si, Ho over his shoulder. the village's most notorious gossip. He squinted at me with a grin. The Lin family's second son, going hunting? Your father was a real hand at it. You? Don't go catching nothing and getting yourself killed instead. A few villagers nearby joined in the laughter, and some of it got uglier, saying I'd panicked over the tax, saying it'd be a shame if the Lu woman got taken as a government slave. A face like that. I clenched my fists and didn't turn around. Arguing was useless. Only results would shut those mouths. Once I entered the mountains, the air turned cool at once. I followed the game trails inward, reading the terrain and animal sign as I went. Hunting +1, hunting +1. An hour later, I reached a mountain stream, a spot animals had to pass to drink. I hid in a thicket, knocked an arrow, and waited. A gray hare poked its head out to drink. I held my breath, drew, and loosed. The arrow grazed the hare's ear and stuck in a tree. A miss. The hare bolted into the grass and was gone. I didn't lose heart. I pulled the arrow free and adjusted my breathing and stance. After another half hour, a pheasant came pecking at the ground, head down. This time I was steadier. Draw, aim, release. THWP. The arrow caught it square in the neck. The pheasant thrashed twice and went still. Pheasant hunted successfully, hunting +10, basic archery +5. A warm current ran through me. My grasp of the bow advanced another step. The pheasant was maybe 2 caddies, worth about 30 copper coins. Still not enough. The sun climbed higher. The woods grew muggy. Just as I was getting anxious, heavy footsteps and the crack of shattering brush came from the distance. A wild boar, far bigger than I'd imagined. Its shoulders came up to my waist, its mane black and hard as iron. My heart hammered, my palms went slick with sweat. A beast that size, even seasoned hunters would give it a wide berth. But only by killing it could I solve my immediate crisis. I forced my pulse down, knocked the single armor-piercing, iron-headed arrow my father had left behind, and drew it to full. WHSSH. The arrow flew straight for the side of the boar's neck. It bit into flesh, but didn't kill. The iron head only tore through the thick hide and lodged against bone. The boar shrieked, its savagery fully roused, its small bloodshot eyes locking onto me. It dug in with its hind legs and came crashing forward. I scrambled and rolled clear behind a boulder. Boom. The boulder shattered under the impact, stone chips flying. Half a beat slower, and I'd have been pulp. The boar shook its dazed head, wheeled around, and charged again. With no time to aim, I loosed the rest of my ordinary arrows on pure instinct. But they all stuck crookedly into its thick back, no more bother than scratching an itch. When I raised my hatchet to block, a tusk knocked it spinning from my hand. The web of my thumb split open, blood streaming. All I could do was circle a tree, dodging for my life. Basic archery +2, hunting +3. My strength was draining fast, my arms aching like they'd tear apart. In one careless instant, I tripped on a tree root, and the cold breath of death shot straight up my spine. The boar reared, its shadow swallowing me whole. I'm done for. But just then, the spot where I'd fallen was a moss-slick slope by the stream. The boar's forehoof landed and skidded. Its massive body lost balance and toppled to one side, exposing the soft place where flank met neck. My only chance. My last chance. From where I don't know, strength surged up. I snatched an arrow from the ground and drove it into that spot with everything I had. Squelch. The arrow sank in almost to the fletching, sliding between the muscle. The boar let out a hideous death scream and struggled to rise. But something inside it had been ruptured. Blood gushed from its mouth and nose. It crashed down, kicked its legs a few times, and fell silent. Wild boar hunted successfully, hunting +50, basic archery, +20, hunting. Skilled 12 100ths, hunting success rate, +10%, basic archery. Skilled 35 to 100. I slumped at the cold edge of the stream, soaked through, gasping, staring at that small mountain of a carcass, shaking with the aftershock of fear. I'd won. I'd actually won. A boar like this was worth at least a tael and a half of silver, plus the pheasant and the herbs I'd gathered along the way. Today's haul was rich. I cut some vines and lashed together a crude drag frame, tied the boar onto it, and hauled it down the mountain. It was already afternoon by the time I reached the village edge. The villagers stared, stunned, at the boar I was dragging. Is that a wild boar? Lin's second son killed it. No way, that big. Zhao Ci's mouth hung open, not a word coming out. I ignored them and headed straight home. Passing Zhao Si, I gave him a glance. Uncle Zhao, step aside, don't block the road. His face went green, then white, and he slunk out of the way. Lu Ruyan rushed up to me, face pale, her eyes sweeping over me, her hand reaching out and then recoiling halfway as if scalded. You really aren't hurt? All this blood. It's all the boar's blood. I worked my limbs to show her. Just worn out. I'll be fine after a rest. Only once she'd watched me move without trouble did she relax a little, then turn and hurry off, flustered, to heat water. That bit of awkwardness since the window paper got poked through was written all over her back. I didn't call it out. I gathered myself and started dressing the kill. Early the next morning, we carried the boar meat, the pheasant, and the boar hide to Greenstone Town. This boar was unusually hefty, and a crowd quickly gathered at the meat stall. The dressed meat sold for 1 tael 7 mace. A fellow who looked like a martial apprentice took a fancy to the pair of intact tusks and paid an extra 300 copper. The pheasant went for 35 copper, the hide for 200, and Lu Ruyan's herbs fetched 28. Nearly 2 taels 3 mace in all, far beyond what I'd hoped. First, I took her to the tax office and paid the 1 tael 2 mace of autumn tax, secure and settled, receiving that flimsy slip of paper that weighed heavier than a mountain, the proof of taxes paid. We'd barely stepped out when a sickening voice reached us. A triangle-eyed man looked Lu Ruyan up and down. If it isn't the Lin family's sister-in-law. Paying taxes, are we? If you're short on money, you only had to say, throw your lot in with our fish gang's young master, and you wouldn't be scraping after a sum like this. Lu Ruyan went white and shrank behind me. My gaze went cold. Pockface Wong. Boss Wong, the 3 taels we owe you. I'll repay them in 3 days. I stepped forward, blocking his line of sight. He sneered. Heard you killed a boar and earned a bit of coin? But is that little bit enough to clear it? With principal and interest, it's 3 taels 5 mace now. Why is it 5 mace more? Lu Ruyan said, alarmed. Interest, dear sister-in-law. He grinned shamelessly. I looked at him coldly. The note is written plain, an interest-free loan, to be repaid within 3 months. It's only been 2 months and 10 days. His face darkened. I say there's interest, so there's interest. What, planning to Welsh? 2 of his lackeys stepped up, faces turning vicious. The clerk inside the tax office glanced up, then lowered his head again, wanting no part of it. I clenched my fist, then slowly loosened it. Now wasn't the time for a fight. Pockface Wong had 7 or 8 men, and word was he'd practiced some fists and kicks himself. Not something the current me could handle. Fine. 3 taels 5 mace, repaid to you in 3 days. I bit off every word. Only then was he satisfied. Come find me in 3 days. And if you can't pay. His eyes slid back to Lu Ruyan. Don't blame me for not being gentle about it. On the way back, Lu Ruyan was anxious. I still have a bit of dowry left. Why don't we pawn it? No. I already had a plan. The 1 odd tael of silver still in my hand had to be spent where it counted. I didn't rush to buy daily necessities. Instead, I went first to the cluttered bookstall market on the town's west end, crowded with old books and thin pamphlets billed as martial arts manuals. I made a show of leafing through them and pointed at one, Primordial Unity Chi Art, asking the price. The wiry stallkeeper perked right up. A chi refining method passed down from the former dynasty, an authentic orthodox art. I can see you've got an affinity for it. 500 copper, and it's yours. Lu Ruyan hesitated, then hesitated again, leaning close to my ear and lowering her voice. Erlang, these are all fakes. How could a genuine manual be laid out for sale here like some peddler's goods? She paused. My ancestors practiced medicine. We have a hereditary manual of this sort at home. 500 copper was no small sum. Since she had one, there was no need to gamble. I set the pamphlet down, turned, and bought only the essentials: rice, grain, coarse salt, and a length of the cheapest cloth. At the last stall, I bought a brand new peachwood hairpin for her, since she'd been quietly following me the whole time. When I tucked it into her hair, her body went slightly stiff, but she said nothing. It was already past noon when we got back to the village. The moment I stepped in, I heard Zhao Si's voice rising from next door at Granny Lee's place. I just don't buy it. Lin's second son killing a boar? Probably dumb luck. Scavenged some poor hunter's leftovers. I walked to the fence just as he was spraying spit everywhere. Uncle Zhao. I said evenly. And how would you know I won't bag a second boar someday? Zhao Si stalled, then stubbornly shot back. Bag one? Go bag one for me to see right now. If you really haul another boar back, I, Zhao Si, will kowtow and apologize to you in front of everyone. I smiled. I said someday. There's plenty of time. I'll remember that. Next time I bring back a kill, I'll invite you over to witness it, Uncle Zhao. He snorted, browbeaten. We'll see about that. He stalked off in a sulk, and the gawking villagers drifted away too. Lu Ruyan looked worried. Why pick fights with him? It's not picking a fight. It's making a position clear. My gaze was steady. In this village, show weakness and you'll be bullied. The next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, I was already in the courtyard regulating my breath by the method Lu Ruyan had taught me the night before. With each inhale and exhale, my mind sank into stillness, and I tried to catch that mysterious, ineffable sense of qi. This was the Everspring art. The night before, she'd taken a yellowed, hand-copied booklet from the hidden compartment of her dowry chest, her expression complicated. My family has practiced medicine for generations. This isn't an art of slaughter. It's a physician's guiding method for nurturing qi, cultivating the root, and lengthening life. Practiced long enough, it strengthens the sinews and bones and harmonizes the blood. But our family fell on hard times, and it's gathered dust a long while. If you truly want to walk the martial path, it may only count as the crudest of beginnings. I treasured it like a priceless gift, memorizing the diagrams and text deep into the night, drawing the qi through me again and again. By the 10th pass, a faint thread of warmth finally rose at my dantian. Skill acquired. Everspring art. Uninitiated 1/100th. Effect. Slow recovery of qi and blood. Slight increase in sinew and bone resilience. Long-term cultivation strengthens the root and nurtures the foundation. It worked. Even though that thread of qi was as weak as a candle in the wind. Even though a whole night of hard practice had only carried it to 3/100ths. I could clearly feel my spirit more concentrated than before, and most of the exhaustion from yesterday's boar fight had melted away. More important still, the panel acknowledged it. That proved Lu Ruyan hadn't lied, and it pushed open a door for me toward the true martial path. As long as there's a road. I gathered my qi, resolve flashing in my eyes. I had the proficiency system. The one thing I least feared was this kind of slow, grinding work. Time to head into the mountains. She came out of the kitchen and handed me flatcakes wrapped in old cloth and a water skin, worry heavy between her brows. Today, safety first. Don't worry, I know. Entering the forest again, it felt different from the day before. The bonuses from hunting and basic archery were showing. I read animal sign more keenly, my footsteps lighter. Maybe yesterday's boar kill had made too much noise. The game on the outskirts was warier and scarcer. I searched patiently, and by the time the sun leaned west, 3 plump hares and 2 pheasants had been added to my quiver. Not a grand haul, but if every day were like this, food and warmth would no longer be a problem. Dragging the kills back to the village edge, I found Zhao Si had been waiting a while, and he started right in, all snide. Well, the great hunter Lin returns. Switched traits today, catching hares and chickens? Where's that mighty boar of yours? A few familiar villagers laughed along. My face stayed calm. I set down the kills and said mildly, You jest, Uncle Zhao. The big fellows in the mountains aren't leeks in a field. You can't expect to meet one every day. Getting this much, putting some meat on the family table, isn't easy. I'd barely set the kills down before I added, lightly, Or does Uncle Zhao have meat coming in every single day at his place? That jab landed right in the soft spot of more than a few of the gawkers. True enough, hunting was living at the mercy of the heavens. Any catch at all was a good day. The looks turned toward Zhao Si carried a touch more disapproval. Zhao Si flushed, choked into silence. Sharp-tongued. Let's see where you scrounge up 3 tails 5 mace by tomorrow or the day after. No need to trouble yourself over it, Uncle Zhao. I hefted my kills and headed home. Back inside, Lu Ruyan, seeing it was only small game, was actually relieved and busied herself with supper. After eating, I didn't rest. First, I drew the empty bowstring in the courtyard, drilling my aim and my release over and over until my arms went sore and heavy. Then I closed my eyes, sat cross-legged, and cultivated the Everspring art. That thread of chi flowed slowly along the recorded path, nourishing my weary sinews and bones. The progress was slow, but real. The next day, I went into the mountains again, deciding to probe deeper toward where I'd spotted the boar's tracks. Relying on my sharpened senses and deliberate caution, I pushed in 5 or 6 li. Here the trees were taller and denser, the light gloomy, the air thick with the smell of rotting leaves and some faint, rank musk. Suddenly my steps halted, a chill racing up my spine. Beside the thicket ahead, the earth had been violently churned, leaving several extremely deep claw marks. Nothing an ordinary boar could make. A tree trunk thick as a grown man's waist had had a great patch of bark torn clean off, exposing pale wood beneath, scored with terrifying claw gouges. My heart slammed faster. I thought of the deep mountains where the original owner's father had vanished. This was no ordinary beast. Without hesitation, I ducked behind a vine-covered boulder, held my breath, and gently nocked an arrow. Just then, rustle, rustle, rustle. The frantic, panicked sound of something running came from the dense woods off to my front left, something fleeing for its life. The next instant, a gray-brown shape burst out of the brush, an adult wild mountain goat. No small thing. One hind leg a mangled mess of blood and flesh down to the bone, stumbling and lurching, its eyes nothing but pure terror. It paid no heed to its surroundings, bolting like a doomed thing toward the slope to the side of my hiding place. The chance. On instinct, I adjusted my aim a hair and loosed the string when it passed less than 20 paces before me. Twang, THWP. The arrow sank cleanly into the goat's neck. It bleated mournfully, crashed down, and its limbs twitched. Wild mountain goat hunted successfully, hunting plus 25 basic archery, plus 12. But I had no time to feel pleased. From deep in the woods the goat had fled. A blood-curdling roar drifted faintly out, brimming with irritation and fury. Farther off still came the sounds of beasts fleeing in panic. This mountain really was wrong. My hair stood on end. I rushed out, hauled the still warm goat onto my shoulder, and, not bothering to dress it, took off at a dead sprint back the way I'd come. Only after I'd run clear of that gloomy stretch of forest and back into normal sunlight did my pounding heart settle a little. Carrying the goat back to the village stirred up another commotion. A goat wasn't as jaw-dropping as a boar, but it was a solid, sizable kill, enough to feed the family for days, and the hide and meat both worth coin. Zhao Si stood at the edge of the crowd, his face shifting between expressions. I stopped and gave what sounded almost like a regretful sigh. My luck's still a bit off today. Half a day roaming the mountains and all I heard were some frightening noises. Didn't even see a single boar hair. Sorry to disappoint you, Uncle Zhao. It sounded like self-deprecation, but paired with the goat weighing down my shoulder, there was no hearing it as anything but a jab. Zhao Si's face twitched, and in the end he gave a heavy snort through his nose and slunk away. Seeing the goat, Lu Rian was both delighted and frightened. When I gave her a brief account of the strangeness in the mountains, her face went pale and she gripped my sleeve tight. Erlang, don't go in that deep again these next few days. We'll think of another way for the money. Don't be afraid. I know what I'm doing. I reassured her, but my eyes turned toward the deep mountains shrouded in cloud and mist. The upheaval up there was likely no small matter, but for now, what mattered most was tomorrow's deadline with Pakface Wong. The goat was worth far more than the boar, its pelt intact, and with the money left over from before, it was more than enough to clear the debt. But after the debt was paid, what then? Pakface Wong might not let it go. That night, by the oil lamp, I once more circulated the Everspring art. That thread of chi had grown an imperceptible degree more solid than the night before. Everspring art. Uninitiated 11 out of 100. Early the next morning, I went to town. Winter was nearly on us, and the goat still looked fresh. I found a well-off household at random, knocked, and asked whether they bought wild game. Soon enough, someone took the whole goat off my hands. Feeling the silver against my chest, I had my answer. It was enough. Pakface Wong's pack of thugs threw their weight around wherever they went, so they were easy to find. Seeing me walk up alone with a purse in hand, greed and a flicker of contempt rose in his triangle eyes. Well now, Lin's second son, right on time. Brought the money. 3 taels 5 mace, not a coin short. I tossed him the purse. He caught it, weighed it in his hand, opened it to check the quality of the silver, but instead of producing the note, he gave a smile that wasn't a smile. The money's enough, sure. Only, your big brother here's a bit tight on funds lately. Maybe we ought to recalculate that interest? After all, I took on the risk. Pockface Wong. I cut him off, my voice going cold. The note says in plain black and white. No interest. You've taken the money. Hand over the note. Boy, who do you think you're talking to? One lackey, his face a slab of cruel meat, stepped forward, leveling a club at me. Pockface Wong smiled coldly. Looks like you'd rather take the hard way than the easy one. Teach him some manners. Help him learn the rules. Just don't beat him to death. Anything happens, I'll answer for it. So long as we hand the Lu woman over to the young master. A little thing like this is easy to smooth over. That last line gave away his real aim. A cold glint exploded in my eyes. I'd known all along that Pockface Wong had the young gang master at his back and harbored designs on Lu Ruyan. I'd simply lacked the strength before. But after these 2 days of preparation, a handful of thugs like these I truly didn't take seriously. For lackeys came rushing in, howling. I moved. With that long, steady breath of the ever-spring art sustaining me, my movements were fast and sure. I twisted aside from the first club, closed in, and drove a fist into the soft ribs below the man's arm. Arg. And he dropped screaming. A second club swept at me. My left hand darted out, seized the shaft, and wrenched it away, and I cracked it backhand against a third man's shin bone, the snap of breaking bone so crisp it set teeth on edge. The last one I caught with a kick to the gut. He flew back and curled into a ball. In a flash of lightning, all 4 enforcers were down. Pockface Wong gaped, his legs cramping. You stay back. The fish gang's young master is behind me. You dare lay a hand on me. The fish gang. My step paused. That's right. The river wharf, the whole 10 li of the Tsanglong River. The fish gang's word is law. The young master taking a fancy to your sister-in-law is a blessing for the lot of you. If you know what's good for you, you'll send the Lu woman over now. There'll be benefits for you later, otherwise. I'll make sure you can't live another day in Greenstone Town. I smiled, not a trace of warmth in it. Suddenly, I surged forward, right up to him, one hand clamping his throat while the other rummaged inside his robes. In a moment, I'd fished out a purse and the folded note. Confirming it was the original, I tore the note to shreds in front of his face and flung the pieces into the air. My money. Pockface Wong lunged in heartbreak for the scraps, then went for the purse on the ground. I planted a foot on it. This silver is the principal I'm repaying you. As for those things you just said, I bent, picked up the purse, and tucked it back into my own robes under his despairing eyes. Consider it your apology to me, plus a fee for the trouble of my making a move. You're robbing me. Robbing? I looked down at him. You're welcome to report me to the magistrate. Let's see whether the county yaman believes a loan shark hoodlum or a law-abiding commoner who just paid his autumn tax in full to the court. While we're at it, we can bring up your little plan to abduct another man's wife and your dealings with a river gang. A small fish like you stepping forward. I imagine he's already got troubles enough of his own right now. Pockface Wong's tongue stuck fast in his throat, his face ashen. If this really blew open, the fish gang's young master, to keep his own hands clean, would make Pockface Wong the first to die. Get lost. Pockface Wong scrambled away on hands and knees, calling to his wailing lackeys, fleeing without even daring to leave a parting threat. I watched the direction they'd vanished, my brow furrowed. The fish gang's young master. That was trouble far greater than Pockface Wong. I'd only learn later that in that lavish riverside mansion in town, the fish gang's young master, Zhao Tianhao, had hurled a teacup down in front of Pockface Wong, cursing him for failing to bring in even a village woman. Pockface Wong kowtowed like a chicken pecking grain, insisting that the Lin boy had suddenly turned formidable and had given the young master not an ounce of face. Zhao Tianhao narrowed his eyes, a sinister flicker crossing them. Won't give me face? Interesting. He stroked his chin, a cruel smile spreading. I hear he lives by hunting? Cut off that road, and we'll see how stiff his spine stays. Put men on the paths in and out of the mountains, and find out when he next goes to town to sell his goods. Waving Pockface Wong away, he gazed out at the river and murmured, a beauty like Lu Ruyan, wasted in some dirt-poor mountain village. What a shame. Nothing I've ever set my eyes on has stayed out of my hands. And all of this, at the time, I knew nothing about. Back home, I handed the money to Lu Ruyan, saying only that Pockface Wong had been sent packing and the debt was settled clean. I left out the young master. She let out a breath, but the worry between her brows didn't lift. She was no fool. For Pockface Wong to retreat so readily, there had to be bigger trouble behind it. Erlang, we have to be even more careful from now on. I looked out at the vast ranks of mountains. I may need to make a trip deep into the range. What? She was aghast. No, it's too dangerous. There are demon beasts deeper in. Father, precisely because it's dangerous, there may be opportunity in it. My gaze was firm. Something's clearly happened in those mountains. The beasts are fleeing outward. I suspect some heaven and earth treasure is being born, guarded by a demon beast. Danger is also opportunity. If I can come away with something. I curled my hand, the chi of the ever-spring art circulating in my palm. Only then can we be truly safe. She looked at the side of my face, silent a long while, then lifted a smooth, green jade pendant from around her neck and held it out. This was left to me by my grandfather. He said wearing it calms the heart and settles the mind. Keep it on you and come back safe. The pendant was faintly warm in my hand, and the circulation of the ever-spring art actually smoothed by a fraction. Minute spirit essence accessory detected. Internal art cultivation efficiency slightly increased. Thank you. I put it away with care. Wait for me to come back. The catches on the outskirts were no longer enough to weather the coming storm. I had to find a faster path to strength. What I didn't know was that, at that very moment, within the county yamen, the magistrate was respectfully attending a middle-aged man dressed in dark, close-fitting garb, his aura settled and heavy as a mountain. Lord Zhou, an inspection envoy come from the prefecture city, a true 6th-rank martial master. Everything with the river transport is running smoothly, the magistrate said with an ingratiating smile. Lord Zhou nodded slightly, but his gaze seemed to pass through the walls toward the distant mountains. It's well that the river is quiet. The mountains, though, of late I've sensed a stirring in the chi currents, as if a spirit creature is taking shape. Have those few 7th rankers in your county keep watch as well. Don't let ignorant mountain folk or foolish beasts ruin the opportunity. Yes, of course. The magistrate's heart lurched, and he hurried to agree. A spirit creature that even a 6th-rank lord was paying attention to? The matter with Pockface Wong was buried, but the rumors and whispers in the village drifted everywhere, like the fluff of autumn thatch grass scattered through the whole place. Some said I'd beaten Pockface Wong and snatched all the money back. Who'd have guessed the boy had that ruthless streak in him? Others said I'd crossed the fish gang and was bound for disaster sooner or later. And still others wagged their tongues about the Lu woman. I walked the village paths with the new hard bow on my shoulder, my face calm. Not everyone in this world wants to see you do well. I didn't care. All I had to do was work at getting stronger. But a far more brutal thing soon tempered that something in my heart until it was hard as cold iron. The household of Old Han Lu at the village's west end was a notoriously destitute family. His wife had died of illness 2 years back, leaving him with a 12-year-old son and 2 granddaughters still crying for the breast. This year his 3 thin mu of fields were hit by a pest blight, the yield less than half of past years. After paying the rent on the land, what grain remained barely covered their mouths. Where would he find money for the heavy head tax and grain tax? The Yamen's tax-pressing runners had come twice already, kicked his ramshackle door off its hinges, and left their word. If he still couldn't pay in 3 days, they'd haul someone off to hard labor to settle the debt. With nowhere left to turn, Old Han Lu remembered groping for fish in a tributary of the Tsanglong River in his younger days. So under cover of night, he took his son, quietly paddled out on a battered wooden tub, and got into the water. The autumn fish were fat. They caught a few palm-sized crucian carp, meaning to sneak them off to town and sell them, then beg a loan from someone. Maybe the tax could be put off a while. But they'd forgotten that this Tsanglong River, along with every river and lake that yielded fish, had long since taken the surname Fish. The sky had barely begun to gray when the fish gang's river patrol spotted them. No warning, no shouting them off. Only leering grins and the swing of iron-shod clubs. Old Han Lu was beaten to death on the spot on the cold riverbank. His son had a leg broken and was dragged back to the village like a dead dog, dumped on the threshing ground, and didn't last past the next day. 2 human lives, over a few fish, over trying to find a way to live because they couldn't pay the tax. The village fell deathly silent. No one dared collect the bodies. In the end, a few of the bolder old men waited until the fish gang's people had left, then wrapped them in tattered straw mats and buried them hastily in the potter's field. The dark brown bloodstains on the threshing ground weren't washed clean by rain for days, branded like an ugly scar on every heart. I stood at my own courtyard gate, gazing at that smear of blood from afar, and felt a cold air shoot straight from the soles of my feet to the crown of my skull. This was not the orderly, law-bound modern society I'd known. Here, the fish gang's clubs and the will of the powerful, that was the law of the land. I turned and went back inside, silently wiping down my bow and arrows. Lu Ruyan, her eyes rimmed red, brought over a bowl of hot broth. She'd heard about the Lu family too. She bit her lip until it went white. Erlang, how did the world ever come to this? I took the bowl, the steam blurring my brow, but it couldn't thaw the chill in my eyes. I told her what I'd learned asking around in town these past couple of days. The dynasty we live under is called the Great Gene, and it's already in its final years. The old emperor is obsessed with cultivating immortality and refining elixirs. He hasn't held court in decades. The government's been seized by treacherous flatterers, the treasury's empty, and the taxes grow heavier year after year. In the south, righteous armies are rising everywhere, really just peasants who can't survive turning bandit. The north is more terrifying still. I paused. Our Sisui County falls under Beiping Prefecture. The whole of Beiping Prefecture, and Bailiang Province above it, is right now under assault by a barbarian host pushing down from the north. The front has already lost several counties, corpses strewn across the fields. The sewing basket in Lu Ruyan's hands hit the floor with a clack, her face draining white. The court does nothing. Nothing? With what? I curled the corner of my mouth. The elite border armies were crippled in battle long ago. The garrisons everywhere either pocket the pay of phantom soldiers or quake before the enemy like it's a tiger. But when it comes to piling on taxes and bleeding the common folk, oh, they're a deft hand at that. This great gene is like a drafty, broken house riddled with holes, about to come down any moment. I tipped my head back and drained the broth. A warm current went down, but it couldn't warm a heart that was turning colder by the day. In a world like this, just to live like a human being, hunting and selling for coin is nowhere near enough. We need strength, real strength, strength that can protect this home. The martial path? She understood, right? But I used to think it too simple. Imagined I could go to town, spend a bit of silver, and buy a manual like buying a hoe. I shook my head. The true methods of cultivation, especially the core arts that let you break into the 9th rank, the 8th, and higher, are all clutched in the hands of martial halls, gangs, and those long-established noble clans. They guard them like treasures and never pass them out. Then what's to be done? 2 roads. I held up 2 fingers. First, take a master and enter a martial hall, which needs a recommendation, and far more, a great heap of silver. The Quake Mountain Martial Hall in the county seat charges 50 taels just for the entry tuition, and that's before medicinal baths, weapons, and gifts to honor the master. We could sell everything we own and still not scrape it together. Second, enlist in the army. The military has combat techniques for training and killing, and a man who earns merit might win rewards or trade up for a better art. But the northern frontier is ablaze with war right now. Enlisting is as good as walking to your death. 1 in 10 coming back would count as a lucky stroke. That road is a dead end. The room sank into a long silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the lamp wick. Outside, the autumn wind swept past, carrying the chill of deep winter on its way. This winter, who knew how many more people like old Han Lu wouldn't make it through? So, I broke the silence, my eyes sharpening again. This time, going into the mountains, I'm going deeper. What if there's a stroke of fortune? I meant the heaven and earth treasures that might exist in the mountains. The only kind of fortune an ordinary person could ever come into. The kind that could change one's constitution or even grant transcendent power. The Everspring art you gave me is good. After practicing it, my breath runs long and my spirit's full. It really does the body a world of good. But it's weighted toward nourishing health and regulating the body, with little obvious effect on entering the martial ranks. I need a more direct, domineering method of tempering, or a spirit treasure that can wash the marrow and refine the essence. Lu Rian understood. The journey into the deep mountains was not merely to forage. It was to find a road hacked through brambles in a desperate strait, leading toward power. Be careful, no matter what. She no longer tried to dissuade me. If there's nothing to be had, just come back. You still have me here at home. These past days, she'd watched over everything I'd done to shelter her. Now I was going to risk so much for this home as well. She was probably wondering how on earth a person like this still existed in the world, someone willing to stand shoulder to shoulder and carry the burden. I will. I made the promise solemnly. If a thing can't be done, I won't push it. Stay alive, then there's hope. I took inventory of my gear: hard bow, arrows, hatchet, rope, fire striker, salt, and the dry rations Lu Rian had griddled through the night. Against my chest, worn close to the skin, was that green jade pendant. This time, I would follow the enormous beast tracks and drag marks I'd found before, exploring toward that region. Even the old hunters spoke of in hushed, evasive tones. The sky was still dark, frost-heavy, dew thick. I tightened my coarse hunting garb, turned for one last look at the dim outline of my own little courtyard at the village's end, drew a deep breath of the biting air, and turned to step into the old forest leading to the deep mountains. The long, sustained breath of the ever-spring art let me keep my rhythm even hauling a load over rough ground, my eyes and ears keener than before. I watched my surroundings warily, guarding against fierce beasts and minding those strange signs from the day before. But before I could press in deep, just as I reached the edge of where the villagers ranged, several figures swayed out of the mist ahead and blocked the path. 5 men in all, in motley short jackets, water-parting spikes and short clubs hanging at their waists, every one of them ill-intentioned, their eyes carrying that oily slyness and cruelty peculiar to hooligans. At their head was a scar-faced fellow, arms crossed, eyeing me sidelong. My heart sank. I halted. "Hold it. What's your business?" the scar-faced man drawled. "Going into the mountains. Hunting," I answered evenly, my hand already quietly resting on the haft of my hatchet. "Hunting," a scrawny monkey of a man beside him snickered. "Hunting's fine, but you pay the tax." "Tax?" I frowned. "By the laws of the Great Gene, entering the mountains to hunt rids the people of pests. There's never been any such tax." "Heh, the boy knows the law." The scar-faced man took a step forward, his smile without warmth. "The law's the law, but the fish gang's got the fish gang's rules. These mountains back onto the Tsanglong River. The beasts in here drink the river's water, so they belong to the fish gang. Want to go in? It's one tael of silver a head, mountain passage money. Twisting logic, brazen extortion. Even if I meekly handed over the silver, they'd never let me through." In an instant I understood. Pockface Wong had eaten a loss yesterday, and this Xiao Tianhao meant to cut off my livelihood, to force me to submit. Rage rose up, but my gaze only turned colder. I swept my eyes over the 5. Apart from the scar-faced man, whose stance was somewhat steady, like he'd drilled a few crude moves, the other 4 were nothing but ordinary hooligans leaning on their numbers. "And if I don't pay?" My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold like an icy spring in a mountain ravine. "Don't pay." The scar-faced man's face darkened into a vicious grin. "Then crawl back where you came from. Keep yapping and I'll break your legs. Let you crawl home to see that pretty sister-in-law of yours." The others laughed wildly, foul words pouring out after. Someone shouted, "Why waste breath on him, Brother Scar? Just finish him and go collect our reward from the young master." Another said the young master was still pining for that little wench. That line was like a needle, piercing the last of my restraint. Rage detonated in my chest, but the string of reason drew tighter still. I can't make my move here. This was the fringe of the mountain forest, remote, but not wholly empty of people. If I killed them, the bodies would soon be found. The fish gang was powerful enough to turn black into white and frame me. The officials were corrupt. For the sake of their bribes, they'd surely put out a warrant for me, and from then on I'd never know peace, and it would drag Lu Rian down with me. I had to lure them into the truly trackless deep mountains. In a flash of lightning, the decision was made. I deliberately put fright and indignation on my face and pointed at them. You're lawless, the lot of you. I'll go to the county yamen and report you. Report? Go on then. The scrawny monkey grinned shamelessly. See whether the county magistrate believes the fish gang, or believes some dirt-poor hunter like you? Fine, you wait. I made as if to head back, then suddenly spun and bolted up a steeper, more desolate side trail, shouting, I don't believe this whole mountain belongs to your fish gang too. My movements were swift, like a startled wildcat. In an instant I'd shot off a dozen odd meters. Damn it. Trying to run? After him. The scar-faced man hadn't expected me to be both spineless and slippery. He froze for a beat, then led his men in pursuit. Stop right there, boy. Once you're in the mountains, your grandfather's here'll go even easier on you, not. Catch him, the young master said, dead or alive, doesn't matter. I didn't look back, deliberately ducking through the hardest ground. From years of ranging the forest's edge, plus the bonuses from days of hunting experience, I knew the terrain far better than these town hoodlums. Add to that the staying power the Everspring art gave me, and I kept a distance that was neither far nor close, never letting them lose me, never letting them catch me. Chasing and fleeing, the group gradually drew away from the familiar mountain trails and into truly primeval forest. Ancient trees towered, vines coiled in knots, the light was dim, and now and then the low growl of some nameless beast carried through. The fish gang men began to gasp for breath, fear creeping in. The scrawny monkey called out, Brother Scar, this place feels cursed. Maybe we should. Shut it. The scar-faced man's own heart was drumming, but thinking of the reward in his face, he gritted his teeth. Even that boy's not scared. What are we afraid of? After him. He's about to drop. They chased another stick of incense's time, until we came to a narrow mountain hollow. Three sides were sheer rock walls, with only the way in as an exit. The ground was strewn with jagged stones and dead leaves. I suddenly stopped, turned, set my back against a great boulder, and looked coldly at the five who'd chased in. My breathing was a little quick, but my eyes were sharp as a blade, without a trace of panic left. Running? Why'd you stop running? The scar-faced man caught his breath and drew his iron-shod short club. Boy, this is a fine spot you picked yourself. Die here and nobody'll ever know. I slowly drew my hatchet, its edge glinting cold in the forest's faint light. The distance was too close for the bow to be of use, and with several of them rushing at once it would be troublesome. This really is a fine spot. My voice was terrifyingly calm. Just right to leave you here, feed the wild dogs and jackals. Keeps things clean too. A chill ran through the scar-faced man for no reason he could name. Leaning on his numbers, he bellowed, Death wish. Brothers, take him. The five rushed in together. The scar-faced man's short club smashed straight at my face, heavy and powerful, with some real method to it. The other four flanked me from both sides, their water-parting spikes and wooden clubs coming for my waist, ribs, legs, and feet. I moved. I didn't take the scar-faced man's club head on. I drove off with my feet, my body slipping aside like a swimming fish, and at the same time my hatchet carved out a cunning arc. Not a chop, but a thrust. Squelch. The blade tip sank precisely into the ribs of a hooligan on my left. The man screamed, his club dropping, and staggered back, clutching the wound. Riding the momentum of the slip, I dropped low under a wooden club's horizontal sweep, and the hatchet swept up on the follow-through. Aff. Another hooligan's wrist took the blade. His water-parting spike clanged to the ground, and he rolled about in agony. Two down in a blink, the pressure suddenly easing. But the scar-faced man's short club came whistling in again, and another hooligan's club smashed at the back of my head. I twisted my waist, spun, and braced the hatchet crosswise. Clang. A hard clash, sparks flying, my arm going slightly numb, and I gave half a step back. The scar-faced man's strength was no joke after all. That half step, and the club at the back of my head was already upon me. With no time to dodge fully, I could only wrench my head aside. Thwack! The club grazed my temple and slammed into my shoulder blade, agony shooting through me, the bone feeling like it would split. I grunted, a savage glint exploding in my eyes, and borrowing the pain and the force, I pressed in instead of falling back, throwing my whole body into the chest of the hooligan with the club, my left elbow ramming brutally into his solar plexus. The hooligan's eyes bulged, a mouthful of blood spraying out, and he crumpled limply. In the space of a blink, 3 of the 5 were down. The scar-faced man was both alarmed and enraged. He hadn't expected this seemingly slight youth to strike so ruthlessly and decisively. His moves simple, but all aimed at the vitals. "Together, kill him," he roared at the lone remaining scrawny monkey, swinging his own club with everything he had, the shadow of it bearing down heavily. My shoulder and back throbbed, my movements a touch sluggish. Gritting my teeth, I swung my hatchet to block, fighting and giving ground, searching for an opening. The scrawny monkey had recovered too, snatching up the water-parting spike and stabbing tremulously at my lower body. 1 against 2, I gradually began to feel the strain. The scar-faced man's club work was crude, but heavy and forceful. Take 1 blow, and it would mean broken bone and snapped sinew. All I could do was wheel and weave on more nimble footwork and the ever-spring art's endurance. The opening came in the instant the scar-faced man's club smashed against the rock wall, the rebound numbing his arm. A sharp light flashed in my eyes, and heedless of the scrawny monkey's spike stabbing at my thigh, I lunged forward, my hatchet turning to a streak of cold light straight for his throat. The scar-faced man started in horror and threw his head aside. SKRRT. The blade didn't cut his throat, but it tore viciously across the side of his neck, blood spraying wildly. He clamped a hand over his neck, his eyes full of terror and disbelief, staggered a few steps, slid down against the rock wall, twitched a few times, and went still. Almost the same instant, the scrawny monkey's spike struck the outer side of my thigh. Not deep, but blood immediately reddened my trouser leg. Seeing the scar-faced man die so horribly, the scrawny monkey was scared out of his wits and threw down his blade to run. Enduring the pain, I spun, raised my bow, and knocked an arrow. THWP. The arrow slammed into the back of his skull. The scrawny monkey didn't even grunt before pitching forward to the ground. The hollow fell instantly silent, only the heavy reek of blood and my own ragged breathing. I knelt on one knee, propped on my hatchet, blood running from my temple, my shoulder, back, and thigh stabbing with pain. But looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, slowly going cold, there was no fear in my eyes, only a sheet of ice-locked calm. If you don't kill him, he kills you, and takes everything you hold dear besides. This was the law of this world. I rested a moment, hastily tended the wounds at my temple and on my leg, then forced down the pain and began clearing the scene. I stripped the 5 of everything worth anything. A few bits of broken silver, some copper coins, and a cheap jade pendant on the scar-faced man. Then, with enormous effort, I dragged the bodies deeper into the hollow, to a jagged stony gully where wild wolves and jackals were known to prowl, covered them roughly with dead branches and rotting leaves, and used soil and fallen foliage to cover the main bloodstains and disturb the signs of the fight. By the time it was all done, I was near collapse, cold sweat soaking through my underclothes. The sun was near its zenith. I couldn't linger. The smell of blood might draw a truly fierce beast. I got my bearings and dragged my battered body off in the direction opposite the burial site, deeper into the forest. I needed to find a safe place to tend my wounds and rest, to recover. And after this life-and-death struggle, the hunger for power in my heart, like wild grass watered with blood, grew rampant and wild. When the first one ray of daylight squeezed through the branches at the cave mouth into this cramped mountain cave, I jolted awake. My heart pounded. Last night's unceasing, seemingly right at me ear roars of beasts still echoed in my ears. I sat with my back against the cold, damp rock wall, my right hand gripping the haft of my blade so hard the knuckles went white. I'd slept almost not at all the whole night. Every time I sank into a shallow doze, I was startled awake by a roar that erupted suddenly outside the cave. That sound pierced through every obstacle straight into the depths of my soul, stirring the most primal fear. In the dark, I could almost hear claws scraping rock, a heavy body crushing through dead branches, and smell the thick, rank musk of an apex predator drifting on the wind. Thankfully, the cave mouth was small and hidden, and the obstacles I'd piled up did their part. A night of terror, but in the end, no real harm. Yet the torment of the fear drained far more of my spirit than the wounds on my body. As the daylight grew, the roaring outside gradually subsided, and the forest settled into an eerie stillness. like the lull before a downpour. I let go of the blade haft, stiffly worked my neck, and the pull on my wounds made me draw in a sharp breath. Checking by the faint light, I found the hastily wrapped cloth strips already soaked through with blood, stuck to the flesh. I took a small sip of cold water and worked a chunk of hard rations down with effort. But that little bit of warmth couldn't drive off the weariness and cold that seeped from the seams of my bones. I cocked an ear toward outside the cave. Dead silence. Not even a bird's call. This abnormal quiet made my heart shudder more than the night's clamor had. It meant something likely lurked nearby that silenced every living thing. I can't go any farther. The cold thought surfaced. Last night's earth-shaking commotion was no ordinary fierce beast, very likely a ranked demon beast, or even a battle that had erupted over something. Either way, it was utterly beyond anything I could provoke now. Never mind injured and exhausted. Even at my peak, charging into a fight of that level with one hatchet and a half-baked archery would be 10 deaths and no life, certain. Heaven and earth treasures were tempting, no question, but only on the condition that you live to grab them, live to use them. Unwillingness gnawed like a venomous snake. Pressing into perilous ground, running into the ambush, fighting for my life, taking wounds, terror in the dark, so much paid out, and I was to come away empty-handed? That spirit creature that might change my fate could be just ahead, not far now. But the instinct to survive crushed the unwillingness flat. Stay alive, then there's hope. I thought of my promise to Lu Ruyan. If I pushed recklessly on and died in these mountains where no one would ever know, turned to dry bones, then it really would all be over. What would become of Lu Ruyan? What about the threat of the fish gang? Besides, I hadn't come away with nothing. At the very least, I'd killed 5 of the fish gang's claws and fangs, removing one looming, imminent threat for a while, and I'd gained some money too. My gaze fell on the hatchet before my knees, and I lightly stroked the cold blade as the scenes of yesterday's killing flashed past. Archery was good, but it suited ranged attacks and ambush. Once an enemy closed in, especially in the tangled environment of the forest, the bow was hard to bring to bear. What decided life and death in the end was this blade for close-quarters combat. The scar-faced man's heavy, forceful club, the other hooligan's wild but deadly swarm. If not for the thread of resilience and agility the ever-spring art gave me, plus a streak of gopher-broke ferocity, plus the fact that they were, after all, a disorganized rabble, the one who went down might well have been me. The blade. I have to train the blade. A resolute fire kindled in my eyes. Arrows for range, and at close quarters there had to be a blade. Only then could I meet this world riddled with hidden dangers. Whatever it took, once I was back, I had to find a method for training the blade. Even just the most basic blade art, paired with the proficiency system, could quickly forge real combat power. So the question now was, getting back. Return the way I'd come, directly? I dismissed it at once. Reason told me to give up going deeper, but turning straight around carried enormous risk. Those 5 fish gang men had vanished, and however cleanly I'd handled it, my returning to the village alone and wounded so soon would all but tell everyone that the 5 men's deaths had to do with me. The fish gang wasn't the government. They didn't need hard proof. Only suspicion and motive were enough to unleash the cruelest revenge on the 2 of us, sister-in-law and brother-in-law. I can't go back right away. I licked my cracked lips. As long as I don't go back, the fish gang won't be in a hurry to come into the mountains looking for their people. At the very least, I have to wait until those bodies are eaten clean by the beasts. In truth, I knew well enough that the grudge between me and the fish gang couldn't be resolved. Even without proof, they'd come to make trouble for me. Everything I was doing now was merely to keep the government from being dragged in. If I got branded a criminal by the officials, every step afterward would be hard. Ever since I beat Pockface Wong, I'd kept my ears open, asking around. What kind of trouble was it that made the fish gang afraid to act rashly? I wasn't so arrogant as to think I could stand alone against the entire fish gang. The gang master was surely a ranked martial artist. The reason I'd gone into the mountains so quickly was precisely the fear that the fish gang's trouble would get cleared up. I needed to grow strong, fast. The villagers loved their idle gossip, and yesterday on my walk I'd pieced it together. A great personage had come down from above to inspect the river transport. Whatever it was that the officials and the fish gang both dreaded, whatever was keeping them on their best behavior for now. It gave me an opening to develop in peace, and let me leave Lu Rian home alone with my mind at ease. The sun climbed over the ridge, casting its cold light into the gloomy forest. Dragging my still aching leg, using the trees for cover, I moved cautiously toward the vicinity of yesterday's hollow. Had I not been cultivating the ever-spring art, had the wounds on my leg not stopped bleeding in time, it likely would have been worse than mere pain. The closer I drew to my goal, the thicker the reek of blood and rot in the air. When I glimpsed that stony gully through a gap in the brush, my stomach heaved. The hastily covered bodies from yesterday were unrecognizable. The branches and leaves I'd laid over them had been crudely flung aside and scattered everywhere. Several mangled remains lay among the rock crevices and withered grass, most of the flesh and blood gone, leaving only bones gnawed to pieces and shredded scraps of clothing. The ground was covered in huge, chaotic claw prints, drag marks, and large patches of dark brown gore soaked into the earth. Those thick tooth marks and enormous paw prints silently proclaimed how ferocious the scavenger that had visited here last night had been. Thank God, I hid in time last night. A wave of after-fright washed over me. Had I stayed nearby, or slept any more deeply, my end would have been no better than these corpses. I forced down my revulsion and observed a moment. The bodies were badly destroyed, the faces and obvious distinguishing features all but impossible to make out. At this rate, after 1 or 2 more nights, these corpses likely wouldn't have even a sizable bone left, truly not a trace of remains. This was even better than I'd anticipated. Even if the fish gang later risked pushing deep to search, all they'd find was a few unidentifiable, gnawed-up, dry bones. No evidence at all to pin on me. My heart somewhat eased. I turned and quietly withdrew, leaving that region steeped in the air of death. Over the next day, I roamed the forest's outer reaches like a ghost, killing some game to raise my proficiency, and incidentally proving I'd indeed been working hard at hunting these past days. That thread of warm chi circulating from the ever-spring art seemed to faintly speed my wounds' healing. The pain lessened somewhat, my movements freer. The jade pendant warm against my chest kept my mind more easily at peace, and there really was an improvement in the efficiency of my internal cultivation. I picked out small and middling beasts, avoiding any signs that might mean a large, fierce predator. After days of using it in life and death, my archery sat more readily in hand when I took aim. In the afternoon, in a sparse forest clearing, I spotted a fat, gray-furred roe deer with its head down, gnawing at grass roots, very wary, lifting its head to look around now and again. Hidden behind an old tree, I slowly drew the bow, the hard bow bent to a full moon, the arrowhead holding steady at its flank, adjusted my breathing, judged the distance and the lead. In that moment the world seemed to fall quiet. Only the target, the bow and arrow, and I drawn into a single line. Now, my fingers released the string. WHSSH. The arrow split the air and pierced precisely into the eye socket as the roe deer lifted its head, instantly punching through the brain, the arrow's tip just emerging below the back of its neck. It didn't even have time to cry out before its limbs went soft and it collapsed. Roe deer hunted successfully, hunting plus 15 basic archery plus 10. I walked up. The arrow had buried itself deep, clean and crisp. I was quite pleased with the shot. On a stirring of thought, I called up the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills. Hunting, skilled 42 100ths. Basic archery, skilled 58/100. Butchery, uninitiated 25 50ths. Ever-spring art, uninitiated 31 out of 100, a proficiency system. Sure enough, through the life-and-death struggle and continuous use, hunting and archery had grown markedly. Archery especially had passed the 50 mark, and the ever-spring art, diligently practiced without pause under the pendant's aid and the pressure of crisis, had broken 30 points as well. Though there was still a gap before advancing, this clearly visible progress was heartening all the same. Every increment of strength, in this world, was a chip towards staying alive. I pulled the arrow free, did a quick job dressing the kill, and hefted it onto my shoulder. This haul, together with the lone pheasant and 2 hares I'd taken earlier, should be enough to satisfy the eyes of the village. After a day of rest and circulating the Everspring art, my wounds were no longer as unbearable as in the early morning. So long as I avoided violent movement, walking gave me no real trouble. Time to head down. I glanced at the westering sun. Any later, and the mountain trails would be hard going, more dangerous at night. So I shouldered my kill and started toward the way down. My mood eased a little. This deep mountain trip hadn't been wholly for nothing. I'd dealt with the imminent fish gang claws, one buffer time, my hunting take just barely passed muster, and my skills had improved too. But just as I passed through a stretch of dense brush, about to step onto an obvious downhill game trail, a violent warning, sprung from the very instinct of life, doused my whole body in an instant like ice water. The hair on my back stood on end, root by root. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. It was the feeling of being locked on, dead to rights, by an apex predator, brimming with naked killing intent and appetite, 100 times stronger than facing the fish gang hoodlums yesterday. I had no time to think, no time to turn. The instinct to survive overrode all else. In the very instant the warning detonated, I hurled myself down and to the right, my right hand whipping the hatchet free as fast as it could move, and with all my strength, on feel alone, slashed backhand toward where the warning was thickest behind me. Roar! A deafening roar full of fury and pain exploded behind me, a reek of bloody wind slamming into my face. Clang! A thunderous crash like metal striking metal came with an irresistible, mountainous force. The hatchet had cut into something, but it was like hacking at steel wrapped in hardwood. The violent rebound split the web of my thumb open and nearly tore the hatchet from my grip. And that massive force slammed squarely into my back. Pwah! Struck head-on as if by a charging elephant. My whole body was flung off the ground. My vision went black. My organs seemed to shift out of place, and a mouthful of sweet, bloody fluid sprayed out. I traced an arc through the air and crashed hard into a heap of jagged rocks several meters away. Stabbing pain tore through my back and where I'd landed. The roe deer on my shoulder had long since flown off, who knew where. I forced my upper body up, coughed out bloody foam, stars bursting before my eyes, and my blurred sight darted urgently toward the direction of the attack. A colossal creature stood reared upright there, a full zhong and more in height, its whole body covered in coarse, hard black-brown fur like iron needles, a faint crescent of white at its chest. Right now it was swinging one enormous foreleg, the edge of that paw oozing blood from a shallow but unmistakable wound, staining the surrounding fur red. Those bell-sized, blood-red eyes were locked dead on me, brimming with the fury of having been affronted and a greedy appetite. A bear, and one far more massive and ferocious than an ordinary black bear, a deep mountain bear fiend. Judging by that power and bulk, it had very likely already neared, even crossed, the threshold of a 9th-rank demon beast. My heart plunged to the bottom in an instant. The threat of relief I'd just felt was wholly replaced by boundless cold. I struggled to stand, but the searing pain in my back and viscera wrung a stifled grunt out of me, and I dropped back to half-kneeling. Still, I kept my eyes fixed on it, forcing myself calm. Fear was useless. Panic would only get me killed faster. The bear fiend gave another low growl, the slashed foreleg lifting slightly, dark red blood dripping down the coarse fur. The pain had enraged it. The killing light in its scarlet eyes burned fiercer. It dropped to all fours, its shoulders still nearly level with my chest, a moving little mountain of a hill, closing in step by step, the ground trembling faintly with each tread. Gritting through the pain, I swept my eyes around. To the left, a steep slope of jumbled rock. To the right, dense forest. Behind me, a thicket. Ahead, the looming bear pressing closer with every step. My escape routes were all but sealed, and a head-on fight was simply a road to death. My leg wound limited my movement, and my strength was worlds apart from this beast's. The rebound of that earlier strike and the swat of the bear's paw had already injured my organs, my chi and blood churning. If not for a single thread of the Everspring art's inner breath circulating of its own accord to guard my heart meridian, that one blow alone might have been enough to rob me of the ability to fight. Everspring art +2. In the moment of crisis, the art's circulation seemed to quicken by a hair. No head-on fight. only hit and run, hunting for one slim sliver of life. My thoughts raced like lightning, my gaze landing on the dense forest to the right. The trees there were thick. Perhaps I could use the terrain to hamper the giant bear's bulk and speed. In the very instant the bear fiend, less than 3 zhang from me, gathered itself to lunge, I moved. Forcibly pulling in a breath, I wrung the Everspring Art's thread of warmth to its limit and poured it into both legs. And enduring the tearing agony of my wounds, I shot suddenly toward the dense forest on my right, my speed somehow 3 parts faster than usual. Roar! The bear fiend bellowed, its huge body wheeling around with uncanny agility, all 4 claws kicking up flying dirt as it gave chase like a black gale. Lumbering as it looked, in the mountains its short burst sprint far outstripped a human's. I didn't look back, weaving and changing direction nimbly through the trees on a hunter's instinct and my familiarity with the terrain, not daring to run a straight line. That would be handing the giant beast a target. Crack! A sapling thick as a bowl was snapped off by an offhand swat of the pursuing bear fiend, with chips flying, grazing past my back and bringing a burning sting. The huge shadow and that reek of bloody wind drew closer and closer. I suddenly cut into a sharp turn, swinging behind an ancient tree 2 armspans around. Almost at the same moment, the bear fiend's claws raked the trunk with a vicious wind. Escharark. The tough bark was forcibly torn away in a great swath, leaving several claw marks a full inch deep, splinters scattering. Backed against the ancient tree, I gasped violently, cold sweat beading on my forehead. Half a hair slower, and what got torn open would have been my spine, not the bark. Feeling that terrifying power up close froze the very heart and gall in me. Its one strike having missed, the bear fiend grew more frenzied, rounding the ancient tree to lunge again. I had no choice but to keep fleeing, using tree after tree as makeshift shields. But this couldn't go on. My strength was draining fast, the wound on my leg seeping blood without pause from the violent exertion, my movements beginning to stall, while the bear fiend seemed to know no fatigue, every lunge heavy and powerful. Crack! Another hair's breadth dodge. The wind of its paw skimmed past my shoulder, ripping open my hunting garb, flesh splitting. The burning pain blacked out my vision. I put my back to another big tree, my chest heaving violently, my mouth full of the taste of blood. The Everspring Art's inner breath still circulated stubbornly, mending fine damage and supplying what little endurance I had left, but it was a cup of water against a burning cart. Dodging passively like this, I'd be caught and battered to death sooner or later. I had to counterattack, even with only one chance. My gaze swept across the hatchet in my hand, then to the furiously closing bear fiend. Its hide was coarse and its flesh thick. That earlier cut had only split the surface, and ordinary hacking would hardly be lethal. The eyes, the throat, the heart, those were the weak points. But with its agility and protection, striking the eyes or throat was far too difficult. One slip and I'd throw my life away. The only thing left, a near-suicidal notion took shape in my mind. My eyes turned abruptly savage and resolute, like a lone wolf cornered in a hopeless strait. In the very instant the bear fiend reared upright again, its 2 palm-leaf fan-sized paws swinging in, one left, one right, to seal off my space and smash down. I didn't dodge to either side, didn't fall back. Instead, I dropped low all at once and threw my whole body in toward the relatively soft underside of its chest and belly, bared by its upright stance. This angle slipped exactly past the head-on strike of both paws. Roar! The bear fiend seemed not to have expected this puny human to dare hurl himself into its embrace, heedless of death, and its movement hitched for an instant. That lightning flash of a moment. I poured every last scrap of strength left in my body, together with the final thread of inner breath the Everspring Art could wring out, into my blade-wielding right arm. Ignoring the risk of being crushed in the bear's arms, ignoring that stinking maw an inch from my face, my eyes saw only the patch of thinner fur behind and beneath its left foreleg's armpit. That, roughly, was where the heart lay. Die! I shrieked like a beast, the blood-smeared hatchet turning into a streak of resolute cold light as I drove it in with all my strength and all my hunger to live. Squelch! This time it wasn't the feel of striking hardwood. The blade tip pierced the tough hide, punched through the muscle, and finally met some hard bone, its momentum not yet spent. Grimacing fiercely, I braced my shoulder against the hatchet's haft, pressed my whole weight forward, and churned it madly. Grerg! An agonized death howl of the utmost pain burst from the bear fiend's mouth, rattling the leaves into a frantic rustle. Its huge body convulsed violently, its paws drooping limply. It tried to claw at the bug against its chest but failed, foiled by the angle and the searing pain. Scalding, reeking beast blood gushed like a fountain from the wound and from the bear's mouth, spattering my head and face all over. I jammed the haft in hard, refusing to let go no matter how it thrashed. The bear fiend staggered backward, trying to fling me off. I was dragged along, my legs going weak, but by sheer ferocity, I hung on for dear life. At last, as its heart was pierced and churned to pulp, its strength bled away fast. It let out a few more low, mournful cries, its scarlet eyes slowly losing focus, and it toppled thunderously onto its side, kicking up a great spray of dust and leaves, its four limbs still twitching unconsciously. I was dragged down with it, the hatchet still buried deep in the bear's body. I let go and slumped limp beside the still warm carcass, gasping in great gulps, every breath tugging at the pain throughout my body, my vision going dark in waves. Blood, sweat, and dirt caked my face and body, making me look like a fiend returned from hell. Mutant Bear Fiend hunted successfully, hunting plus 80 Everspring Art plus 15, combat killing experience greatly increased, basic blade art unlocked. The panel's information flashed before my eyes, but I had no strength to read it closely. All I wanted was to lie there and never get up. Yet before I'd even caught my breath, before I could so much as register having survived the calamity, a clear voice carrying a note of surprise, leisurely as a man on a casual stroll, came abruptly from up and to the side, out of the branches and leaves of a large tree. TSK. Not bad kung fu, little brother. An unranked body, and you cut down this iron-backed bear fiend that's nearly stepped into the 9th rank, all on your own. That nerve, that ruthlessness, and that last stroke, rather interesting. The hair all over my body stood on end in an instant. Worse even than when the bear fiend had locked onto me. Someone, watching the whole time from the side. When had they come? How long had they watched? Immense shock drowned me in an instant. I whipped my head toward the source of the voice, my right hand instinctively groping for my waist, and came up empty. The hatchet was still in the bear's carcass. On a horizontal branch of that ancient tree, a figure lounged at some unknown point, leaning lazily aslant. Around 27 or 28, in green close-fitting garb, washed pale, his bearing upright, his brow and eyes open and clear, a faint, ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth, a single leaf turning idly in his hand. He looked down from on high at my wretched state and the bear's carcass, his gaze full of scrutiny and a trace of amusement. What unnerved me most was that, given his position and the clarity of his speech, he must have been there long before. Yet locked in my life and death struggle with the bear fiend, my spirit utterly absorbed, I hadn't sensed a thing. If he hadn't spoken up of his own accord, I'd still have no idea I was being watched. This man, friend or foe? My heart plunged to the bottom in an instant. Barely out of the bear's jaws, I'd run into a master of unknown origin, and I was already a crossbow at the end of its bolt's flight. I struggled to sit up straighter to keep some composure, my right hand secretly feeling toward my boot shaft. A spare small hunting knife was hidden there. Even knowing it might be useless before a master like this, it was the last straw I could clutch at. The green-clad man seemed to read my wariness. His smile deepened. He casually tossed away the leaf, his form moving, and, like a feather, drifted weightlessly down from the branch several zhang up, landing without a sound. That display of lightness skill made my pupils contract sharply. He paced closer and stopped a few steps away, his gaze first sweeping over the bear's carcass, lingering a moment especially on the fatal blade wound at the heart, a flicker of approval crossing it, before turning to me. "Don't be tense, little brother." His voice was clear. "If I meant you harm, wouldn't it have been more convenient to act just now, when you were in the most danger, or now, when you're at your weakest?" There was reason in that, but I didn't relax. The Jianghu was treacherous, the human heart hard to fathom. He didn't mind, going on of his own accord. "My surname is Li, Li Qingzhong. I was passing through here in search of some medicinal herbs and happened to see this fight between man and bear. Quite the spectacle. He paused, his gaze seeming to see right through my body. What surprised me more was, there's inner breath circulating within you. Faint, but it's truly the embryo of true qi. You've cultivated an internal arts mental method. My heart quaked violently. He could tell. The secret of the Everspring art was exposed. This was Lu Ruyan's family heirloom, and one of my greatest reliances. A common man is innocent. It is the jade he carries that makes him guilty. A fierce sense of crisis welled up again. Men die for wealth, killing for a manual, robbing for a treasure. That was all too common in this world. My thoughts spun fast, but I forced a bitter smile onto my face and said hoarsely, Senior has a fine eye. It's nothing but a crude chi-nurturing method I came by chance, barely good for strengthening the body. As for martial arts manuals, those things are all held by martial halls and noble clans, guarded like treasures, layer upon layer of restriction. What chance do we humble small folk have to get hold of one? As I spoke, I watched his expression, probing. If Senior is interested, this internal arts mental method, this junior is willing to copy it out and offer it up, only begging that you raise your noble hand and let me off. Li Qingzhong was startled at first, then burst into great laughter, the sound echoing through the silent forest, startling birds into flight in the distance. Ha ha, little brother, you're sharp and honest enough too. He shook his head. Set your mind at ease. I, Li Qingzhong, walk the Jianghu. Though I'd not dare call myself a gentleman of virtue, I've not sunk so low as to go robbing a youngster of his internal art. Each person has his own destined fortune. That you came by it is your own good luck. His smile faded, and he spoke gravely. Besides, you're right. Those martial halls and noble clans treasure what they've gained above their own lives. It's the very root of how they establish their standing and control resources. Why would they pass it out lightly? The true path to higher martial arts has long been clutched in their hands, sealed airtight. This world is overdue for a change, too. Hearing that his tone seemed unfeigned, with no greed in his expression for my crude internal art, my wariness eased a little, but my puzzlement grew. Then Senior. He cut me off with a wave, his words turning. I see that though you've cultivated an internal art, your chi and blood are crudely tempered, your skin, membrane, sinew, and bone still in the range of an ordinary man. That fight just now relied wholly on a streak of ferocity and a bit of luck. Internal arts nurture the breath within, securing the root and cultivating the foundation. External arts temper the body without, strengthening the chi, blood, sinew, and bone. The two complement each other. Neither can be missing. You have an internal art, but no external one to guide and temper your chi, blood, and body. It's like owning a treasure vault with no key. A real pity. His gaze cast off toward some point in the forest. I observe that your disposition is tough and your nerve extraordinary. You're a malleable talent worth shaping. As it happens, I have a deal that might solve your urgent need and give you an opportunity besides. It depends on whether you dare take it. A deal. Something stirred in my heart. Indeed. He pointed to a spot behind a large tree not far off. There's a person bundled in a sack over there, someone I'm looking after for the time being. I have trouble I must go deal with at once, and carrying her along is inconvenient. I need you to take her away, find a safe place, and care for her for half a month. A sack? A person? I followed his gesture and, sure enough, saw a bulging sack propped behind the tree, faintly human-shaped, utterly still. In half a month, if I return, I'll naturally take her away and pay you your reward. If I haven't come back in half a month, his gaze turned meaningful. Then she's yours to dispose of. But no matter what, you may not kill her. I knit my brows. Caring for a person of unknown origin, packed into a sack, and the trouble of a mysterious master like Li Qingzhong at that, the risk went without saying. Senior, my strength is meager. I can scarcely protect myself. I fear I can't take on such a charge. I declined cautiously, gesturing at my wounds and the bear's carcass beside me. Besides, I still have to deal with all this. The reward is a spear art manual that can carry your cultivation to the 7th rank realm. Li Qingzhong tossed out the terms lightly, as though speaking of some trifling matter. 7th rank. A spear art manual. My breath choked off all at once, my heart pounding traitorously hard. The 7th rank. That was the tier of the county's top masters, the strength to split steels and crack stone, to truly protect oneself, even hold a certain standing in a chaotic age. And the spear was a long weapon for battlefield slaughter and Jianghu life and death, just right for a self-taught nobody like me who lacked refined techniques. Only moments ago, I'd been despairing over how to obtain a manual. The bear fiend I'd killed was worth a fair sum, yet even selling all of it might not meet a Marshall Hall's threshold, let alone buy a true transmission. And now, a manual leading straight to the 7th rank was laid out before me just like that. The temptation was immense, and so was the risk. I looked at the bear's carcass, then at my own wound-covered body, and finally my gaze fell on that mysterious sack. High risk, high return. In this man-eating world, mediocrity and hesitation only got you killed faster. I'd already killed the fish gang's men, offended the young gang master. Without strength, I'd be a dead man sooner or later. The road before me was wreathed in fog, but at least there was a dawn light of growing stronger. Gritting my teeth, then gritting them again, I lifted my head and looked Li Qingzhong straight in the eye. All right, I'll take this deal, but I need to know just what kind of person is in the sack, and how am I to care for her if she wakes and resists with my strength? Li Qingzhong's smile reappeared. A woman of somewhat special identity. You needn't know too much. Knowing more does you no good. Just remember, she cannot die. As for her strength, his tone was bland, yet he dropped a bombshell. 8th rank. 8th rank. My vision blacked out. I nearly spat blood again. An 8th rank martial artist, packed into a sack, for me, unranked and gravely wounded, to guard for half a month? If she woke, she could crush me dead with a single finger. Instant regret hit me. This wasn't a deal, it was a death sentence. Don't worry, she won't wake for a while, nor can she move. Li Qingzhong seemed to have anticipated my reaction and fished a small, delicate jade vial from his robes, tossing it to me. This is limp bone powder, not poison. It only makes the sinews and bones go weak and sore, so one can't summon any strength. Bring her 1 meal a day and mix a little of the powder in. Remember, only 1 meal a day, no more. Only when she feels hunger, and for the sake of staying alive, will she have no choice but to eat the doctored food. His tone was bland, but the cold calculation in it sent a chill down my spine. This was absolutely a seasoned old hand of the Jianghu. For this half-month, you need only make sure she stays alive and doesn't starve to death. Nothing else need concern you. He went on to explain details, the nearby water source, how to leave as few traces as possible, and so on. Then he glanced at the sky, stepped over to the sack, and lifted it one-handed, seemingly without the slightest effort, hoisting that sack holding an 8th rank martial artist and setting it down beside me. Little brother, the chance is yours. Remember, half a month. That said, he drew from his robes a spear manual still stained with blood, Raging Sea Spirit Spear, and tossed it to me like tossing out garbage, gave me a nod, and his form flickered, sweeping out like a phantom. In a few bounds he vanished into the dense depths of the forest. His movement was far swifter than when he'd come, truly an immortal drifting away. The tension in my nerves eased a little, and in its wake came a deeper exhaustion and stabbing pain. I shifted over to the manual and carefully picked it up. The 4 characters of Raging Sea Spirit Spear, written in iron strokes and silver hooks, carried a sharp, cutting aura that struck the face. The cover was some kind of tough beast hide, its corners worn, and sure enough it was stained in several places with blood gone dark brown, slightly tacky to the touch. Where had this blood come from? Li Qingzhong's or someone else's? I didn't dare dwell on it, quickly tucking the manual into the innermost, closest part of my robes. That hard, cold presence strangely brought an odd sense of comfort. Whatever the case, this was the key to my road toward power, an opportunity won with my life. A question flashed abruptly. Li Qingzhong didn't even know where I lived. How would he find me in half a month to take away the person in the sack? Did he have some special tracking means? Or had he simply never intended to look carefully? But this was an 8th rank martial artist of special identity. How could he treat it so casually? I mused a moment, then shook my head and pressed the doubt down. A master's doings are deep and unfathomable. Perhaps he has his own methods, What mattered most right now was dealing with the mess in front of me. The bear fiend was astonishingly heavy. In my current state, there was no possibility of dragging the whole thing down the mountain. Going down to fetch people would eat up time coming and going. And after a night, the bear's carcass would likely be gnawed to bone by other fierce beasts. Besides, too many eyes meant that trouble in the sack must absolutely not be discovered. I had to deal with it on the spot, taking away only the most valuable, most portable parts. I drew a deep breath, gripped through the pain the hatchet still lodged in the bear's heart, and wrenched it out, drawing with it a gush of thick blood. Then I began the arduous, meticulous work of breaking it down. Butchery plus 5, butchery plus 5, butchery plus 10. Thanks to my earlier experience dressing kills and my present concentration, my movements, though slow from the pain, were unusually steady and precise. First, I carefully peeled off the intact bear hide, tough and thick in texture, the fur jet black and glossy, the roots along the back faintly tinged iron gray. No wonder it was called an iron-backed bear fiend, prime material for making hide armor. Next, I cut open the bear's belly and took out the fist-sized, dark green gallbladder, giving off a thick, bitter, fishy reek. One of the most precious medicinal materials, perhaps worth even more than the hide. Then I chopped off the 4 enormous bear paws, the finest of mountain delicacies. By the time this was done, I was panting hard, the pain of my wounds intensifying in waves. I leaned against the bear's carcass to rest a moment, and looking at the great body that remained, regrettable as it was, I had no choice but to abandon it. Finally, I hacked off several large, relatively intact slabs of bear meat, gave them a quick rub with salt, wrapped them in oilcloth to take back for a taste, and bundled up the gallbladder, paws, meat, and that heavy hide separately. When all this was done, the sky had darkened, the forest's light fading fast, the night insects beginning to chirr, and from the distance came what seemed again to be the low growl of some nameless beast. No more delay. My gaze came at last to rest on that bulging sack. I walked over and hefted it. Astonishingly heavy. Inside was an 8th-rank woman martial artist, and even subdued by the drug, this weight was no small thing. Clenching my teeth, I shouldered the several bundles, bent, and with all my strength hoisted the sack onto my shoulder. The heavy pressure sent a tearing pain through the wound on my leg, and the injured spot on my back burned and seared all the more. I let out a stifled grunt, cold sweat instantly covering my forehead, but I didn't set it down. Steadying my breathing, the Everspring Art's faint inner breath circulating with difficulty through my body, bringing thread by thread of support, I got my bearings and set out with heavy steps along the path I remembered as relatively safe. Every step was extraordinarily hard, but my heart only grew hotter. I had to get back quickly and practice the spear art. The night deepened, the forest swallowed wholly by darkness. I didn't dare light a torch and could only stumble along the rugged mountain path by my gradually dark-adjusting sight and my memory. The person in the sack stayed utterly still. Only the faint body warmth carried through the rough sackcloth, and an extremely slight breathing proved she was still alive. What I didn't know was that, even as I trudged on with difficulty, in a hidden mountain valley dozens of li away, Li Chengzhong was leaning against a rock, tending a wound below his ribs, an expression of relief, even a touch of slyness, on his face. Finally shook them off. He murmured to himself, "That pack of mad dogs chased close enough. The Green Prince's manners shadow guard, truly worthy of their name. But what rotten luck? I'd only meant to seize a hostage to break out, and who'd have thought I'd go and seize the commandery princess of all people?" He finished binding his wound and looked off in the direction I'd gone, a trace of apology showing, but more of it relief. "Sorry about this, little brother. This scalding hot yam. Your big brother here really can't hold on to it. Get tangled up with that lot, and even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." He shook his head. As for that copy of Raging Sea Spirit Spear, it was something I lifted off that clueless 7th-rank spearman the day before yesterday anyway. It's no use to me. Giving it to you isn't exactly shabby treatment. Whether you can seize hold of it, that's down to your own fortune. Remembering the identity of the one in the sack, the corner of his mouth twitched again. "But, little brother, you'd better not do anything you shouldn't to Her Highness the Commandery Princess." He seemed to see a vision of the Green Prince in a towering rage and shivered. If anything really goes wrong, the Green Prince could probably turn the whole Northland upside down. And then, never mind you, your big brother here would likely get flayed and have his sinews drawn too. He gave a dry chuckle, then found his own thought a bit absurd. That boy didn't look the reckless, audacious sort, and he was gravely wounded besides, so surely not. Here's hoping you won't. He composed his expression, warily sensing his surroundings, his form flickering as he melted soundlessly into the night, in a direction utterly different from both mine and that of his pursuers. He had never intended to come back for me in half a month at all. The so-called deal was nothing but a stopgap, born of urgency, diverting the disaster elsewhere, shedding his shell like a cicada. That blood-stained copy of Raging Sea Spirit Spear was both the reward and the bait to draw the eyes of any possible pursuers onto me. As for whether I'd soar to the heavens on the strength of the manual, or be smashed to pieces by this pie fallen from the sky, that was down to luck and ability alone. The Jianghu was treacherous. Some opportunities came wrapped, by their very nature, in deadly poisoned thorns. The night was ink-black, the cold wind biting. Shouldering the heavy sack and carrying the bulging bundles, I slipped soundlessly back to the village like a burdened phantom. I didn't take the main road by the village entrance, instead following familiar paths around the back hill to the most remote area at the village's tail end. Several courtyards here had long since fallen to ruin, their owners either dead in the chaos of war or fled en masse from famine, leaving only broken walls keening in the cold wind. I chose a derelict courtyard with relatively intact walls in the most hidden position. From the original owner's memories, I knew that nearly every household, especially these families who'd lived through the earlier soldier blight, had dug cellars for hiding or storage. I worked aside the broken boards and clutter over the cellar mouth, and a stale, musty reek rushed up at me. The cellar wasn't deep, empty and bare, with only some rotted straw rope and broken potsherds. I carefully lowered the sack from my shoulder. It landed with a dull thud. The person inside seemed to stir, letting out an extremely faint muffled groan, but still didn't wake. I crouched at the cellar mouth and, by the faint starlight, gave that bulging sack one last look. An 8th-rank martial artist, a woman of special identity, just dumped here like this. The feeling in my heart was complicated. There was the firm memory of she cannot die, the worry over being dragged into unknown trouble, and a strange thread of wariness besides. But I believed all of it was worth it, and tightened my hold on the manual against my chest. I checked the cellar's air vent to make sure it wouldn't be completely blocked and cause suffocation, then recovered the boards in clutter and dragged over dead branches and leaves to disguise it. Only when all this was done did I straighten up and let out a long breath, the pain and exhaustion of my wounds surging up all the more clearly in its wake. Half a month, I murmured to myself, not knowing whether I was reminding myself or guessing at that Li Qingzhong who had drifted away. I truly was curious about the identity and appearance of the person in the sack. But what mattered most now was getting home first. Someone was still there waiting for me. 2 days gone without returning, Lu Rian was probably worried sick. Leaving the derelict courtyard, I walked briskly toward my own yard at the village's tail, likewise remote, but at least with some warmth of human life to it. Just as I neared the gate, a man's voice, deliberately lowered yet still unmistakably lewd, mixed with the trembling, terror and fury-laced voice of Lu Rian, carried through the thin courtyard wall into my ears. "Mistress Lu, why put yourself through this? The young gang master, what manner of personage is he? For him to take a fancy to you is fortune earned over several lifetimes. Follow the young master and you'll be draped in gold and silver. Isn't that 100 times better than freezing and starving in this broken hovel?" It was Pockface Wong. My steps halted abruptly, my eyes turning cold as a blade in an instant, the pain throughout my body seemingly pressed down by a surge of welling fury. I carefully hid the bare hide and bare paws on my back behind the woodpile outside the gate, then stripped off my blood-stained outer shirt. The layer beneath had bloodstains too, but in the dim light, they weren't obvious without a close look. I couldn't frighten Lu Ruyan, nor could I let Pockface Wong see that I was gravely wounded and weak. Steadying my breathing, calming the heartbeat made rapid by anger and running, I gently pushed open the half-shut courtyard gate. The scene in the courtyard sent fury surging up in me. Lu Rian had been forced back against the door of the main room, her back to the planks, her face pale as paper, her eyes brimming with tears she fought to hold back. In her hand, she gripped a pair of needlework scissors, her fingertips white. Her hair was disheveled, her collar pulled somewhat askew. Clearly there had just been a struggle. Pockface Wong, with two seedy-looking lackeys, blocked her retreat, rubbing his hands, his triangle eyes full of greedy gloating, foul words spewing endlessly from his mouth. Haha, stop being stubborn. That Lin Feng boy went into the mountains and hasn't shown his face in 2 days. Chances are he's long since fed the wolves and tigers. His corpse already gone rotten. Who are you keeping this empty house for? A frail woman with no man to lean on. How do you survive in times like these? Throw your lot in with the young gang master, and at least you've got a way to live. Might even be able to pull along that brother-in-law of yours who doesn't know if he's dead or alive. Oh, I forgot. He's probably dead already, huh? Lu Rian's lips trembled, her eyes full of despair, yet she still held firm. You're lying. Erling will come back. Get out, all of you. Get out, or I'll call for help. Call for help. Pockface Wong sneered, glancing around. The doors and windows of the few neighboring households were shut tight, silent, with only a figure faintly shifting behind the window of Granny Lee's place, seeming to want to come out but held back, dragged by the low scolding of the man inside. Go on, call. These days, who'd offend our fish gang over some widow? Lu Rian's despair deepened, the tears finally rolling down, the scissors trembling slightly, yet still aimed at Pockface Wong. Just then, creak, the courtyard gate was pushed fully open. I walked in step by step under the cold moonlight, my face pale, dust and dark stains on my clothes. My eyes settled to a terrifying calm, like a deep sea frozen still before a storm, falling straight onto Pockface Wong. The courtyard went deathly silent in an instant. The lecherous grin froze on Pockface Wong's face, and he slowly turned his head. The instant he saw me, his eyes bulged, the color draining from his face in a flash, his lips quivering. Lin Feng, are you man or ghost? Behind him the two lackeys recoiled in fright, their faces going white. They'd heard Scarface had taken men into the mountains to make trouble for this boy, and now the boy had actually come back alive. So where was Scarface? I didn't answer, only kept walking forward, my pace unhurried but carrying an invisible pressure. I didn't even glance at Lu Ruyan, but the moment she saw me, her taut body went suddenly limp, and she slid down against the door planks, her suppressed sobs spilling out, full of the relief of one spared from death. Pockface Wong. I finally spoke, my voice low but cold enough to pierce bone. Seems the lesson I gave you that day wasn't enough. Don't come any closer. Pockface Wong was scared out of his wits, especially seeing my unnaturally calm eyes and pale face. The chill went all the deeper into his heart. Backing away, blustering to mask his fear, he said, I'm warning you. The young gang master already knows about you. Cross the fish gang, and you'll come to no good end. Today you're in luck. We're leaving. He didn't dare stay a moment longer, let alone make a move. My coming back alive was in itself a vast ill omen. He all but scrambled away with his two lackeys, slamming the courtyard gate open and vanishing like fleeing rats into the dark village road, not daring to leave even a halfway proper parting threat. I didn't give chase. My body's state right now wasn't suited to a violent pursuit. Frightening them off and buying time was what mattered most. Only once the footsteps had entirely faded did the courtyard settle back into quiet, with only Lu Rian's stifled weeping. Then the door of Granny Lee's place next door creaked open, and she leaned out holding a dim oil lamp, her face full of guilt and unease, the man behind her tugging at her sleeve, but she shook him off. Lin's second son, you're back. It's good you're back, good you're back. Just now She wanted to explain but didn't know where to begin, and it dissolved at last into a heavy sigh and deep self-reproach. I turned to look at her. In the dim yellow lamplight, fear and helplessness hid in the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. I understood this silence. In this precarious, chaotic age, even self-preservation was hard. To ask ordinary villagers to stand against a local tyrant like the fish gang for another family's sake was too much of a luxury. The coldness on my face eased a little, and I nodded to her. Granny Lee, it's all right. I understand. I walked to the woodpile and took out the bundle I'd hidden, untied it, drew out a slab of bear meat wrapped in oilcloth, and walked to her door to hand it over. It's because I ran into this thing that I got held up longer. It isn't much, a little extra nourishment for the children and Uncle Lou. Granny Lee froze, looking at that slab of bear meat with its deep red color and distinct grain, then back at my calm face, and her eyes reddened all at once, her hands trembling, not knowing whether to take it or not. How could I? Erlang, you keep it, build your own, and Mistress Lou's strength up. Take it. I pressed the bear meat into her hands. In times like these, none of us have it easy. With that I said no more, turned, and walked back to my own courtyard, gently closing the gate, shutting out the outside world's prying eyes and disturbances for the time being. I knew a slab of bear meat couldn't buy life and death loyalty, but perhaps it could buy a little goodwill, a little information, a little margin against being kicked when I was down at some crucial moment. One person's energy was, in the end, limited. I needed to grow stronger, to deal with the fish gang. I couldn't possibly handle everything myself. Gathering news, keeping track of movements. These trivial but important things always needed someone to do them. Inside the gate, Lou Rian had managed to stand, looking at me through tear-blurred eyes, her gaze full of lingering fear, joy, and deep worry. I walked up to her, looking at her pale, haggard face and disheveled clothes, and a strong surge of guilt and tenderness welled up in me. I reached out to smooth the loose hair at her brow, then stopped halfway, and in the end only said softly, "I'm back. It's over now. Erlang, you really came back." She was weeping too hard to speak, wanting to step forward, but her legs went weak. I took 2 quick steps and caught her arm before she stumbled. Through the thin cloth, I could feel her body trembling faintly, and the cold of it. "It's my fault, coming back so late," I said in a low voice, supporting her as we walked slowly toward the main room. "I let you take a fright." She only shook her head, the tears coming more torrentially, unable to get out a complete sentence, only gripping tight the wrist with which I held her, her fingertips icy, her grip startlingly strong, as if afraid that the moment she let go, I would vanish again. She'd thought she would never see me again. I helped her sit on the rickety but clean-wiped square stool in the main room, and half-crouched before her, looking up at her face. The candle flickered, its dim yellow halo wrapping the two of us, drawing our shadows long and overlapping on the mottled earthen wall. "That pock-face Wong, they didn't hurt you, did they?" I looked her over carefully. Apart from disheveled clothes and a panic-stricken look, she seemed to have no obvious injury. She fought through her sobs to steady her breathing and shook her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's. "No, they'd only just come, and were about to grab at me. I took up the scissors. And then you came back." She lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked at me urgently. "And you? In those 2 days in the mountains, did you run into danger? Are you hurt anywhere?" She'd noticed the outer shirt I'd changed out of and the faint stains on the layer beneath, and her heart clenched again. "I ran into some trouble, but it's all handled. Took some minor wounds, nothing serious." I made light of the heavy parts, not wanting her to know about the life-and-death struggles with the bear fiend and the fish gang's claws, let alone the big trouble in the cellar. "Really?" She didn't believe it, reaching out to check, then minding the propriety between man and woman, her hand drawing back halfway, only looking at me with worry. "Really?" I nodded firmly, forcing out a reassuring smile. "I even brought back some game. Things will get a bit easier." The taut string of her heart eased a little, but then, as if remembering something, she shot to her feet. "You just got back, you definitely haven't eaten. And it's so late. You sit, I'll go heat some porridge for you. And there's the flat cakes from earlier." And she was about to head for the kitchen, so urgent she nearly stumbled. I hurriedly rose and caught her, still cold to the touch. "Don't trouble yourself, sit and rest. I'll do it." She'd been frightened enough tonight. "How could that do? You're tired and you're hurt." She insisted. "Be good." My voice was gentle as I pressed lightly on her shoulders to seat her again. "Look at you. Your hands are all cold. Tonight, let me." She stared at me blankly. In the candlelight, I'd perhaps shed my usual boyishness, my brow carrying a few measures more of steadiness and an unrefusable sense of responsibility. That "be good" carried a strength that was unfamiliar yet reassuring. She stopped insisting, lowered her lashes, and softly answered, the tips of her ears a little hot. In the kitchen, the pot and stove were cold, with only a scant half bowl of coarse rice and a bit of pickled vegetable. I took from the bundle I'd brought back the best piece of bare leg meat I'd set aside, got some rice as well, and briskly lit the fire, boiled water, sliced the meat. In my last life, I'd lived alone, and cooking was a basic skill. My movements weren't fancy, but they were orderly and unhurried. Before long, the kitchen was wafting with the long-missed rich aroma of meat and the sweet scent of rice porridge. The meal set out, the two of us sat facing each other. Lu Rian looked at her bowl, almost all meat, clearly far more bountiful than mine, and was about to say something. Eat, eat plenty, settle your nerves. She no longer demurred, lowering her head to eat in small mouthfuls. The hot porridge went down, a warm current spreading to her limbs and bones, driving off the cold and smoothing away some of the fright in her heart. She stole a glance up at me, the candle wavering, casting light on the side of my face with its clear lines yet still boyish edges. I ate quietly, intently, a thread of gravity locked in my brow, along with a keenness she'd never seen before. This person was already a man who could take care of her. Realizing she'd been looking a bit long, her cheeks warmed faintly, and she quickly lowered her head. The room held only the soft clink of bowls and chopsticks and the two of us breathing quietly, a subtle and peaceful atmosphere flowing slowly through the warm air. When we'd finished, I neatly cleared away the bowls and chopsticks and said to her, "You've been frightened and worn out today. Turn in early and rest." She was indeed exhausted in body and mind. She nodded and rose to head for her room, but at the door she couldn't help turning to remind me, "Erlang, you turn in early too, and remember to put medicine on your wounds." I know. Watching her door close, the gentleness on my face gradually receded. I blew out most of the candles in the main room, leaving only a single oil lamp with a flame small as a bean, and didn't see to my wounds right away. Instead, I went back to the side room, drew the copy of Raging Sea Spirit Spear from where I'd worn it close against my chest, leaned near the oil lamp, and opened the dark blood-stained cover. The moment it met my eyes, my spirit jolted. This was no crude, plain, ordinary martial arts booklet such as I'd imagined. The paper was tough and faintly yellowed, by no means common stock. The characters on it weren't hand-copied but seemed printed by some unique method, iron strokes and silver hooks, the force driving through the paper, every stroke as if containing some sharp, cutting will. Stare at it too long, and the eyes prickled faintly, yet the mind couldn't help being drawn in. And the illustrations of the moves were exquisite beyond compare. Not stiff figures posed in place, but dynamic instants that seemed to have come alive, the lines flowing smooth as rushing rivers, sketching out the practitioner's muscle exertion, the flow of chi and blood, even the trajectory of the spear stance, and the spirit intent behind it in vivid fullness. That magnificent momentum of raging waves smashing the shore all but bursting off the page. I held my breath and turned through it page by page. Raging Sea Spirit Spear was divided into 3 volumes. The first volume, the Raging Tide volume, corresponded to 9th rank, Refining Skin. Its preface was grand and sweep. The skin is the body's fence. The refining of skin begins at the finest point, drawing the loose drifting chi of heaven and earth to temper the body's surface and pores, making it tough as old oxhide, unafraid of common blades, the strength to lift cauldrons. After it came 9 basic spear moves, beginning from standing, gripping the spear, and channeling force, the diagrams extremely detailed. Even the order of exertion for each muscle, the rhythm of breathing, the focus of intent, all clearly noted. The 9 moves linked together were the preliminary process of guiding the chi and blood to wash the body's surface and absorb external energy to temper the skin. The second volume, the Whale-Devouring volume, corresponded to 8th rank, Refining Flesh. It taught that refining the flesh lies in drawing chi into the body, nourishing the 100 bones, and tempering the sinew and muscle, making it dense as twisted steel wire, so that when it erupts, it is like a great whale's tail swing, with the might to collapse mountains and split stone. The spear moves in this volume were more complex and refined, adding techniques of twisting, bursting, shaking, and entangling, the diagrams beginning to involve finer routes for moving the inner breath, closely combined with muscle and fascia, requiring the spear moves to draw the inner breath into motion, cultivating inner and outer together. The third volume, the Spirit Abyss volume, corresponded to 7th rank, refining blood. Its preface was profound and mysterious. Blood is the essence of life, the mother of qi. In the realm of refining the blood, qi and blood are like quicksilver, surging like the tide. One wields the spear with the spirit, and the spear holds a spiritual nature, and one can even begin to sense the spirit qi of heaven and earth and draw it into oneself, laying the foundation for higher realms. The spear art in this volume already neared the domain of technique. Its moves nimble and unpredictable, stressing the union of spirit intent with spear stance. Cultivating to this point, not only does the blood become refined and one's physical capacity inhuman, but one begins to touch upon cultivation at the level of the spirit. The more I read, the more astonished I grew, and the more entranced. This was not merely a spear art, but a martial treasure pointing straight at the great path to 7th rank. The last few pages of the manual held a master outline practice diagram linking the basic moves of all 3 volumes together, with small annotations to the side. Practice it once daily without fail to secure the root and cultivate the foundation, accelerating the effect of drawing qi to temper the body. A beginner may feel the pores of the whole body open, as if trickling streams converge inward. This is the sign of heaven and earth's spirit spark entering the body. Be sure to still the heart and calm the mind, guiding it along with the flow. I drew a deep breath, forced down the urge to start working through the moves at once, closed my eyes, and ran the master outline through in my mind. Movements continuous as drifting clouds and flowing water, yet magnificent as a tsunami. From mere mental simulation, I somehow seemed to truly feel some sleeping switch within my body lightly touched. An extremely faint tingling came from the pores all over my body, as if there really were something invisible and intangible, yet truly present, drifting around me, exerting a faint pull on me. So this is the true cultivation of the martial path, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to temper oneself. A great surge of shock rose in my heart. This was utterly different from the Everspring art's gentle inner nourishment, more active, more domineering, pointing straight at the source of power. I finally understood why true manuals were so treasured by martial halls and noble clans. This was not only a technique for killing enemies, but a key to opening the gate of life's evolution. To possess one was to possess a clear, soaring road to growing steadily stronger. After the excitement came a deeper longing and helplessness. I lowered my head to look at the wounds bandaged in several places on my body. The slightest movement tugged and hurt. In my current state, never mind practicing that magnificent spear art master outline. Even the most basic stance standing and spear gripping I'd likely struggle to perform to standard. I have to heal up first. I grip the manual tight. The fish gang's thread is still there, and there's a piece of trouble in the cellar who could wake at any time. I must recover as fast as I can and start cultivating this raging sea spirit spear as soon as possible. I carefully put the manual away and blew out the oil lamp. Exhaustion surged in like a tide, and carrying my longing for power and my schemes for the future, I sank into a deep sleep. The sky was faintly light, the morning glow casting dappled spots on the ground through the holes in the window paper. I opened my eyes and didn't get up at once. First, I focused my mind, sinking my consciousness inward, and the familiar panel surfaced. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills: hunting, skilled 52/100ths. Basic archery, skilled 58/100. Butchery, uninitiated 35/50ths. Everspring art, uninitiated 34/100ths. Basic blade art, uninitiated 5 out of 100. Proficiency system. Killing that bear had brought varying degrees of growth to my skills across the board. After a night of deep sleep and the Everspring art's inner breath circulating and nourishing of its own accord during sleep, the most life-threatening shaking of my internal organs and the pain at the main wound sites had clearly lessened, and the surface scrapes had all but healed. The Everspring art's health-nurturing effect really is no ordinary thing, I praised inwardly. Without this internal art, with yesterday's injuries, I'd likely have been bedridden for several days at least. I reckon that with another full day of quiet rest and active cultivation, by tomorrow I should be able to attempt some not too strenuous activity. Say, a preliminary working through of the Raging Sea Spirit Spear's stance work and spear gripping forms. An internal art truly did complement a martial arts manual. Training martial arts easily caused bodily damage, and training an internal art could greatly reduce that effect. Thinking of the Raging Sea Spirit Spear, my feelings were complicated. This manual was without doubt a peerless treasure, systematic, complete, pointing straight at the great path to 7th rank. Yet deep down, I actually leaned more toward blade art. The blade was closer quarters and more convenient, and seemed to fit my current way of fighting for my life up close. Yesterday's slaying of the bear fiend had also depended on a desperate strike with the hatchet. The spear, strong as it was a long weapon, inevitably constrained in forest or indoors, and I never planned to take the battlefield, whereas on a real battlefield the spear was the great instrument of slaughter. Never mind. I shook my head, dispelling this thread of greed. Having a manual at all is enormous luck. What business have I being picky about the weapon? Li Qingzhong handed out a 7th rank spear manual offhand. His vision and strength are likely beyond imagining, and if he gave a spear manual, perhaps there's reason in it. Train it first and talk later. Anything beats empty hands. Mind made up, I rose and dressed. The wound site still ached dully through my movements, but it was bearable now. I pushed open the side room door, and a food aroma drifted over. At the stove, Lu Rian stood with her back to me, intently watching the rice porridge in the pot. She'd risen early, changed into an old but clean-washed lotus root-colored cloth dress, a plain apron tied at her waist, her black hair simply coiled up to reveal the fair nape of her neck, a few strands swaying gently with her movements. The morning light slanted in through the small window, and this picture of a beauty's back was especially tender. Something stirred in me for no reason I could name, my mouth a little dry. Lu Rian seemed to hear the sound and turned, the dawn catching the side of her face, her eyes still carrying the misty haze of one just woken. Seeing me standing in the doorway, her brows and eyes curved into a tender smile. Erlang, you're awake? The porridge will be ready soon. I griddled some flat cakes. I came to myself with a start, cursing myself inwardly, and almost in a fluster turned and dropped a line. I'll go have a drink of water, then dashed to the water vat in the courtyard, scooping up cold water and gulping several mouthfuls down. The well water down my throat pressed back the restless heat in my heart. I drew several breaths of the cold, crisp morning air before my heartbeat settled. Then on second thought, this was already the person I'd resolved to spend my life with. What harm in one look? It was only that in my last life I was a programmer who'd scarcely even experienced romance. In the kitchen, Lu Ruyan watched my hurried departing figure with puzzlement at first, then lowered her head to look at herself. When she'd bent to tend the fire just now, her collar had loosened a little. She let out a soft, ah, her face flushing crimson in a rush, hands flustering to draw her collar tight, her heart pounding, half from embarrassment, half from a flutter she couldn't quite name. The atmosphere at breakfast was a touch subtly awkward, yet also especially quiet, both of us lowering our heads and eating in silence, only the soft clink of bowls and chopsticks. Her face carried a faint blush throughout, while I kept my eyes from straying. When breakfast was done, I hurried to clear the bowls and chopsticks. Once she'd started on her daily needlework, I remembered there was an extremely important and troublesome matter still to deal with. I quietly ladled out a bowl of the thicker meat porridge left from the morning, drew the limp bone powder Li Qingzhong had given me from my robes, and pulled the stopper. Inside was a colorless, odorless, fine powder. As he'd instructed, I carefully poured out a little and stirred it evenly into the meat porridge. Watching the powder dissolve and vanish in a flash, my eyes settled in calm. I set the porridge bowl into a covered bamboo basket and shut it, changed into a more inconspicuous set of dark old clothes, and wrapped a cloth around my head and face to cover most of my features. I was something of a notable in the village now. Pock-Face Wong had been frightened off, but the fish gang's eyes and ears might still be about. I had to be careful. I avoided the main road, keeping to quiet side paths and the alleys behind the houses, my movements nimble as a phantom. The villagers were either busy with their work or hiding at home from the cold. No one noticed me. Soon I reached the derelict courtyard at the village's tail, choked with wild grass, silent and still. After warily surveying my surroundings and confirming no one was about, I slipped inside and pulled the broken door to. The cellar mouth was still covered with dead branches and leaves. I moved the clutter aside, lit my fire striker and a short spare candle, and went down the wooden ladder. The cellar was damp and cold, the mold reeked heavy. The candlelight wavered, and the first thing to meet my eyes was that bulging sack propped in the corner, utterly still. I let out a slight breath of relief, set the candle holder on a jutting stone, and walked over carrying the basket. "Hey, time to eat," I said in a low voice, not knowing whether the person inside could hear. Then I crouched, preparing to untie the cinch-tight rope. I needed to confirm the person inside was still alive and in what state, and hand her the porridge while I was at it. But in the very instant my fingers had just touched the knot, before I'd even put strength into it, the unexpected struck. Whump! The sack jolted violently. A fair, slender hand actually punched its way through the thick sackcloth from inside with the speed of a thunderclap, 5 fingers hooked into claws, a weak yet sharp gust of force grasping straight for my face. "Who's there?" Insolent madman. A crisp, delicate scolding came at the same time from within the sack, carrying an obvious weak rasp, yet still recognizable as a young woman's voice, charged with shock and fury. I was taken aback. I'd completely failed to expect that she could suddenly burst into action under the limp bone powder's effect. In that flustered instant, there was no time to think much. Relying wholly on the instincts honed from my fight with the bear fiend, I snapped my upper body back, my left hand instinctively raising to block, my right hand shoving forward at random to push her arm away. Smack! My left wrist collided with that hand. It met my touch smooth and faintly cool, yet I felt a strength far beyond an ordinary woman's, the impact numbing my wrist. And my right hand, pushing forward in refusal, in the dim chaos touched not a hard arm, but a place unusually soft and full of give. "Ah!" The young woman in the sack let out a scream of shock, fury, and shame all at once, that hand which had grasped at me instantly withdrawing to shield her chest. I was stunned too, my right hand frozen in midair, only now realizing that in the panic I'd touched somewhere I shouldn't have. "Lecher! Vile ravisher! I'll kill you!" The sack writhed violently. She was clearly mortified to the extreme, but it seemed that burst just now had spent her strength, and her struggles were quite feeble. I hastily backed off 2 steps to put distance between us, my heart pounding wildly, half from fright, the other half hard to put into words. I steadied myself and looked by the dim candlelight. That wrist was white as snow, the fingers slender as jade. This was by no means a hand any common household could have. Through the rent in the sack, I could faintly see her garment was some kind of smooth silk, and amid the scattered black hair slanted a beautifully carved jade hairpin, clearly worth a great deal even in the gloom. My heart jolted. This woman was indeed, just as Li Chengzhong had said, of no ordinary identity. This attire and bearing alone were utterly out of place in a poor backwater. Just then, the young woman in the sack brought her cheek close to the rent and peered out. Dim as the candlelight was, in the instant our 4 eyes met, I still saw her features clearly. An exceedingly young, no more than 20-year-old face of delicate beauty, even smudged with dust, flushed with shock and fury and pale with weakness, it couldn't hide its inborn loveliness. Her beauty was utterly different from Lu Rian's gentle, water-soft kind, more like a dew-laden rose, exuding the vigor of youth and the willful pride proper to a noble daughter. Right now those eyes spat fury and humiliation enough to kill, glaring fixedly at me. I touched my face. Thankfully I'd prepared beforehand, or it would be trouble if she got a clear look at my true features. An unusual identity, and not to be killed. "Just who are you? How dare you abduct this young lady? Release me at once, or I'll have your whole household executed, with no place to bury your dead," she rebuked sharply, her voice weak, yet her overbearing, imperious arrogance laid utterly bare. She had her reservations and didn't state her own identity. I drew a deep breath, pressed down the waves in my heart, my eyes returning to calm, even carrying a thread of coldness, and pointed at the basket. "Save your strength, miss. The food is here. Eat if you want to. Who I am, you don't need to know." You only need to know that for the next half month you'll be staying here. Don't think about escaping or shouting. This place is very remote, and no one can hear you. Just now was an accident. If you act up again, I'll take it as ill intent, and I won't be courteous." My tone was bland, but it carried an unquestionable air of control. In truth, this was only to frighten her into behaving. Even Li Qingzhong didn't dare do anything out of line, let alone me. I knew where I stood. The young woman shook all over with rage, her pearly teeth biting hard into her lower lip, her eyes reddening, glaring fixedly at me, trying to make out my features, but seeing only a calm gaze and a thread of wariness. The candlelight wavered in the cellar, casting the two of us in shadow against the uneven earthen wall. I stood by the wooden ladder, not leaving it once, silently watching those fire-spitting eyes and that snow-white hand which had fallen limp yet was still clenched into a fist. That young woman of noble standing, after her initial shame-fury and threats, seemed to realize too that her circumstances left her no room to be reckless. She panted a few quick breaths and forced herself calm, her gaze falling on the basket, the wings of her nose twitching faintly. The aroma of that bowl of meat porridge was especially enticing in the cold, mold-rotted cellar. She'd been trapped who knew how long, already ravenous, and had earlier been sustained wholly by a surge of anger. Now, the moment she calmed even slightly, the hunger came surging in. She bit her lip, her voice still arrogant but a few measures weaker. "What is this? Bring it to me." I didn't move, saying calmly, "Food. Whether you eat is up to you." She strained to push more of her cheek out to see clearly what was in the bowl, and wrinkled her nose in distaste. How could this coarse stuff be fit to swallow? Not even a decent vegetable to it. "Go fetch me some fine pastries. I'm hungry." "There aren't any." My answer was terse and cold. "There's only this. Eat, or go hungry." "You." She was choked speechless with anger, her eyes reddening again. Raised from childhood in silk and fine food, when had she ever met with treatment like this? Crystalline tears spun in her eyes, and paired with that pale, delicate little face, she truly did cut a somewhat pitiable figure. There wasn't much ripple in my heart. Surviving in a chaotic age, I'd seen far more wretched. But thinking of Li Qingzhong's instructions, I softened my tone after all. "It wasn't I who tied you up and brought you here. I'm only a mountain hunter who made a deal with that man to look after you for half a month. This food is already the best I can put out. I've no more silver to lay in pastries." I paused. "These half-month, you and I keep to our own. Well water and river water don't mix. Sit tight, and I'll keep your life unharmed and spare you any extra humiliation. Whether you go or stay after the half-month, that man will decide." A flicker of alarmed doubt and thought crossed her eyes. A deal? Looking after her for half a month? Not abduction for ransom? She quickly seized on the crux, her voice softening, carrying a deliberately crafted frailty. "A deal? What did he give you? Silver? Or a martial arts manual? Let me go, and I can give you more. Tenfold. 100-fold. My family is very rich, truly. Whatever you want, I can give it." She tilted her little face up, eyes misted with tears, straining to make the most pitiable show. An ordinary man might well have softened already. I only gave her a bland glance, a glance that seemed to say, "Do I look like a fool to you? Right now, you're a turtle in a jar," I said evenly. "Let you out? Then your situation and mine would change places. I'm no 3-year-old child. I won't believe empty promises like that." Her little trick seen through, embarrassment and vexation flashed across her face, but more of it was helplessness. She could tell this man whose features she couldn't make out was firm of will, by no means an easy mark. So she sullenly gave up on persuasion, her gaze falling once more on that bowl of meat porridge. Hunger gnawed like a small beast. She struggled to reach a hand toward the basket, but her body was weak and limp, her movements clumsy. I stepped forward, set the basket nearer the rent, then withdrew. She hesitated, and in the end yielded to instinct, laboriously lifting that bowl of warm meat porridge and eating slowly in small mouthfuls, bearing through her discomfort. Each mouthful as if chewing on this hateful jailer. As she ate, she suddenly looked up, a flicker of cunning in her eyes, her tone turning innocent. Big brother guard, I'm really so hungry. This bowl of porridge isn't enough? and it tastes terrible. This jade hairpin in my hair is fine quality, worth quite a bit. Why don't you take it to pawn, trade it for something good to eat, and we'll share it? How about it? I couldn't even be bothered to spare her a glance, just shook my head. Save it. I don't know your exact identity, but I can guess it's no ordinary one. That jade hairpin is likely a mark of status, or an item bestowed by royalty. If I dared take it to a pawn shop, I'd probably be seized and lose my head before I'd even left the town. Stop playing these little clever tricks. She was struck utterly dumb, her last scheme mercilessly exposed too. She shot me a hateful glare, then buried her head and drank the porridge with savage resentment, as if the porridge were me. The bowl was soon drained. Perhaps the limpbone powder's potency kept working over time, for her eyelids began to grow heavy, her strength to struggle weaker still. I watched coldly the whole while, and only once she'd finished and set the empty bowl back in the bamboo basket did I step forward again, drawing a coil of sturdy hemp rope from my robes. Seeing the rope, the nerves she'd only just relaxed went taut again. What are you going to do? I've already cooperated. Don't come near me. You broke the rope before. My tone held not a ripple. To keep you from acting up again, and so that you and I can both get through this half-month in peace, I've no choice but to bind you once more. Don't worry, I'll only restrain your hands and feet. I won't hurt you. No, I won't act up. I promise. She shrank back, but the sack confined her. Unmoved, my movements brisk yet not rough, I precisely seized her wrists and ankles through the sack and tied them anew. This time using a more complex knot that balanced firmness with blood circulation, very hard to slip. She struggled a few times at first, then quickly gave up, perhaps knowing resistance was useless, or growing more enfeebled as the drugs surged through her, only glaring fixedly with those eyes full of fury and grievance at my blurred outline. Tied secure and checked over, I picked up the basket and candle holder to leave. Reaching the wooden ladder, my steps paused slightly. With my back to the sack, my voice came somewhat low in the empty cellar. I'm only an ordinary commoner who wants to live through this chaotic age. Your standing is noble, the implications vast. I dare not and cannot let you go. These half-month, I've wronged you. But please believe, I mean you no harm. With that I lingered no longer, climbing the ladder and restoring the cellar mouth's coverings to how they'd been. In the darkness, she lightly bit her lower lip. It was near noon by the time I got home. Lu Rian was hanging laundry in the courtyard, and seeing me return from outside with my face wrapped and dust on me, she stopped and asked with concern, Erlang, where did you go off to again? Your wounds aren't even fully healed. Why go running around outside again? My steps paused slightly, and I pulled out a reassuring smile, keeping it as light as I could. It's nothing. I felt stifled, took a turn around the village to see if there were any signs of game. The wounds are fine. Moving about actually helps them heal faster. She opened her mouth, but in the end didn't press, only sighing softly. Then be careful, mind your wounds. There's porridge warming in the pot. Go have some and warm yourself. My heart warmed a little, and I let out a breath of relief. Inside, I had the porridge, my weariness easing somewhat, but the dull ache of my wounds and that urgent hunger for power kept me from resting easy. I went back to the side room and shut the door, took out the raging sea spirit spear again, sat cross-legged on the hard plank bed, and by the daylight from the window, went over the Raging Tide Volume's 9 basic spear moves, the accompanying breathing method, the force channeling secrets, and that master outline practice diagram. Carefully, repeatedly, no fewer than several dozen times. I'd pinned my hopes on this extreme focus and repeated memorization touching the proficiency system, activating the skill ahead of time, even if it only showed on the panel. But until my eyes were sore and aching and my head swollen, the panel deep in my consciousness still hovered quietly, with no new script of any kind. Of any entry related to Raging Sea Spirit Spear, there wasn't even a shadow. So it really won't do. I set the manual down and rubbed my brow, a flash of disappointment quickly replaced by resolve. Looking alone is useless. I have to truly take it up and practice. Repeat it countless times until my body remembers, before the system will acknowledge it and activate the skill. Once I grasped that, I actually calmed down. Impatience was useless. Cultivating the martial path was meant to be done with both feet on the ground. I put the manual away and turned instead to stilling my heart and circulating the Everspring art. Since the spear art couldn't be trained for now, I'd first put everything into healing and shoring up my internal art foundation. 1 pass, 2 passes, 3. Time slipped quietly by in the silent cultivation until Lu Rian called me to eat at dusk, and I slowly closed the practice. Opening my eyes, I felt refreshed. My injuries weren't healed, but the pain had clearly lessened. A warmth filled my body, and much of my energy had returned. Supper was unusually lavish. With the bear meat I'd brought back, Lu Rian had carefully made a pot of red-braised bear meat, rich and fragrant, and steamed coarse rice with a little white rice mixed in. At the table, the two of us ate with relish. She kept putting meat in my bowl and watching me eat in big mouthfuls. She wore a satisfied smile. From the roof beam, that dark green gallbladder hung by a thin cord, slowly drying in the draft. The bear hide had been tanned too, another tidy sum in a few days' time. The bear paws were set in a cool place, to be sold together in a few days. After the meal, I went back to my room to keep cultivating the Everspring art, single-mindedly driving the inner breath through its cycle pass after pass. In the deep, still night, I suddenly felt that thread of chi within me swell sharply by a measure. Its circulation faster too, the sense of nourishment and repair as it flowed through my wounds more pronounced. Everspring art raised to beginner 1/100th effect. Small increase in chi and blood recovery speed, enhanced inner breath nourishment, a degree of acceleration to injury recovery. It worked. I rejoiced inwardly. Though only beginner, the effect was marked. My breath longer, my spirit fuller, the dull ache of my wounds wrapped in a warm, gentle power, their healing quickening. At this rate of recovery, tomorrow I should be able to try light activity, to practice the spear art's basics. I drifted off to sleep full of anticipation. The next day I rose just as the sky was graying. After a night's rest and the steady nourishment that came once the Everspring art reached beginner, my body was much improved, ordinary activity giving me no real trouble. That craving for the raging sea spirit spear itched at me like a cat's clawing. Having no real long spear, I went to the bamboo grove behind the house and picked out a straight, tough old stalk of moderate thickness, used the hatchet to shave off the twigs and leaves, and trimmed it into a pole some 7 chi long to serve as a spear. I came to an open spot in the corner of the courtyard, drew a deep breath, and set the opening form of the master outline diagram, hearkening the raging sea's tides, trying to run the moves through from start to finish as I'd memorized them last night. But it was beset with difficulty from the very start. Many of the moves demanded extreme bodily suppleness, core strength, and transitional flow, simply beyond what this body of mine, untempered by any system and still wounded, could accomplish. The movements were either distorted or fell short, never mind matching that distinctive breathing rhythm. One stumbling run-through later, apart from working up a thin sweat and gasping for breath, I felt nothing special at all, and the panel gave no reaction. I leaned on the pole, panting, and shook my head. Overreaching won't do. You eat your food one bite at a time. The master outline is the distilled essence threading through the whole text. Without even the basics, how could I train it to completion? Better to start from the Raging Tide Volume's 9 foundational moves. I no longer grasped at too much. Settling my mind, I practiced the Raging Tide Volume's first move over and over, the sea calming stance. This was the most basic stance work of holding the spear, standing, regulating the breath, and sensing one's force. Feet rooted to the ground like roots driven deep, waist and back straight as a pine, both arms steadily bearing the bamboo pole, eyes fixed ahead, breath long and deep, intent focused on a single point at the spear tip. From the first rise of the morning sun until it stood high above, I forgot the time in my fatigue, my mind holding only this one move. Sweat slid down without pause, my coarse single garment soon soaked through. Lu Rian came out partway, meaning to call me to rest and eat something, but saw me standing utterly absorbed, pole in hand, the morning light spilling over a young body. Lines made smooth and powerful naturally by mountain labor and life and death struggle. Caught off guard, her cheeks flared hot in a rush, unable to get out a single word. And like a startled hare she spun around and fled swiftly back inside, shutting her door, her back against the planks, still able to hear her own heart pounding like a drum. I, in the courtyard, was wholly unaware, my spirit already fully immersed in feeling out the sea-calming stance. Through thousands upon thousands of fine adjustments and persistence, I gradually found a thread of the sense, a conception steady as a mountain range, yet harboring surging undercurrents beneath, beginning to coalesce. No longer content with standing still, I started trying to link the second move, stirring the waves onward, the third, cleaving the water to pierce the reef. The bamboo pole split the air with a whoosh of breaking wind. Far from fierce, no question, yet it was taking initial form. As the sun neared noon, I'd lost count of how many times I'd run through the 9 moves. My whole self was like something fished out of water, sweat soaking my hair, my skin flushed with a healthy red from the high-speed flow of chi and blood, my muscles trembling faintly. Weariness, yes, but more than that, a searing power gathering. One last run. I steeled myself inwardly, pressed down the fatigue, and started again from the sea-calming stance, running the 9 moves through in one continuous flow. This time the movements were markedly smoother and more connected than before, still far from standard, but already strung together after a fashion. And in the very instant I gritted my teeth through the final closing form, thumped the bamboo pole hard against the ground, and let out a long breath of searing white mist. The unexpected struck. Every pore on my body seemed pricked lightly at the same moment by countless fine needles, a dense, strange, tingling itch coursing through. Right after, a faint yet cool, strange energy, as if peeled out from the very air, threaded its way in through those open pores, strand by strand. This energy swiftly merged into my surging chi and blood and my searing muscles, bringing an indescribable, refreshing, penetrating ache, even my spirit lifting at it. At the same time, the panel deep in my consciousness finally rippled with new lines. Skill mastered, Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Volume 1, Raging Tide Volume. Uninitiated 1 out of 100 effect. Trace guidance of heaven and earth as spirit chi to temper the body's surface. Minute increase to basic strength and skin resilience. Greater stability of the spear art's forms. It worked. Heedless of the sweat all over me and the novel tingling, my heart was filled with immense joy. I'd finally succeeded in activating the first true skill of martial cultivation. Though only uninitiated, though the boost was small, this meant the gate had opened, the road lay underfoot. As long as I persisted without pause, I could walk step by step along this path opened by the Raging Sea Spirit Spear, growing stronger until I held my own fate in my hands. I wiped the sweat from my face and looked at that ordinary bamboo pole in my hand, my eyes burning. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills: Hunting, skilled 52/100. Basic archery, skilled 58/100. Butchery, uninitiated 35/50. Everspring art, beginner 3 out of 100. Basic blade art, uninitiated 5 out of 100. Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Raging Tide Volume, uninitiated 15 out of 100. Proficiency system. For these 3 days, my life was regular to the point of near severity, one part because of my obsession with the martial path, the other because my injuries weren't yet fully healed. By day, whenever my wounds allowed, I kept company with that bamboo pole in the courtyard, from the initial rawness and stiffness to a gradual smoothness, tempering the Raging Tide Volume's 9 moves over and over. The progress was visible to the eye. The proficiency of Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Raging Tide Volume on the panel climbed slowly but surely upward from its initial 1 point. Though still away from beginner, I could clearly feel the changes in my body. My strength was growing, my endurance increasing, the arm holding the spear steadier, my footwork more solid, my skin too more resilient. Even the cultivation of the Everspring art benefited from it, the inner breath growing more robust by the day. After nightfall, I didn't stop either, often standing pole in hand under the moonlight, practicing the moves now slow, now swift. The sound of the bamboo pole breaking the wind rose in the silent courtyard at the village's tail, carrying a peculiar rhythm. That night the moonlight was like water. Lu Rian sat by the window in her own room, doing needlework by an oil lamp's bean-sized flame, but her thoughts couldn't fully settle, her gaze drifting again and again, of its own accord, out the window. These past days of dawn-to-dusk closeness had long dispelled the terror raised that night by Pakface Wong, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security and reliance. That thin ice formed by the matter of station melting away soundlessly. Watching me drill day and night, soaked all over with sweat as if washed in water, she couldn't help aching for me. Erlang. She finally pushed half the window open and called softly. It's deep in the night. You've practiced so long. You should rest. Martial skill isn't won in a single morning. Don't wear your body out. I drew in the bamboo pole, holding it steady, and turned, my chest rising and falling faintly. The dim yellow halo of the oil lamp lit her lovely face, and a warmth stirred in me for no reason I could name. I quickly looked away, drawing a deep breath of the cold night air to press it down. These past days our feelings had indeed warmed swiftly, but I knew well it wasn't the time yet. For one, I didn't know whether she could accept it. For another, the fish gang. Ever since the day I'd returned and frightened Pakface Wong off, the fish gang had fallen utterly silent. That abnormal calm instead set the alarm bells ringing loud in my heart. I didn't believe a vindictive wastrel like Zhao Tianhao, who'd repay the smallest grudge, would let it go so easily. These past few days he'd likely sent no small number of men up the mountain. Before I'd thoroughly dealt with this threat, or possessed enough strength to protect myself, I dared not slacken in the slightest, much less drown myself in the gentle bower of romance. You sleep first. I'll rest after I practice a while more. My voice came somewhat low and hoarse. I know where I stand. Hearing the resolve in my tone, she pressed no further, only sighing softly, then added, There's rice porridge and 2 flat cakes warming in the pot, and a small dish of pickled meat too. Go eat some if you get hungry. These days my training burned through enormous energy, my appetite grown, and she always made a point of preparing extra. All right. Warmth stirred in my heart. She gave me a long, deep look and closed the window. The graceful silhouette cast on the window paper stood there a long while before slowly moving away. I stood in the courtyard a while more, and only once my chi and blood and that nameless heat had settled did I put away the bamboo pole. I didn't go eat right away, but first drew a bucket of cold water at the well and poured it over my head, thoroughly driving off the feverish heat. The autumn night's well water was bone-piercing, but it made my mind extraordinarily clear. Dried off and changed, I went into the kitchen and wolfed down the warming, thick porridge, pickled meat, and flat cakes, sweeping them clean like a gust of wind. Having eaten my own share, I ladled out a full bowl of rice porridge, deliberately scraping the few leftover slices of pickled meat from the dish into it. This bowl was prepared for the one in the cellar. I drew the limp bone powder from my robes, deftly poured in a little, and stirred it even, my eyes calm and unrippled. These past days, I'd had a round of amicable exchange, of a sort, with the woman in the cellar who called herself Su Qingxua. I didn't care whether the name was true or false. Having something to call her made conversation easier. That was all. Lifting the small basket covered with old cloth and veiling my face, I once again melted into the night like a wildcat on the prowl, slipping toward the derelict courtyard at the village's tail. Familiar with the way, I moved the coverings aside and went down with the candle holder. The bulging sack in the corner waited quietly. Time to eat. I said it like routine business, set down the basket, and untied the rope at the sack's mouth as usual. But in the very instant I bent to undo it, the sack jolted violently. A figure lunged out more swiftly than any time before. In the wavering candlelight, all I saw was a stunningly beautiful little face full of grievance and fury, and a pair of eyes especially bright with hunger and anger. Su Qingxua seemed to have stored up strength for a good while. This time her break free was particularly fierce, and she lunged right up before me, mouth opening to bite at my neck. The motion carried a streak of ferocity, but this lunge spent all her strength, and the force of the bite that came down was very light. I instinctively twisted aside to dodge, and unable to check her momentum, she missed my neck, but her cherry small mouth happened to close right over my earlobe. A warm, soft sensation came, followed by a light bite of her pearly teeth, the force so feeble that rather than a bite, it was more like some ambiguous nuzzling. My whole body jolted violently. The heat I'd only just pressed down with cold water was like oil poured on flame, surging up to the crown of my skull in a rush. The strange sensation at my earlobe set my scalp tingling. What's gotten into you? Mortified and vexed, almost without thinking I turned my head and gave her a taste of her own medicine, biting down at her equally exquisite earlobe right before me. Ah! Su Qingxue, caught entirely off guard, let out a short cry of surprise and froze rigid. Then a great wave of shame-fury and an unfamiliar shiver swept through her whole body, her cheeks, ears, and neck flushing crimson at a speed visible to the eye. You lecher. Shameless ravisher. How dare you? Do you even know who I am? Believe me, I'll have your 9 generations executed. Coming to herself, her voice gone shrill with rage, hands and feet bound so she could only writhe desperately to get away, the tears in her eyes brimming fuller, whether from anger or shame, who could say? The moment I'd bitten her, I instantly regretted it too. What was I doing? 9 generations executed? She wouldn't be a princess, would she? I could barely keep myself out of trouble. Why was I bickering with her like this, doing such a thing? I'd gotten the upper hand now, but what about later? This was bound to make her hate me to the bone. Even if Li Qingzhong came back in 10 days to take her away, he likely wouldn't dare kill her. Most probably he'd release her or make some deal. If this young mistress came back looking for me once she was free, the trouble would be enormous. Thankfully, I kept my face veiled these past days. I quickly backed off 2 steps to open up distance and retorted, "My fault? Weren't you the one who lunged over and bit at me first? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Were you born in the year of the dog? You were born in the year of the dog. Your whole family was born in the year of the dog." Su Qingxue was so furious her words ran wild, and the tears finally fell. "It was clearly you, bringing food later and later. The last meal you brought was the night before last, and you've only come now. I'm half-starved to death. Back in that scoundrel's hands I got at least 1 meal a day. Now that I've fallen into yours, it's 1 meal every 2 days. Are you trying to starve me to death?" Boo-hoo. The more she spoke, the more wronged she felt, and she actually began to sob softly. A touch embarrassed, I rubbed my nose. These past days, lost in training, I had indeed neglected the mealtimes a bit. I gave a light cough. Ahem. I've had some matters keeping me busy lately. The food's here. Eat it while it's hot. I set the porridge bowl before her. Sobbing, she glared at me hatefully, then glanced at that bowl of passable meat porridge, and in the end, hunger conquered shame-fury. She struggled upright, carefully lifted the bowl, and began drinking in small mouthfuls. As she drank, she suddenly looked up, eyeing me up and down with suspicion. By the dim candlelight, she keenly sensed that this guard before her was somewhat different from a few days ago. His frame seemed more upright, a restrained sense of power faintly added to his every movement, his breathing longer and steadier too. Then, recalling that burst of reflexes from me just now, "You?" She swallowed a mouthful of porridge and asked probingly, "Your body seems to have firmed up quite a bit. Are you practicing martial arts?" A faint wariness rose in me. This girl's eye was sharp and vicious. I betrayed nothing on my face, only urging, "Eat up. Once you're done, I still have to tie you back. Don't ask what you shouldn't." Rebuffed, she sullenly lowered her head and went on drinking the porridge, but her mind churned. He really is practicing martial arts, and by the look of it, the art's none too shabby. Such a change in just these few days? If I let him keep training, won't he be even harder to deal with later? How am I going to escape? Even as she ate the doctored porridge that tasted like chewing wax, her thoughts raced. She'd considered feigning a deal, guiding my cultivation, and then tricking me into destroying the art. It would both win her freedom and let her learn what I was practicing, the better to find me later. But on second thought, she gave it up. This guard, lecherous as he was, had some small cleverness about him, and might not take the bait. I stood by, silently watching her finish, my own mind also reckoning. The fish gang's threat hung like a sword overhead, and this woman of troublesome identity in the cellar was a time bomb too. I had to grow stronger faster, strong enough to weather any storm. The next morning, I was absorbed in practicing Volume 1 of the Raging Sea Spirit Spear in the back courtyard. After a night's settling and a quiet morning's cultivation, the restlessness Su Qingxue had stirred up the night before had subsided. The bamboo pole was steady as bedrock in my hands, my breath long, my intent focused on the spear tip. In the midst of practice, a sudden flurry of jumbled footsteps came from the front courtyard, along with Granny Lee's panic-stricken cry. Mistress Lu, it's bad. Something terrible's happened. My brow furrowed. I quickly closed my practice, grabbed my outer shirt, threw it on, and strode toward the front courtyard. There I saw Granny Lee rushing in, gasping for breath, her face ashen, bracing against the doorframe, barely able to stand. Lu Ruyan ran out from the kitchen to support her and asked urgently, Granny Lee, what is it? Tell me slowly. Granny Lee gulped several big breaths and pointed toward the village entrance, her voice trembling. It's the constables. Catchhead Lu's come with several runners. And that wretch Pockface Wong is trailing right behind. They're heading this way. By the look of them, they're surely here to make trouble for Erlang. They're probably about to reach the crossing now. Erlang, hurry and hide. What? Lu Rian's face went deathly white in an instant. The authorities. Constables. And Pockface Wong too. This had to be the fish gang's revenge. The very thing she'd feared most had happened after all. Fear doused her like ice water. She let go of Granny Lee at once and turned to rush toward the back courtyard to tell me to run, her steps staggering. Thud. She'd barely dashed 2 steps when she ran squarely into my chest. She cried out and looked up, meeting my gaze as I looked down at her, my eyes steady, without panic, even carrying a thread of soothing warmth. I was jolted slightly by the impact too, my arm naturally bracing her somewhat weakened body. Don't panic. My voice came low and steady. It's all right. With me here, there won't be a problem. My palm rested warm and firm on her shoulder, and those calm eyes seemed to hold a magic that dispelled most of her terror. Looking at my composed face, feeling the warmth of my palm, her pounding heart gradually settled, only her face still somewhat pale. Instinctively, she clasped my arm tight with both of hers, as if it were her one and only anchor. Granny Lee, watching the two of us off to the side, intimate as husband and wife, was startled at first, then seemed to understand something and sighed inwardly. Erlang, Mistress Lu, what do we do now? They'll be here any moment, she pressed anxiously. I gave her a grateful smile. Granny Lee, thank you for running over to warn us. Go home first. Don't let them see you here, lest you get dragged in. Granny Lee hesitated, looked at my composed manner, and finally nodded. Then you be careful. With that, she hurried away through the back door. She'd been gone barely a moment when a clamor and a tramping of footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. Bang! The crude courtyard gate was forcibly shoved open from outside, and a group of constables in black official garb, iron rulers and chain locks at their waists, filed in one after another. At their head was a wiry man of around 40, his complexion faintly dark, his eyes not large but bright and piercing, carrying the shrewd authority of a man of the law courts, none other than Lu Quan, catchhead of Greenstone Town. Behind him followed 4 or 5 ill-faced constables, and further back, Pockface Wong slipped in bowing and scraping, undisguised smugness and venom on his face, his triangle eyes fixed dead on me, the corner of his mouth curling into a provoking arc. My gaze passed straight over that clown Pockface Wong and landed on Catchhead Lu. Letting go of Lu Rian's hand, I stepped forward and clasped my hands in a slight salute. This commoner, Lin Feng, greets Catchhead Lu. I wonder what brings your honor to my humble home with so many men today. By now, no small number of startled villagers had gathered around the courtyard's edge, peering from a distance, murmuring among themselves, though none dared draw near. Catchhead Lu swept a glance over me, then looked at Lu Ruyan behind me, forcing her composure, and at this shabby but clean courtyard, cleared his throat, and said in a ringing voice loud enough for the villagers outside to hear clearly, Hunter Lin Feng, someone has lodged a complaint against you at the Yamen, charging that 2 days past you entered the mountains and are suspected of murdering fish gang members Zhao Si, Qian Lu, and others. Is there such a matter? Do you confess? I sneered inwardly. As expected, it was over this. But Catchhead Lu hadn't ordered me seized the moment he arrived. Instead, he questioned me openly, and that in itself was a signal. Either the fish gang's bribe hadn't arrived in full, leaving him to feel it wasn't worth tearing off all pretense at once, or they truly hadn't found direct evidence, and Catchhead Lu had his reservations. This, on the contrary, set my mind greatly at ease. I immediately put on a look of extreme shock and fury, straightened my back, and raised my voice an octave, righteous and brimming with grievance. Murder. Catchhead Lu. This is a monstrous injustice. I, Lin Feng, have always abided by the law. I'm a good citizen known to every household for 10 li around. 2 days ago, I went into the mountains because my family had nothing to put in the pot, hoping to bag some game to trade for money to pay the taxes. To say I killed people, is there solid proof? If there's no evidence, commoner though I am, I'll charge them with the crime of false accusation. These words rang with force, and paired with my young, upright frame and furious eyes, they actually swayed the watching villagers somewhat, the whispers growing louder. Catchhead Lu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint thread of pressure, and stared at me. Oh, someone saw with their own eyes that Zhao Si, Qian Lu, and 5 men in all chased you into the deep mountains that day. The result? You alone returned, and the 5 of them are to this day neither seen alive nor found dead. How do you explain that? I met his gaze without the slightest fear, my face all, how can you be so unreasonable, indignation? Your Honor, it's true they chased me. That's because they blocked the mountain pass demanding some kind of mountain passage toll. Since when does the law of the Great Gene decree that entering the mountains to hunt requires paying money? I refused to give it, and they made to attack me. I was afraid, and could only run deeper into the mountains. As for what became of them after, the mountains are so vast, I'd long since shaken them off in my flight. How would I know where they went? Perhaps they had the bad luck to run into a fierce beast themselves? Wasn't there a hunter who vanished in those mountains a couple of years back? And in the end, all they found was a few blood-stained scraps of cloth. I paused, my tone turning more aggrieved and shaken. I won't hide it from you, Your Honor. Those 2 days in the mountains, I nearly lost my own life. I ran into a black bear frighteningly huge, and only by fighting for all I was worth did I kill it by sheer luck, taking no light injuries myself before I escaped with my life. What mind or means would I have left to deal with 5 strapping, tall men? If Your Honor doesn't believe me, you may search the house. I still have some of the bear meat left, which can serve as proof. And the wounds on my body haven't fully healed either. These words were half true and half false. Yet logically there was no great fault to pick at. Especially the encounter with the great bear, my own injuries, and game as proof, all of which greatly increased the credibility. Catchhead Lu pondered a moment, then nodded. Very well, then this catchhead will take a look. Lead the way. This way, Your Honor. I stepped aside to make room. Pockface Wong immediately made to squeeze inside after him, the cruel eagerness to find evidence of guilt on his face. But I strode out in one step to bar his way, my expression cold and stern, my voice rising. Hold it. Catchhead Lu entering to inspect is to ascertain the truth. Who are you? Why do you intrude into a private home? Or do you mean to seize the chance to go in and plant false evidence? Barred, Pockface Wong stamped his feet in rage and jabbed a finger at my nose, cursing, You little bastard. You. Enough. Catchhead Lu turned his head and gave Pockface Wong a bland glance, cutting him off, then said to me, This man is the aggrieved party who reported you. Wong Gui. I'd long known, but at this moment I feigned sudden realization, the fury on my face deepening, and clasped my hands toward Catchhead Lu. Your Honor sees clearly. So it's this man's false accusation. He's harassed my household many times before, pressing and coercing my sister-in-law, and was driven off by me. He must bear a grudge and have fabricated this monstrous, sky-sized lie. This man's intentions are vicious. He absolutely must not be allowed through my door, or if he seizes the chance to hide some evidence and frame me. I couldn't wash myself clean though I leapt into the Yellow River. I beg Your Honor to uphold justice for this commoner. These words were reasonable and fair, and pointed out Pockface Wong's earlier misdeeds besides, drawing a low murmur of agreement from the villagers outside. Catchhead Lu looked at me, righteous and indignant, then at Pockface Wong, his face anxious and his eyes shifting, and his mind was already made up. He nodded. There's reason in that. Wong Gui, wait in the courtyard for now. Pockface Wong made to argue further, but was glared back into silence by a stern look from Catchhead Lu, and could only stand sullenly where he was, gritting his teeth and glaring at me. Only then did I lead Catchhead Lu and 2 constables into the main room, and then on to the side room. About a stick of incense's time later, Catchhead Lu emerged from the house with the constables. Pockface Wong couldn't wait to crowd forward. Catchhead Lu, how was it? You found evidence, didn't you? Shouldn't this boy be arrested? Catchhead Lu didn't even glance at him, walking straight to the center of the courtyard and addressing the villagers outside in a ringing voice. All you good folk may disperse. Upon this officer's inspection, there are indeed signs in Lin Feng's home of having hunted a large bear fiend, and the wounds on his person are genuine. That he entered the mountains to hunt 2 days past and met with a fierce beast, narrowly escaping death, is reasonable and credible. There is no evidence whatsoever that the disappearance of Zhao Si, Qian Lu, and the others is directly connected to Lin Feng, nor any evidence that they are dead. This officer strongly suspects they may have absconded to become fugitive households. This case is purely a misunderstanding. The villagers erupted at once. Catchhead Lu's words were quite convincing and opened up a new line of thinking too. In times like these, no few people became fugitive households. A misunderstanding. Pockface Wong was thunderstruck. He grabbed Catchhead Lu's sleeve, red-faced and frantic. Catchhead Lu, how can that be? Scarface and the others clearly chased him in. How could it? Insolence. Catchhead Lu's face darkened, and he forcefully flung off his hand, his eyes turning abruptly sharp as a blade. The pressure of his office no longer concealed, and barked sternly. Wang Gui, when this officer handles a case, must I take your meddling pointers? You say Lin Feng killed people. Where is the evidence? Where are the corpses? Where is the murder weapon? No witnesses, no material proof. And on your one-sided word alone you'd frame a good citizen? I see you harbor sinister motives. Dare to make another unreasonable scene and slander the innocent. And believe me, I'll have you bound and hauled back to the yamen this instant on a charge of false accusation and punish you severely. This burst of stern, scathing words frightened Pockface Wong stiff at once. His face shifted between green and white, looking at Catchhead Lu's cold eyes, then at the villagers all around pointing and whispering, and at my calm gaze carrying a thread of mockery. He finally understood that today's scheme to kill with the authorities' borrowed blade had utterly fallen through. Not only had he failed to topple me, he might well have dragged himself in. He shot me a hateful glare, then looked fearfully at Catchhead Lu, and in the end didn't dare say another word, hunching his neck in disgrace and slinking out of the courtyard with his several fish gang underlings amid the villagers' jeers. Only then did Catchhead Lu ease his expression and nod to me. Lin Feng, this matter is settled. Live your life well. Though the mountains may be uneasy these days, if there's no need, go less into the deep ranges. Many thanks to your honor for your keen discernment and for restoring this commoner's good name. I bowed respectfully. Catchhead Lu said no more, turned with his constables, and departed, and the gathered villagers gradually dispersed too. But today's affair was sure to be a topic of talk in the village for some time. What I didn't know was that when Catchhead Lu's party had walked clear of these shabby dwellings, with only field paths left around them, a young constable finally couldn't help leaning in close to him and lowering his voice. Chief, are we just leaving like this? That Lin Feng looks plenty suspicious. Scarface and the rest chasing him into the mountains is a fact. 5 men neither seen alive nor found dead is a fact too. Even without hard proof, we could have hauled him back and locked him up a few days. It'd give the fish gang something to show for it. Why bother? A more seasoned constable looked over as well, clearly harboring a similar question. Catchhead Lu's handling today had seemed overly courteous. Catchhead Lu didn't break stride, his eyes level on the road ahead, and asked back mildly, "Just now, didn't you hear what the villagers around us were saying?" The young constable was startled. Saying? Someone seemed to say that boy killed a bear. He admitted it himself. Humph. Catchhead Lu snorted lightly through his nose. Killed a bear? You think the bears in those mountains are home-raised pigs, easily hunted down? You saw that bear hide in the house just now, the claw marks, the tooth marks, and the rent of that fatal stroke at the heart. Is that something an ordinary hunter could manage? The unhealed wounds on his body can't be faked either. This is a ruthless sort who truly dares to fight for his life, and can. The young constable was still a bit unconvinced. So what if he has some personal fighting strength? We represent the authorities. Would he dare raise a hand against us? And going so far in denying Gang Master Zhao of the Fish Gang any face, I'm afraid. Face? Catchhead Lou finally turned his head to glance at him, his eyes carrying the detachment of one who saw through the ways of the world and a barely perceptible warning. Making your way in this world, especially in our neither here nor there position, you must first understand, either don't lightly make enemies, or, once you've made one, you must utterly destroy him and never give him a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, the after troubles are endless and there's never a day's peace. He paused, dropping his voice lower, yet every word clear. Just now, did you notice that boy's gait and bearing when he came out? A dragon's stride and a tiger's step, his stance steady and sunk, his breath long and powerful, his chi and blood flourishing far beyond an ordinary man's, even a faint sense of seething to it. He's practicing martial arts, and what he's practicing is likely no rustic village trick. The few constables' expressions turned grave. They'd all, more or less, drilled a few of the crude fists and kicks passed around the yamen, enough to handle ordinary hooligans, but a far cry from the true martial path. Hearing the chief say this, and recalling my composed, neither servile nor overbearing manner just now, I indeed hadn't seemed like an ordinary panicked country youth. Catchhead Lou went on. Among the few of us, apart from me, who in my early years had a stroke of luck and barely crossed the ninth rank threshold, which of you is confident of a sure one-on-one win against a martial youth at the peak of chi and blood who dares to fight to the death, let alone that he may have other reliances? Where would a backwoods hunter come by a martial arts manual? Have you considered, what if there's truly some entanglement behind him that we don't know of? If today we'd forcibly seized him, torn off all pretense, and driven him to desperation, even a cornered rabbit bites. His gaze swept over his men. Besides, in today's affair we were in the wrong to begin with. The fish gang's complaint is empty words with no backing, no corpses, no weapon, no witnesses. As for what sort of goods that pock-face Wong is, don't you know? If we'd recklessly done Lin Feng in, and this boy really did have some background, or someday got lucky and brought the matter up the chain, though the great personages above might not stir themselves over such a small shrimp, do we dare bet on it? For a little benefit the fish gang might give, is it worth staking your own future, even your life? The seasoned constable nodded thoughtfully. The chief's right. The fish gang not acting themselves, instead borrowing our authority strength. I'd say that too is out of some misgiving, not wanting to make a big stir and draw attention. They don't dare deal a death blow directly themselves, afraid of leaving a handle. Exactly. Catchhead Lou gave him an approving glance. Sisui County looks calm right now, but there's no shortage of undercurrents beneath. A great personage has come down from the prefecture to inspect the river transport. The county magistrate's been keeping his tail tucked these days, and however high-handed the fish gang is, they have to weigh things carefully too. We petty clerks all the more must know how to read the times and gauge the situation. When it's time to behave, swallowing a moment's anger, yielding a single step, may buy a year or two, even 7 or 8 years of peace. That's the true way of officialdom, the true way of survival. The young constable seemed to take it in, though still a bit puzzled. Then the fish gang sighed. The fish gang. Catchhead Lou's mouth twisted into an arc without warmth. They can't squeeze the turd out themselves and want us to wipe their backside for them. That we did things by the book today and didn't let them have their way, that's down to their own lack of evidence. As for how they want to deal with that boy in private, that's a Jianghu grudge. So long as they don't kick up too big a fuss or openly break the law, we turn a blind eye. That's all. Remember, in this Sisui County, we're the officials and they're the commoners. This hide of ours is sometimes more useful than fists. This whole speech won the several constables over completely. They nodded one after another, and the party quickened their pace toward town. Within the seat of Sisui County, an unremarkable but clean and tidy little tavern received 7 or 8 travel-worn guests, their bearing markedly different from ordinary folk. Both men and women, all in dark close-fitting garbs suited to movement, plain in style, yet made of fine material and cut to fit. Their figures well-proportioned, their steps light and quick, their eyes sharp as hawks and falcons, carrying in their glances the hardened keenness and a faint air of menace of the long-trained, like a pack of wolves moving as one, quiet, yet full of pressure. They took a private room facing the street, gathered around a table, and ordered plain tea and simple food, though no one touched their chopsticks. The atmosphere was heavy. One man among them, his eyes the most still, carefully drew from his robes a palm-sized, archaically styled bronze compass. At its center was not an ordinary needle, but a drop of dark red blood, as if congealed, embedded there, giving off at this moment an extremely faint, strange fluctuation only they could sense. Eldest brother, this bloodline tracing compass shows that the young Mrs. Aura is within the bounds of this Sisui County, and these past few days has scarcely moved. A capable young man beside him said in a low voice, his tone suppressing anxiety. That skyrocket Li Qingzhong is being pursued across 1,000 li by offering Master Kong, hard-pressed to save his own skin. Carrying the young miss along truly is a burden. If he doesn't dare kill her, hiding her here is the most reasonable explanation. A cold, stern woman cut in, with a trace of haughtiness. Naturally, the young miss bears a bloodline seal planted by His Highness the Prince himself. Unless an existence of His Highness's tier or higher personally erases it, whoever dares harm the young miss's life, though they flee to the ends of the earth, will surely be sensed by His Highness, and then soar to the heavens or burrow into the earth. They could not escape the prince's manners pursuit. That slippery wretch Li Qingzhong surely knows this taboo well. The leading man addressed as eldest brother was none other than a minor commander of the Green Prince's Manor Shadow Guard, named Han Li. He carefully felt the faint direction conveyed by the blood drop, his brow tightly knit. The aura is stagnant, with no sign of dispersing, which means the young miss should be unharmed. Only perhaps confined, or in a coma, deep asleep. A pity the compass can only lock on over a wide range. But since the range has narrowed to this county, the matter becomes easy enough. He put the compass away and said in a low, heavy voice, "Remote as this place is, it's still under the court's rule. It won't do for us to make a great fanfare. Shortly I'll go to the county yamen to make my identity known and have the local magistrate muster reliable hands to assist in a covert search. Remember, His Highness's strict order is that ensuring the young Miss's safety comes first, and only after that the capture or killing of Li Qingzhong. We must act with the utmost prudence. We mustn't alarm the locals, much less let the young Miss's identity leak, lest fresh complications sprout." "Yes," the group answered in low voices, a keen light flickering in their eyes. Han Li lifted his tea and drained it in one go, a cold gleam flickering. "Li Qingzhong, you dared take a commandery princess hostage. No matter where you flee, we of the Shadow Guard will make you pay the price. Here's hoping the young miss is safe and sound." Within the fish gang's stronghold in town, a great riverside mansion, Pockface Wong knelt on the cold stone flags, kowtowing like a chicken pecking grain, his body trembling like a sieve, reporting in broken fits, greatly embellished. Everything that had happened in the village today to Zhao Tianhao, who sat in a grand armchair, especially Catchhead Lu's pronouncement of misunderstanding and false accusation. Young gang master, that Catchhead Lu wouldn't listen to this lowly one at all. That bastard Lin Feng is sharp-tongued. He shoved off all responsibility clean, and even bit back saying this one was making a false accusation. Catchhead Lu actually believed his rubbish and left this one humiliated in front of everyone. Pockface Wong said with a sob in his voice, laying all the failure on the authorities' inaction and Lin Feng's cunning. Smash! The green porcelain teacup in Zhao Tianhao's hand was hurled hard to the ground, scalding tea splashing everywhere, a few drops flecking Pockface Wong's face, searing him into a shudder, though he didn't dare make a sound. Useless. A pack of useless trash. Zhao Tianhao shot to his feet, his face livid. Can't even handle a trifle like this. 5 men went into the mountains and vanished without a trace. 9 times out of 10, they were finished off at that boy's hands. And now you can't even topple him by borrowing the authority's strength? That old wretch Lu Quan. Prompt enough when collecting money on ordinary days, yet at the crucial moment, he won't even give this much face? Has all the silver my father offers up every year been fed to the dogs? He kicked over the low table, the fruit plate and tea set shattering across the floor. The whole hall struck silent as cicadas in cold. Just then, a scholar-garbed middle-aged man who'd stood silent behind and to the side of Zhao Tianhao furrowed his brow slightly, stepped forward, and said in a voice not loud, yet which made one fall quiet despite oneself. Young gang master, calm your anger. This was the fish gang's accountant and strategist, surnamed Sun, known as Mr. Sunday. Unafraid of Zhao Tianhao's wrath, he said calmly. A few days passed. I advised the young gang master. The situation in the county and even the prefecture is delicate right now. With a spirit creature about to emerge, all parties are lying low and watching. This is no time to make a great commotion and stir up trouble. A pity the young gang master didn't take it in. As it now appears, Catchhead Lu and the others harbor misgivings too, and don't dare act on their own authority. He looked at Zhao Tianhao's resentful face and spoke earnestly. A lack of forbearance in small things upsets great schemes. That great personage who's come from the prefecture to inspect the river transport will leave in a month or so at most. By then the misgivings hanging over the magistrate and over us will naturally lift. At that point, should you wish to deal with a mere backwoods hunter, take his life, or take that sister-in-law of his, would it not be as easy as turning your hand? Why be so anxious over this one moment, needlessly giving others a handle, or even drawing the fire onto yourself? Zhao Tianhao's chest heaved. He'd clearly taken it in, but that pent-up grievance was hard to soothe. Mr. Sun, you mean this young master must just sit and wait like this, playing the head-tucking turtle? Mr. Sun shook his head. Not a head-tucking turtle. Rather, withdrawing from the blade's edge for now and moving when the moment comes. If the young gang master insists on acting rashly at this time, I'll have no choice but to report the matter truthfully to the gang master. At the four words, report to the gang master, Zhao Tianhao's arrogant blaze died down more than half at once. His father, Zhao Heilong, doted on him, but where the gang's safety and major decisions were concerned, he was extremely strict, and he especially trusted this Mr. Sunday. Zhao Tianhao clenched his fists hard, his face shifting, and in the end gave a heavy snort through his nostrils, which passed for tacit assent. Mr. Sun bowed slightly and took his leave. The moment his figure vanished beyond the door, the calm Zhao Tianhao had forced down crumbled in an instant. He kicked the low table flying into a pillar with a great crash. Old thing, leaning on father's trust, he dares point fingers at this young master. He's nothing but a dog my family keeps, he cursed under his breath, the ferocity laid bare. Having vented a while, his gloomy gaze fell on the still kneeling Pockface Wong, his voice icy. Pockface Wong, you heard what Mr. Sun said. On the surface, we hold our hand for now. Pockface Wong had just let out a breath of relief when he heard him go on. But this young master won't be at ease until I've vented this anger. Go and find me a few desperados who can be trusted, clean and quick with their hands, preferably outsiders from elsewhere. Get a clear read on that boy's and my beauty's daily routines, and find a chance to settle the matter. Remember, it's to be done clean, made to look like an accident, or a robbery by bandits. Understood. Pockface Wong's heart shuddered, knowing the young gang master meant to use vicious, underhanded means, not daring to hesitate. He hurriedly kowtowed. Yes, this one understands. I'll see it done properly, without leaving the slightest trace. Get out. Pockface Wong, as if granted a pardon, scrambled out on hands and knees. The little courtyard at the village's tail. The gathered villagers had long since dispersed, and the courtyard gate was closed again. Lu Rian still clasped my arm tight. Seeming not yet recovered from the fright of constables at the door, her delicate body trembling faintly. Erlang, they just left like that? Is it really all right now? She tilted up her pale little face, fear and disbelief still in her eyes. In her simple understanding, constables coming to the door, and on a charge of murder, no less. How could it possibly be dissolved so easily? I lightly patted the back of her cold hand and soothed her in a low voice. They're gone. Catchhead Lu is a clever man. He knows that dragging it out does no one any good. Of course, it wasn't entirely without cost. I paused, my voice softer still. I quietly slipped him the silver left in the house, and those two best bear paws. Realization dawned on her. So that's it. Taking from both sides, he was naturally happy enough to do a favor that cost him nothing. Then her worry deepened. But the fish gang failed this time. I'm afraid they'll be even less willing to let it rest. Their power is so great. Looking at her so worried and pitiable, beyond my tenderness, a thread of mischief suddenly rose. Taking advantage of her unsettled mind, My hand resting at the small of her back slipped lightly downward without a sound. Aya, caught off guard. She shuddered all over, her face flushing crimson in an instant, all the way to the roots of her ears. She whipped her head around, a pair of peach blossom eyes glaring at me with bashful vexation, her voice soft and trembling. You, in broad daylight, what do you think you're doing? This bashful, timid look of hers stirred my heart more than any words could. I leaned close to her ear and lowered my voice with a thread of teasing. Oh, a matter not convenient to raise in daylight. Then once the sky darkens, can we discuss it properly? Whoosh. So embarrassed she could barely stand, she flustered to push me away, but was held fast by my arm and couldn't break free. Feeling the heat of my body and those deep, dark eyes, her heart was in a flutter, carrying an unspeakable thrill besides. Let go of me, quick. I have to go cook. And with that she wrenched free hard, and like a startled doe fled toward the kitchen without a backward glance, her very back radiating bashfulness. Watching that figure vanish at the kitchen doorway, I licked my somewhat dry lips and said deliberately, in a voice neither loud nor soft, "Just now you were clasping my arm so tight, leaning in close. In broad daylight. Plenty of people saw, you know." In the kitchen, Lu Rian, about to light the fire, went abruptly stiff, the fire striker nearly dropping from her hand, the blush at the roots of her ears deepening once more. Yet she bit her lip and didn't answer, only silently busying herself. I knew she needed time to take it in and wasn't in a rush. Today's affair had also, before the villagers, half-openly broken through some invisible barriers. I believed that so long as I was strong enough, able to give her safety and a future, poking through that last layer of window paper would come as a matter of course. Pressing down the tender notions in my heart, I walked to the stone bench in the courtyard and sat, earnestly pondering the road ahead. The cash in the house had nearly all gone to Catchhead Lou, leaving only some copper coins. The bear gallbladder was still drying. The hide and the remaining bear paws had to be sold for a good price in the county seat as soon as possible. This was the most pressing thing at hand. Training with a bamboo pole was, after all, a stopgap. In weight, feel, and balance it was worlds apart from a true long spear. The great Jean esteemed martial prowess, and its control over fine iron weapons was nowhere near as strict as over salt. With silver in hand, having a smith shop in the county seat custom make a handy iron spear shouldn't be difficult, and with a suitable weapon, the efficiency of practicing the raging sea spirit spear would be far higher. The clothes on Lu Ruyan had been washed pale and were patched. I ought to get a few chi of good cloth and make her several new outfits. And the grain and charcoal for winter had to be laid in ahead of time too. With a chaotic age coming, stockpiling supplies was never wrong. The most fundamental thing was still cultivation. From days of hard practice at the raging sea spirit spear and the ever-spring art, I could feel my physical qualities rising, but the drain was enormous too. Now, with meat at 3 meals a day, I still felt my chi and blood couldn't keep up, my recovery after cultivation falling short of expectation. This showed that the nourishment of ordinary food could no longer sustain the violent drain of my martial path's entry stage. I needed something deeply restorative. Aged medicines that could replenish chi and blood and strengthen sinew and bone, even heaven and earth treasures. Thinking of heaven and earth treasures, I looked off toward the vast, sprawling mountains in the distance, my brow knitting slightly. The deep mountain's strange stirrings, the beasts fleeing outward, every sign suggested a spirit creature might be emerging, and this was, in origin, a heaven-sized opportunity. But Catchhead Lou's parting reminder, along with my observations these past days, kept me clear-headed. This opportunity was likely not fated to be mine. The strange phenomena in the mountains could be hidden from ordinary folk, but not from those noble clans and the authorities. Sisui County looked calm now, but in secret who knew how many pairs of eyes were fixed on that deep range. The moment the spirit creature ripened and emerged, contenders would surely swarm in, no few of them ranked, even higher experts. With my current strength, rashly getting caught up in it would be no different from courting death. I had the proficiency system and enormous growth potential, but I needed time, and time to develop in peace was exactly what I most lacked right now. The fish gang was a thorn in my back. and there was a bomb hidden in the cellar that might go off at any moment. Under such circumstances, throwing myself into a treasure-snatching melee bound to be brutal was simply unwise. Never mind, bite off more than you can chew, and you choke. What matters most right now is resolving the imminent crisis and raising my strength to buy a peaceful environment to develop in. Heaven and earth treasures are good, but you need your life to enjoy them. I made my decision, my eyes firm again. First, sell the bare goods for money, buy a spear, lay in supplies, advance steadily, and stay all the more on guard against the fish gang's vicious tricks. In the afternoon, my plan set, I threw myself into cultivation with no further distraction, pole in hand, tempering volume one of the raging sea spirit spear in the courtyard pass after pass. The proficiency on the panel grew quietly amid my focus, climbing from uninitiated 25 to 28. Immersed in my own world, I didn't notice that Lu Ruyan, busy in the kitchen, had less of her usual sorrow in her brows and eyes and more of an indescribable firmness and tenderness. Now and then she paused her work and leaned against the doorframe, gazing quietly at the sweat-drenched figure in the courtyard, her gaze melting at last into a ripple of softness. Toward evening, when I'd finished cultivating, rinsed off the sweat, and walked to the main room to get ready for supper, I sensed something out of the ordinary. The dishes on the table were unusually lavish. There was even a small, coarse pottery jug of rice, wine giving off a faint wine fragrance. The candlelight wavered, casting the small main room in a warm, bright glow. Lu Rian was already seated at the table, changed into a lotus root-colored dress, old but washed especially clean and a touch brighter in color, her hair carefully combed and loosely coiled with a wooden hairpin, bearing her slender, fair neck. To her usual gentleness seemed added a faint, barely there resolve. What's the occasion today? Why so many dishes and wine besides? I was a little surprised, wiping my wet hair as I sat, my gaze moving back and forth between the lavish dishes and her unusually earnest face. Her cheeks were faintly red, but she didn't avoid my gaze. She took up the wine jug and poured me a good half-bowl first, then poured herself a small cup. It's no special occasion. Her voice was softer than usual, with a barely perceptible tremble. It's just, this servant has some words she'd like to say to Erlang. This servant? Something stirred in me, my attention keenly caught by the change in how she referred to herself. Ordinarily, she called herself simply I, and rarely spoke like this. Only then did I look at her closely, her eyes brimming with feeling, the blush on her cheeks like rouge in the candlelight, her fingers pressing faintly tight around the cup, the knuckles white, her heart clearly far from calm. Whatever it is, just say it. I set down the cloth I'd been drying my hair with and spoke seriously. She didn't speak at once, but lifted that cup of wine, as if borrowing its courage, tipped her head back, and took a big sip, choking into a couple of light coughs, her eyes reddening faintly. Drink slower. I hurriedly made to stop her, but she waved a hand, set down the cup, drew a deep breath, and lifted her moist eyes to look straight at me. In that gaze there was bashfulness, a thrown caution resolve, and deeper still an undisguised reliance and tenderness. Her voice trembled lightly, yet was extraordinarily clear. Do you care for me? The words struck my ears like a thunderclap. Looking into those eyes brimming with starlight, my heart pounded beyond control. That night, she seemed to recall that flustered first time, her face redder, her voice lower. The way you treated this servant then, my heart was in chaos, very afraid, and a little resentful too. But these past days, you've been good to this servant, sheltered this servant, held up this household. This servant has seen it all. Only, you never again grew close to this servant as you did that night, and this servant thought you no longer cared for me. The more she spoke, the softer she grew, her head lowering too, until only the crimson tips of her ears showed. The grievance, the testing, and the deeply hidden attachment in those words brushed at my heart like a feather lightly tickling it. How could I not understand? The terror weathered side by side these days. The responsibility of holding up this household had long since melted that thin ice of station into true feeling. An immense warmth swept away all my reservations. I stood, rounded the table to stand before her, and in the instant she looked up in surprise, bent down, one arm passing under the crook of her knees and the other circling her waist, and with a slight effort lifted her whole self up crosswise. "Ah!" she cried out, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck and burying her face deep in the hollow of my throat. "Do you know how I've gotten through these past days?" My voice came low and husky, as though pressing down days of restraint, and carrying her, I strode toward her bedroom. Simple, yet tidied, clean, and warm. The candlelight wavered in the night wind, casting the two of us in shadow against the mottled earthen wall, swaying and swaying. A passage is omitted here. Two hearts in mutual love. What came was a matter of course. Daylight came through the gaps in the window paper, casting the room in a hazy dimness. I woke first and turned my head to look at the peaceful sleeping face beside me on the pillow, her black hair spread across it, a few strands clinging to a cheek faintly flushed from the night's lingering warmth, her long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes, her breathing even and long, sleeping especially deep. Something stirred in me, then was quickly pressed down. Last night had indeed been a touch unrestrained. It was her first time, and she needed a good rest. I rose carefully, fearing to wake her, but the slightest sound still drew a soft murmur from her as she slowly came to. She opened her hazy, sleep-laden eyes, and seeing me bent over, looking at her with a smile, last night's everything surged up all at once. Her face flushed crimson in a rush, and she instinctively pulled the thin quilt higher. She wrapped herself up tighter, leaving only a pair of limpid eyes to gaze at me bashfully. "Air." Her voice carried the rasp of one just woken and a bashfulness too thick to dissolve. Looking at her like this, my heart went soft all over. "Did I wake you? Sleep a while longer." She shook her head lightly and made to rise, but felt her whole body weak and sore, her waist especially without strength, and couldn't help a soft hiss, her movement freezing. "What is it?" "Not feeling well." I reached out with concern, kneading lightly at her sore, weakened waist. Her body shivered. Pressed comfortable, she gave a soft hum, then was overcome with bashfulness again and pushed my hand away, chiding. "And whose fault is that?" The tone was soft and boneless, utterly without force, more like sweet coaxing. I laughed aloud and gathered her, quilt and all, into my arms. All right, it's all my fault. Then rest well today. This husband will wait on you. All you know is to tease people." After a while of tender teasing, I helped her up. She was indeed badly worn out, even her steps carrying a languor. I fetched hot water and personally waited on her washing and grooming, then brought the rice porridge and flat cakes warming in the pot and fed her mouthful by mouthful. Lu Rian savored this rare intimacy, her heart sweet as honey. After the meal, I cleared the bowls and chopsticks and said seriously, "I need to make a trip to the county seat today to sell the bear gallbladder and hide for some silver, and I want to see whether I can order a handy iron spear. The round trip will take some hours. I'm afraid I won't be back until evening." Hearing that I was going far afield, she grew anxious at once. "I'll go with you." And with that she made to struggle up. I quickly pressed her down. "Don't move. Rest well at home. The county seat is a long way off. You're not well and can't manage the distance, and besides, someone needs to mind the house. Don't worry, I'll be there and back quick, and I'll be careful on the road." Looking at the resolve in my eyes, she knew there was sense in it. She bit her lip, reluctance filling her eyes. "Then you be careful. Go early and come back early. Don't clash with anyone on the road. Sell your things and come straight home." Her body and heart were now wholly bound to me. She dreaded the slightest mishap befalling me. "I know." I held her hand and gave it a firm squeeze. "Wait for me at home." I wrapped the dried bear gallbladder in oil paper, rolled and bound the bear hide securely, and after a moment's thought took the two remaining bear paws along as well. Finally, I shouldered my bow and arrows and hung the hatchet at my waist. The county seat was somewhat more settled than the town, but in times like these, traveling alone carrying a heavy sum had to be guarded against. Packed and ready, I pushed open the gate under her reluctant, lingering gaze and strode off toward the county seat. The official road leading to the county seat wasn't rugged but was rather desolate. At this hour there were few travelers. I hurried along, listening in all directions and watching on every side, and luckily met no trouble. 2 hours later, the towering walls of Sisui County came into view. Soldiers stood guard at the city gate. Knowing how things worked, I slipped a few copper coins to the petty officer at the gate. He weighed them in his hand, and seeing me cleanly dressed with game on my back like a hunter, waved me through. Inside the city, the clamor of voices and the air of the marketplace rushed at me. The streets were far broader and more orderly than the towns. The shops ranged row upon row, the passers-by shoulder to shoulder. This was my first time in the county seat. Transmigrated as I was, I felt no astonishment, only a sense of steeped in antiquity. Hungry at midday, the copper coins left on me were only enough for a bowl of thin, plain noodles. Having hastily filled my belly, I began asking after where to go. The bear gallbladder was a medicinal material, so it naturally had to be sold to a reputable large apothecary. I made a few turns through the streets, asked several kindly-looking old folk, and finally settled on an old established shop in the city's west called Jishur Hall. The storefront spacious, no few people coming and going to fill prescriptions, its reputation seemingly good. Stepping into the apothecary, a rich medicinal fragrance pervaded the air. Behind the counter sat an old man, his hair gray-flecked, his features lean and clear, the resident physician and proprietor both. "Old sir, forgive the intrusion." I set the oil paper-wrapped gallbladder on the counter. This lowly one had the luck to hunt a bear gallbladder in the mountains. I wonder whether your esteemed shop will buy it. The old man knew his goods, and quite readily offered a price of 20 taels. This was close enough to what I'd asked around about, so I agreed. Next was the bear hide. The thing was valuable, but an ordinary fur shop couldn't offer a high price. Best to sell directly to a great household. I learned that in the city's east there was a country gentleman surnamed Shun, of upright family conduct, fond of charity, never bullying the common folk, with an excellent reputation. Selling to a household like that might fetch a somewhat lower price, but it was worry-free, with no fear of being cheated. I found the Shun residence and knocked on that imposing but not extravagant vermilion lacquered gate. The young servant who opened it, hearing my purpose, and seeing that though I was plainly dressed my bearing was steady and the bear hide in my hands no common wear, didn't look down on me, and courteously went in to announce me. Before long a crisp, pleasing voice came from within. "A hunter who killed a bear? Where is he? Let me have a look." With the words, a girl of around 15 or 16 appeared lightly at the doorway. A goose-yellow blouse and skirt, a pale green sleeveless overgarment over it. Her figure slender and petite, an oval face, clear bright apricot eyes. Her glances full of a young girl's liveliness and curiosity. She quickly stepped down the stairs, eyeing me with curiosity and then the bear hide. "Did you hunt this bear hide? What a big one. How did you catch it? Was the bear fierce?" A string of questions like pearls dropping on a plate. I hadn't expected such a charming young lady to come out, and was slightly taken aback, then politely clasped my hands. In reply to the young lady, it was indeed this one's lucky catch. That bear truly was ferocious. It took a great deal of effort. I answered simply, wary of inviting trouble. "Really? Hurry and tell me about it." The girl, full of zest, wanted to ask more. Just then a gentle yet authoritative woman's voice came from within. "Warner, no rudeness." A noble lady in crimson-purple brocade, dignified in bearing, came out amid a cluster of maidservants, around 30 years of age, her features 6 or 7 parts alike to the girl's, but carrying more mature composure. She gave her daughter a faintly reproachful look before nodding to me. "Young man, my daughter is willful. Forgive the discourtesy. I hear you have a fine bear hide to sell." "Mother." The girl called Warner pouted her little mouth unwillingly, but didn't dare defy her mother, only standing aside, her lively eyes still circling restlessly over me and the bear hide. I hurried to say, "Madam is too kind. It's an iron-backed bear-fiend hide. Please examine it, madam." I spread the hide open. Madam Shin carefully looked over its texture, fur color, and intactness, and nodded. "It is indeed a fine bear hide, and well tanned too. Name a price, young man." I named a figure slightly below market rate, but reasonable. 15 taels of silver. Madam Shin seemed a little surprised. Seeing my candid manner, she knew I was in earnest, and readily nodded. "That'll do." She then ordered the steward to fetch the silver, and added, "This bear hide is tough and thick, excellent for a mattress or a cloak. For you to have hunted this, young man, your skills must be no ordinary thing. Madam overpraises, it was mere luck." I said modestly. Then after a moment's thought took out the 2 bear paws as well. These 2 bear paws I'll present to Madam's household along with it, as a small token of regard. Bear paws were precious, but ordinary households didn't know how to prepare them and lacked the spices. Rather than keep them to go to waste, better to do a favor at no cost and forge a kindly bond. Madame Shun was faintly surprised and smiled. You're an honest sort, young man. In that case, I'll accept them. Steward, give this young man 2 more taels of silver. Reckon it as the price of the bear paws. That won't do. It was agreed they were a gift. I declined. Take it. Hunting a bear is no easy thing. Madame Shun's manner was gentle, but left no room for refusal. So I stopped being falsely modest, accepted the 17 taels, and thanked her again. That Shinwaner, standing behind her mother, had been watching me curiously the whole time, seeing my words and conduct neither servile nor overbearing. So unlike an ordinary hunter, the curiosity in her eyes grew, and only at her mother's signal did she turn away somewhat reluctantly, still glancing back at me once. I paid it no mind, tucked away the silver, and reckoned inwardly. Bear gallbladder 20 taels, bear hide and paws 17 taels. I now had 37 taels of snow-white silver on me. This was a great sum, enough to do many things. In a cheerful mood, I was about to go ask after a smith shop when I suddenly heard someone behind me call out, "Is that young brother Lin Feng up ahead?" I was startled. I had no acquaintances in this county seat. Turning to look, the one who'd called me was actually Catchhead Lu. Today he wasn't in official garb, but in ordinary dark cloth, just stepping out of a tea house. Catchhead Lu. I hurried to clasp my hands. I hadn't expected to run into you here. You're not on duty today. Catchhead Lu came nearer, a trace of helplessness on his face, and lowered his voice. Don't get me started. Who knows what's gotten into the county? They suddenly pulled up constables from all the towns below, said there was an urgent task, and had us help search for someone in the county seat. So here I am, just off shift and out for a cup of tea. He looked me over. Young brothers come to the county seat to sell goods? My heart lurched. Pulling up all the constables to search for someone in the county seat? What sort of person would need such a great to-do to find? Almost instantly my thoughts leapt to Su Qingxue in the cellar. My smile didn't change. Yes, I'm a bit better, so I came to sell my goods. Then I turned it to curiosity. Just what's that person's identity? Worth so many people searching with such fanfare? Catchhead Lu glanced at me, without suspicion, and said offhandedly, "That's exactly the maddening part. All we know is it's a woman, very beautiful, nothing else. How are we supposed to find her like that?" This made me certain inwardly. The one they sought was Su Qingxue. But by the sound of it, her family hadn't even given so much as a portrait, presumably out of some misgiving, which, on the contrary, eased my mind a little. After parting hastily with Catchhead Lu, my mood was no longer the ease of having just sold my goods for silver. Were they looking for her? To have tracked her to Sisui County this fast, and even mobilized the authorities. My brow knit tight, my steps unconsciously quickening, a sense of powerlessness welling up in me. Faced with a search at this level, what could I, a country youth who hadn't even formally crossed the martial path's threshold, possibly do? To resist by force would be no different from a mantis blocking a cart. My one hope now was that the unfathomable Li Qingzhong would keep his half-month pact and come back on time to take that scalding hot yam off my hands. But he might be hunted right now. Could he get away safely? Could he already have? I didn't dare think further. The feeling of staking my own safety on a stranger as unreliable as that was truly dreadful. I sighed and forced myself calm. Fretting solved nothing. Only strength was the foundation for meeting any crisis. Whether Li Qingzhong could come back, how the matter of the commandery princess would be settled, none of it was within my power to sway right now. What I could do at present was to shore up my foundation and raise my strength as fast as possible to meet the fiercer storm that might come. Having thought it through, my eyes turned firm again, and I began my purchasing as planned. First was grain. In a chaotic age, grain was more solid than gold and silver. I sought out a fairly large grain shop of decent repute, complete in its varieties of rice, flour, and miscellaneous grains, though the prices had already risen considerably from past years. At 15 copper per caddy, I bought 200 caddies of coarse rice and 100 caddies of coarse flour, plus some storable beans and salt, near 10 taels of silver in all. Seeing how much I'd bought, the shop hand kindly suggested I could buy one of the shop's handcarts to transport it. I thanked him and spent a few mace more on a sturdy wheelbarrow, dividing and binding the several hundred caddies of grain securely. The heavy grain gave me a sense of solid footing, but it also made me even less hopeful about the great Jin's future. With the war pressing hard at the front, grain prices soaring in the rear, and the people's livelihood worsening by the day, this dynasty's foundations had already rotted through. To count on a court like this to hold back the wolf and tiger barbarians on the battlefield, I could only sneer inwardly. Pushing the grain, I came to a clanging smith shop in the city's west. The forge fire blazed. Quite a few finished weapons hung on the walls and racks. I explained my purpose to the smith, bare-chested, his body all knotted muscle, and the master said a custom piece needed fine work and would take at least half a month, at no small price. Pressed for time, I couldn't wait, so I tried out several finished long spears, finally choosing one with a straight shaft, a spearhead glinting cold, weighing about 30 caddies of fine iron. The feel, though not as good as one made to measure, was 100-fold better than the bamboo pole, cutting the air with a fierce whoosh when swung. This spear was priced at 10 taels, and I paid readily. With it, cultivating the raging sea spirit spear would surely take half the effort for twice the result. Lastly, pushing the grain-laden cart and shouldering the new spear, I came to a fairly famous cloth shop in the county seat. The shop was mostly women and girls picking over fabrics. A big man like me coming in shouldering a spear and pushing a cart was rather conspicuous, drawing no few sidelong looks. But I kept my expression candid and walked straight to the counter. My eye was caught by a bolt of water blue fine cotton, soft in texture, the color elegant and serene, printed with a faint interlocking vine pattern, neither showy nor unrefined. I thought it well suited to Lu Rian's gentle temperament. Just as I reached for it, a fair hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pressed onto the cloth a step ahead of me, while a crisp, lively voice carrying a touch of willful pride rang out. "Sister, look. This bolt has a unique pattern, and a lovely color too." I turned my head and saw two girls standing beside me at some unnoticed moment. The speaker was the one on the right, around 15 or 16, in goose-yellow close-fitting garb, her hair bound in a high ponytail. A bright melon-seed face, vigor and youth all over her. The girl she called sister was of similar age, her features 8 or 9 parts alike to hers, like a twin, yet utterly different in temperament. A moon-white blouse and skirt with a pale blue half-sleeve over it, long hair falling like a cascade to her waist, a few measures more of bookish, serene, soft beauty in her brows and eyes, like a secluded orchid in an empty valley. That serene girl saw my hand pressing the other end of the cloth too, was slightly taken aback, then let go and gave me a gathering sleeves curtsy, her voice soft. "This young master, did you also take a fancy to this cloth? Forgive this maiden's abruptness." Seeing her manners were complete, I withdrew my hand and was about to say I hadn't yet decided. But the lively girl beat me to it, looking me up and down, and seeing my plain coarse hunting garb, clearly no son of wealth. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, and she curled her lip. "Sister, why be courteous with him? He hasn't even paid. Look at how he's dressed. Does he look like someone who can afford this cloud and water brocade? This cloth is 5 mace of silver achi. And sister, you call him young master? I'd say he's just a country bumpkin who hunts in the sticks. Probably can't even read a handful of characters." These words were rather grating, and a few women nearby looked over. The serene girl's lovely brows knit slightly, and she scolded softly, "Ching, no rudeness." Then she apologized to me again. "Young master, don't take offense. My younger sister is young and speaks without thinking." At this moment, 2 mountains, the commandery princess and the fish gang, already weighed on my heart, and I truly had no wish to invite extra complications, especially seeing this pair of sisters' uncommon dress and bearing, likely young ladies of some powerful noble clan in the county seat. I pressed down that thread of displeasure raised by country bumpkin and clasped my hands calmly. "The young lady is too kind. Since you favor it, take it. I'll go look elsewhere." With that, I no longer looked at the lively girl pulling a face at me, turned and picked out a sky blue cotton of moderate price and decent texture, paid, and had the shop hand wrap it. Behind me came the lively girl's faintly smug voice. Sister, see, what did I say? This fellow knows his place well enough. Followed by the serene girl's lowered reproach. You carelessly offend people like that again, and I won't take you out next time. I let it wash over me, set the cloth on the wheelbarrow, took up the grain cart, shouldered the spear, and left the cloth shop. The sun had already slanted west. I had to make it out of the city and home before dark. Pushing several hundred caddies of grain, my pace naturally couldn't be quick. As I walked, I suddenly sensed something amiss. As if a gaze, faint and intermittent, clung to my back. After taking up martial arts, my perception was keener than an ordinary person's, and cultivating the ever-spring art had made my mind clearer too. I halted abruptly and, as if casually, turned my head to glance behind me. There was a stall selling sundries, people coming and going, nothing out of the ordinary. After leaving the city, that shadowing sense of being watched not only didn't vanish but grew clearer on the desolate official road. Pushing the grain cart, the spear on my shoulder, I betrayed nothing on the surface, but my mind was already taut. The follower was very cautious, keeping their distance throughout, and there was more than one. Their steps light, clearly old hands at this sort of business. When I came to a stretch where the trees on both sides grew denser, with a small bend ahead, my heart's alarm shot up. From behind the thickets on either side of the road came, faintly, the very lightest sounds of breathing and the friction of metal. An ambush. I stopped the cart at once with decision, leaned the spear against its side, took down the hard bow, and with dizzying speed drew an arrow, set it to the string, and bent the bow in one continuous motion, the bow drawn to a full moon and aimed at the thicket by the bend ahead. I called out in a low, firm voice, "Friends ahead. No need to hide your heads and tails. How about doing me the favor of letting me pass? This one has no wish to make enemies of you all." The voice wasn't loud, but was clear, carrying an unquestionable edge. After a moment's silence behind the thickets came a rustling, and a dozen odd figures shoved their way out cursing and blocked the middle of the road. These men were dressed in disarray, wielding clubs, hatchets, even two rust-pitted waist sabers, every one of them ferocious-faced, eyeing the grain cart behind me and the spear with greed. At their head was a burly, scar-faced man. Seeing how young I was, though my bow stance was standard, he still held me in contempt and sneered. "Little brother, sharp eyes. Us brothers have been watching you the whole way. Be smart. Leave the silver, the grain, and that spear, and clear off quick. Your grandfathers are in a good mood and can spare your little life." My eyes turned abruptly cold. With no wish to waste words, I adjusted the bowstring slightly, aimed at the empty ground beside the scar-faced man, and loosed my fingers. WHSSH. The arrow split the air with a shrill whistle, its speed far beyond an ordinary hunting bow's. The burly man only felt a blur before his eyes as a sharp, cutting gust skimmed past his right cheek, the skin smarting hot, a few beads of blood instantly seeping out. Thunk! A muffled report. The arrow, its remaining force undiminished, drove hard into an old pagoda tree 3 zhang behind him, sinking 3 inches and more into the wood, the fletching still humming. A dead silence. All the road-blocking rabble were struck dumb by this single arrow, cold sweat soaking their backs in an instant. Across a distance of several dozen paces, an arrow grazing a cheek, precisely controlled to a degree that didn't harm the life, yet was enough to overawe. With such terrifying penetrating power besides, what astonishing eyesight, arm strength, and bow control this required. This seemingly ordinary young hunter was a deeply hidden, hard case. The scar-faced burly man touched his smarting wound, then looked back at the arrow buried deep in the tree trunk, his face ashen, and swallowed hard. He didn't doubt for an instant that had that arrow gone a fraction astray, or had the other not held back, his own head would likely have been shot clean through. Forcing composure, he clasped his hands toward me, his voice dry. "Brother, what splendid archery! It's we who were blind and rash. Today was purely a misunderstanding. We'll meet again someday. Pull back, quick." Not daring to linger another moment, he led his pack of scared, witless men scrambling into the woods and fled without a backward glance. I slowly lowered the bow, my eyes calm. In this chaotic world, better one fewer matter than one more. Preserving my strength to meet true threats was what mattered. I took up the grain cart again and pressed on. This little episode left no great ripple in my heart, only reminded me once more. Strength was the greatest reliance for making one's way through this world. By the time I reached the village entrance, the sky had fully darkened, the stars hanging sparse across the firmament. From afar I saw a slender figure leaning against my own courtyard gate, gazing again and again toward the end of the road, looking so frail, yet so unwavering in the gloom. It was Lu Ruyan. Warmth stirred in me, and I quickened my pace. She saw me too, joy bursting into her eyes in an instant, and trotted out to meet me, worry all over her face. Erlang, why are you only back now? It's gone fully dark. Nothing happened on the road. I was worried half to death. She ran up close and looked me over, only relaxing once she saw me whole and unharmed. Her gaze then falling on the heavy grain cart and the new spear, full of surprise. It's fine. Ran into a few small-time thieves on the road who didn't know any better and sent them off. I said it lightly, set down the spear, and carefully drew from my robes a small object wrapped in red silk. What's this? She looked at it curiously. I undid the red silk. Inside was an exquisitely crafted silver hairpin, its shaft flowing in line, its top set with a small plum blossom hammered from thin gold, the heart of the flower dotted with a touch of green, glowing with a warm, gentle light in the dim. This hairpin had cost me a full 3 taels of silver, nearly an ordinary farming family's whole year's spending. I bought it for you. I stepped close, gently drew out the old, blackened wooden hairpin in her hair, her black tresses sliding down like a cascade, then carefully slid the new silver one into her dark coiled hair, my movements soft and intent. Lu Ruyan went stiff all over, feeling my breath an inch away and the tingling of my fingertips brushing her scalp now and then, her heart pounding like a beaten drum. She tilted her head up slightly, looking at the side of my intent face, her eyes brimming with a watery light, 2 patches of red flying to her cheeks, yet she didn't shy away. The pin set. I stepped back and, by the faint starlight, studied her carefully, praising from the heart, truly lovely. You look lovely in anything, but in this, especially so. So embarrassed by my blunt praise, she could hardly bear it. She raised a hand to touch the coolness in her hair, but her heart was sweet as if steeped in honey. She gave me a tender, lingering glance and chid coquettishly, smooth-tongued, all you know is to waste money. This hairpin, it must have been expensive? Not at all, not at all. I looked at her gently. If it can win your favor, no price is too dear. She helped me carry the grain into the house, and when she saw that great roll of brand new sky blue cloth, she gave a delighted soft cry. Cloth too? What an elegant color. To make you new clothes. She held the fabric, unwilling to put it down, her eyes full of joy and emotion. This man truly held her dear in the very center of his heart. After supper the two of us washed up and turned in early. We were now true husband and wife, intimate without reserve. Omitted here. After a spell of tenderness, the two of us nestled together to rest. I held her, my arm unconsciously tightening. Held so close she was a little short of breath, she lightly pushed at my chest, her voice thin as a mosquito's, carrying a plea. Erlang, you're only 16, still young. Your body matters, you mustn't overtax yourself. These words, less an admonishment than a hard-to-bear demurral. In this martial-prizing great gene, men marrying at 16 were everywhere, and the body was basically mature. 16 as I was. Years of labor plus recent martial practice had brought my height near 8 chi, my build sturdy, my chi and blood flourishing, my vigor far beyond an ordinary man's. Women too matured early as a rule. Lu Ruyan, though once married, was now only around 20, just at her ripest, most charming years. I lowered my head and lingered a moment in her hair, easing my strength a little, yet still kept her sheltered in my arms, my chin against the crown of her head, and said softly, "All right, I'll listen to you. Rest well tonight." She let out a breath of relief, shifted to nestling more comfortably into my arms, and feeling my steady heartbeat, felt nothing but immense ease. The night deepened, but I had little drowsiness. Beyond the body's natural response, a thought circled in my mind. I'd vaguely felt all day I'd forgotten something, and now, In a flash of inspiration, I finally caught it. That's right, the Everspring art. This internal art, though weighted toward nurturing health, with long practice could also strengthen the body. Lu Rian's constitution was on the frail side. If she could learn a little, it would not only improve her health, but should some upheaval come later, give her a measure more of self-protection. And besides, she was herself a descendant of this art's lineage. Perhaps there was an affinity. At the thought, I lightly shook her, half asleep in my arms. Rian, wake up. Erlang, what is it? She opened her eyes hazily, heavy with sleep. There's something I'd like to teach you. I propped myself up. The Everspring art your grandfather passed down. Do you still remember the method of cultivation? Or shall I teach you to sit in meditation, regulate your breath, and guide the inner chi? She woke a little more, a bashful look on her face. That art. Grandfather did teach me, but I'm dull of aptitude and restless of mind. I could never quiet myself to sense that ethereal feel of chi. Later, with the family fallen on hard times and our lives in upheaval, I had even less heart for it. By now I've likely forgotten most of it. No matter, I'll teach you. My interest stirred. I sat up cross-legged then and there, had her do the same, and recounted the Everspring art's entry-level mnemonics in fine detail, then guided her hand by hand to adjust her breathing, fix her intent on the dantian, and sense that faint flow of chi within. Seeing me so earnest, she tried hard to concentrate too. The two of us sat facing each other in the dark, our breathing audible to one another, the atmosphere quiet, yet carrying a touch of intimacy. But over an hour passed, and never mind the feel of chi, even basic stillness was hard to sustain. A little dejected, she lowered her head. Erlang, I really don't seem to have the gift for it. Perhaps my thoughts are too scattered, I can't settle down. I sighed inwardly, knowing it couldn't be forced, so I pressed her no further and gathered her back into my arms to comfort her. No matter, if you can't learn it, don't. With me here, I'll surely keep you safe. As for this art's body-strengthening effect, hereafter I'll find more gentle, nourishing things to build you up, that's all. She leaned against my chest and gave a soft and though there was some disappointment in her heart, more of it was warmth at the responsibility in my words. After this matter, I thought of another important thing. Feeling my way down off the bed, I took from the bundle brought back today that heavy 12 taels of silver, returned to bed, drew her hand over, and solemnly placed it in her palm. Rian, keep this silver safe. Her palm sank with the weight, and she hurriedly pushed it away. How could that do? So much silver. What would a woman like me need to manage so much money for? Better you keep it yourself, Erlang, so it's handy when you need it. I held her hand and wouldn't let her refuse, saying gravely, You're now the only mistress of this household. Hereafter all the spending should naturally be in your charge. You're meticulous of mind and understand housekeeping better than I do. Only with this money in your hands does my heart rest easy. The 3 words, mistress of this household, made her heart shiver, her cheeks burning hot, both sweet and bitter. She lifted her moist eyes to look at me, hesitated a moment, and said in a low voice, I am after all your. Erlang, you're still young. One day you'll have to marry and have children. Let me save this silver up well for you, to take a virtuous wife for you in the future and carry on the Lin family line. Toward the end her voice grew low, carrying a barely perceptible dejection. I said, I want only you. Can that not be? She suddenly struggled, her voice carrying a rare agitation. No, absolutely not. I hadn't expected such a fierce reaction and was momentarily stunned. Why not? She turned her back to me. No is no. Looking at her tear-eyed yet uncommonly stubborn look, I sighed inwardly, knowing I couldn't force it now, and hurried to soften my tone. All right, don't cry, I misspoke. The matter of marrying we'll speak of later. That works, doesn't it? But this silver you must keep and manage. As for whom to marry, I deliberately paused, watching her nervous look, the corner of my mouth curving up faintly. Then I'll have to trouble you, this elder, to vet them well for me in the future. Whoever you pick, I'll surely be at ease with. Hearing me say this, the taut string of her heart eased a little, and her tears stopped too. After this swell and ebb of feeling, we were both somewhat weary. She nestled back into my arms, found a comfortable position, and drowsiness gradually crept over her. And I, having dealt with the matter of the silver, found that the important thing I'd briefly forgotten finally surfaced clear again, like a reef beneath the water. The cellar. Su Qingxue. My eyes snapped open, and I cried out inwardly that this was bad. A quick reckoning. From the last meal I'd brought until now, the corner of my mouth couldn't help twitching. It seemed to have been 2 full days. That pampered young mistress, already weakened by the limp bone powder, and starved 2 days besides. I could almost imagine how wretched she was at this moment, her heart by now probably having cut me to pieces 1,000 times over. I gently shifted the sleeping Lu Rian out of my arms, tucked the quilt corner in, and quickly pulled on my outer clothes in the dark. The slight sound still roused her from light sleep. Erlang. I have something to see to. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Sleep first. I soothed her in a low voice. Though worried, she only murmured gently, Be careful. Come back soon. I dropped a kiss on her brow and soundlessly pushed the door open, melting into the night. I went first to the kitchen, hastily grabbed 2 cold, hard flat cakes, broke off half a piece of pickled meat, and after a thought took out the limp bone powder. Su Qingxue had starved 2 days. If the drug's effect had weakened, or she made a desperate gamble like a cornered dog for safety's sake. This time I poured a double dose and carefully mixed it into the pickled meat. My apologies, young mistress, who told you to be such a great deal of trouble. The deep night village was deathly still. I didn't deliberately take a roundabout route as usual, only veiling my face with black cloth and walking briskly straight toward the derelict courtyard at the village's tail. Anxious of heart, I failed to notice, not far off, diagonally across from my home, in the shadow of another ruined courtyard, a pair of eyes was watching me intently through torn window paper. Pockface Wong, heeding the young gang master's words, had spent money to bring in from outside a few desperados who roamed and committed crimes around the neighboring counties and towns, vicious and merciless. Only today had they quietly slipped into the area near the village, this uninhabited ruined courtyard serving as their temporary hideout. Tonight was the first night of their stakeout. They hadn't expected to make a discovery so soon. Brother Wong, look. Someone's come out of the Lin house, a scar-faced man said in a low voice. The dozing pock-faced Wong jolted awake, narrowed his triangle eyes, and by the moonlight saw my veiled, hurrying figure. It really is him. Out this late, veiled and skulking about. He's definitely up to no good. Follow him. See where he's going. The several desperados, like hyenas in the dark night, trailed after soundlessly. Utterly unaware, I soon reached the derelict courtyard, deftly moved the coverings aside, and went down the wooden ladder carrying the small oil lamp. The air in the cellar was even more foul, the sack in the corner utterly still. My heart tightened slightly, and I walked briskly over, calling out in a low voice, Hey, time to eat. The sack gave no response at all. Frowning, I undid the sack's mouth and pulled it down a bit, and there was Su Qingxue curled inside, her face pale as paper, her lips cracked and dry, her hair disheveled and stuck to her forehead, her once bright eyes dull and lusterless, full of exhaustion and hunger, and the fury and hatred that flared in an instant the moment she saw me. She seemed to lack even the strength to lift a hand and curse, only glaring fixedly at me with those hatred-spitting eyes, her chest faintly rising and falling. Her stare made my skin crawl a little, and I gave a dry cough as I held out the food and water skin. Ahem, some matters held me up these 2 days. Hurry and eat something. She kept glaring, neither taking it nor speaking, that gaze plainly an indictment. You faithless, ruthless bastard. You've half-starved me. Unsettled by her stare, I rubbed my nose and, rare for me, softened my tone. All right, this time it was my fault. From now on I promise to bring food on time, and I'll never let you go hungry. I'll bring you meat tomorrow, all right. A faint glimmer seemed to light her dull eyes, then was replaced by suspicion. She still didn't take the food, only giving a weak yet stubborn cold snort through her nose. Seeing her so impervious to all persuasion, willful with it, I suddenly found it a little funny and a little headache-inducing. I recalled what Catchhead Lou had said about the whole city being covertly searched, and the string in my heart drew taut again. Never mind. Why bicker with a little girl who'd been starved 2 days and shut up in confinement by my own hand? Leave a good impression. If some real upheaval came later, perhaps there'd be a sliver of a turn for the better. I sighed, as if making a major concession. Fine, 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 it was my fault. Tomorrow I'll bring you a roast chicken. That'll do, won't it? The two words roast chicken seemed to hold some magic. Su Qingshue's throat bobbed involuntarily. She finally blinked, and though her face was still unfriendly, that desperate, fight-to-the-death resistance eased a little, and most grudgingly she signaled toward the food with her eyes. I took her meaning and brought the flat cake and the double-dosed pickled meat to her lips. Famished, she couldn't be too particular and ate from my hand in small but quick bites. Having eaten a little and drunk some water, a trace of color returned to her face. But before long, her movements suddenly froze, alarm and fury flashing in her eyes, and she snapped her head up to look at me, that gaze as if to say, "You drugged it again?" And this much. I shifted my gaze away guiltily. Soon, a sore, limp weakness swept through her whole body, and she could only muster her last bit of strength to shoot me one more vicious glare before her vision went black and she sank into a deeper stupor. Seeing her fully quiet, I let out a breath, carefully sacked and bound her up again, checked it over, and only then took up the oil lamp and climbed the ladder. What I didn't know was that Pockface Wong and his crew were right outside. A cellar? What's that boy doing at this shabby cellar in the dead of night? Pockface Wong whispered, full of doubt. Who cares what he's doing? Brother Wong, he's alone. Let's rush in now and finish him, one desperado said, licking his lips, a fierce light flickering. Pockface Wong watched my departing figure, his eyes full of greed. This boy definitely has some big secret. Fighting him to the death right now isn't worth it. Let's go take a look first, see if there's anything good. Confirming I'd gone far off, they skulked up to the wall outside the derelict courtyard, and looking at that cellar entrance, covered again, but bearing signs of recent disturbance, greed showed in every man's eyes. Pockface Wong pointed at the one who looked the most reckless. You, go down and take a look first. Shout the instant there's anything. The man flipped aside the coverings, lit a fire striker, and climbed down. What's down there? Pockface Wong asked, lying flat at the mouth of the hole. Brother Wong, just a sack. Bulging, propped against the corner. Nothing else at all. A sack. Pockface Wong's eyes rolled. Open it and look. From below came the rustle of untying rope, then a brief silence, followed at once by a gasp full of amazement. HSSSS. What a gorgeous little wench. Pockface Wong's heart pounded wildly. Unable to hold back any longer, he urged the others on. Quick, quick, quick. Everybody down. He climbed down first, the rest filing in after. In the dim cellar, several fire strikers held close together lit up the corner. When Pockface Wong saw clearly the face in the sack, he went stock still, then a surge of greedy, evil heat rushed to his head. What a stunning beauty of a woman. Even pale-faced and with her clothes in disarray, she couldn't hide a soul-stirring loveliness, and that inborn air of nobility, amid her wretched state, added a kind of broken fragility. The several desperados' eyes went straight, their breathing heavy. Pockface Wong was the first to recover, lewd light bared in his triangle eyes, and he sneered. Well, Lin Feng, you're really something. Not enough to hide a sister-in-law fair as a flower at home. You've got a beauty stashed in a golden house in this godforsaken place too. What a player. Su Qingxue, weakened to the extreme, was roused by the clamor of voices and the firelight, struggling to lift her heavy eyelids. What met her eyes were several ugly faces brimming with lewdness and nauseating filthy words. Immense terror drowned her in an instant. She wanted to scream and rebuke them, but the limp bone powder's effect plus her extreme hunger and weakness left her barely the strength even to open her mouth. She could only make faint, muffled sounds, tears rolling down like beads off a broken string. Did that big villain bring them? Did he sell me out? Her heart was despairing and cold, and she cursed me 10 million times over. Liar. You said you'd bring roast chicken. You meant to bring these beasts. Brothers, what are we waiting for? One desperado said, unable to wait, his gaze glued fast to her. This little wench is 10,000 times more delicate than the top girl in a brothel. Who'd have thought such a peerless beauty was in this poor backwater? Brother Wong, you go first. Us brothers will keep watch for you. Another chimed in, his eyes full of bestial lust. The several men's lecherous daring had wholly overwhelmed their reason. In this remote, sealed cellar, facing one utterly powerless to resist, only the most primal, filthy thoughts remained in their hearts. Ha, good. Then this big brother won't stand on ceremony. Pockface Wong said with a lecherous laugh, pressing step by step towards Su Qingxue curled in the corner, that greasy, grimy pockmarked face especially hideous in the firelight, a thick reek of sweat billowing at her. Her stomach churned and roiled, her terror reaching its peak. Mustering her last shred of strength, she braced her bound feet against the ground and inched backward bit by bit, tears blurring her sight, crying out soundlessly in her heart. Father, mother, save me. Where are you? Big villain. Come save me quick. I don't hate you anymore. I don't want the roast chicken. Come quickly. And in the very instant Pockface Wong's filthy hand was about to touch her clothes, as she shut her eyes in despair. Bang! The coverings over the cellar entrance were violently flung open from outside. Cold moonlight poured down like a silver cascade, casting into the cellar a tall, backlit silhouette. That figure didn't move, yet gave off a heart-shaking, icy aura like a death god from the nine hells. Pockface Wong's movement froze, and he looked up, stunned. Su Qingxue too sensed the change in light, and struggling to open her tear-filled eyes, in her blurred vision, saw only a tall figure blocking the cellar mouth, as if barring all the moonlight and all hope behind it. The next second, that figure moved. No extra words, no warning, not even a clear sight of how I moved. The dark shape leapt down from the cellar mouth like a hunting falcon, riding a sharp, cutting gust straight at Pockface Wong, the one nearest Su Qingxue. Thud! A solid, fancy-free fist slammed hard into the side of Pockface Wong's face, the crack of shattering bone clearly audible in the silent cellar. Before he could even get out a scream, his whole body flew up into the air like a torn sack, smashed hard against the earthen wall opposite, and slid limply down, half his face losing all sensation in an instant, sweet, bloody fluid surging up in his mouth. From my appearing to his being blasted away by one fist was no more than a flash of lightning. Only then did the other desperados wake as from a dream, staring in horror at the figure that, backed by the moonlight, slowly straightened and stood barring the way before Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue too saw clearly who had come, though backlit so his face couldn't be made out. That familiar outline of a figure, it was him. That big villain had really come back. The immense contrast left her momentarily dazed, forgetting to cry, only staring blankly at that broad back shielding her behind it. In this moment, that back seemed to become the one bulwark she could lean on in the despairing dark. Cough, cough. Lin. Pockface Wong struggled to spit out a few blood-stained shards of teeth and forced himself to try to crawl up, rasping out an attempt to call my name. I gave him no chance at all. In the moment he'd just gotten out the word Lin, his voice still caught in his throat. A cold light flared in my eyes. I drove off my feet, and my body surged forward again like a phantom, to target his throat. Crack! A bone snap that set teeth on edge. My elbow struck precisely as an iron hammer onto his Adam's apple. Pockface Wong's eyes bulged, his hands clutching uselessly at his neck, his throat making a HK sound of leaking air. Then he convulsed violently a few times, went wholly limp, and made no further sound. Death-like silence in the cellar. Only the fire striker fallen to the ground burning with a sizzle. The remaining 3 desperados finally came fully to themselves, ferocity bared, their employer slain before their eyes, themselves exposed, with no road left to retreat. Damn it! Kill him! Someone roared, and the 3 almost simultaneously drew the daggers at their waists, cold gleams flickering in the gloom. The cellar was narrow, fitting at most 2 abreast, which instead limited their numerical advantage. But these 3 were true desperados who'd really seen blood, and fighting for their lives now, they were especially savage. My eyes were ice cold, without a trace of fear. Killing Pockface Wong just now, swift as it was, had spent no little strength too. Facing 3 daggers, I drew a deep breath, the Everspring Art's inner breath circulating rapidly, matched with the chi and blood tempered by the raging sea spirit spear, tuning my body to its best. Kill. One lunged first, his dagger stabbing straight at my heart, while another slashed at my waist from the side. I pressed in instead of retreating, twisting aside to barely evade the thrust at my chest, while my left hand shot out like lightning and precisely seized the wrist of the man on the side, wrenching hard. The man cried out in pain, his dagger nearly torn from his grip. But the third man's attack had already arrived, his dagger wiping toward my neck. I dropped my head hard. The dagger grazed past my scalp, carrying off a few strands of hair. I seized the chance to kick the man whose wrist I'd twisted in the lower belly, sending him staggering into the earthen wall. The dagger-wielding man reacted very fast, and his strike missing, stabbed backhand at my flank. The cellar's light was dim, figures crossing back and forth, the cold gleam of daggers flashing now and then, roars, pained grunts, and the collision of bodies mixed together. Nimble of movement and superior in strength though I was, the others held blades and fought to the death, making it exceedingly perilous. I relied wholly on reflexes far beyond an ordinary man's to wheel and dodge in the cramped space, seeking openings. One fist caved in a man's nose bridge, one elbow knocked aside a stabbing dagger, but my arm was sliced open in a bloody gash, smarting hot. Blood, the enemy's, and my own, spattered through the cellar. Su Qingxue curled in the corner, covering her mouth tight, wide-eyed at this bloody fight within arm's reach. With every flash of cold steel her heart leapt to her throat, and an indescribable emotion sprouted in her. The fight didn't last long, but every second was heart-stopping. A few more wounds were added to my body, the one on my right arm the deepest, blood seeping steadily out. But in the end I won all the same. I snatched up a dagger fallen to the ground and wiped it backhand. Warm liquid spattered onto my face, and the last desperado, clutching his throat, made a hk gurgle and slowly crumpled. The cellar fell utterly silent, only the heavy reek of blood, ragged breathing, and several corpses slowly going cold. I propped myself on my knees, gasping in great gulps, sweat mixed with blood dripping into the earth, the wound on my right arm stabbing in waves. This bout of killing, swift as it looked, had in fact nearly drained more than half my strength. Were it not for the gains these past days from hard practice at the Raging Sea Spirit Spear and the Everspring Art, the one lying down tonight would likely have been me. Originally on the road home, I kept feeling someone watching me, and the growing wrongness was why I'd turned back here, and so came this scene before me, killing 4 men with my bare hands. Su Qingshue's heart-rending sobs echoed in the cramped space. She clung tight to my uninjured left arm as if it were the one piece of driftwood, her tears and snot smearing a whole sleeve of mine, cursing indistinctly. "Lecher, big villain, boo-hoo, you scared me half to death." Her crying set my mind in turmoil. The wound on my arm throbbed in waves. The corpses strewn every which way in the cellar had to be dealt with, and this lady of sensitive identity couldn't be kept here any longer. Forcing down my weariness, I called up the panel. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills: Hunting, skilled 52/100. Basic archery, skilled 62/100. Butchery, uninitiated 35/50. Everspring art, beginner 18 out of 100. Basic blade art, uninitiated 8 out of 100. Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Raging Tide volume, uninitiated 35 out of 100. Proficiency system, just as I'd thought. The pressure and insight that came from a life-and-death struggle were far beyond what ordinary, by-the-numbers practice could match. Though the point gains weren't large, that comprehension of how to wield strength was something hard to reach by hard practice behind closed doors. I glanced at Su Qingxue, still weeping with no care for her appearance, and felt helpless inwardly. This young mistress had likely truly been scared out of her wits. Where was even a shred of noble daughter pride now? But she seemed to have recovered some strength. Was it the food she'd eaten earlier taking effect, or had extreme terror stirred her latent potential, temporarily overriding part of the drug's power? I couldn't know, but it undoubtedly raised the risk. "Stop crying," I barked in a low voice, reaching out my right hand to pinch her tear-soaked little face and force her to look up, the bloodstains on my fingertips smearing against her fair cheek, jarringly conspicuous. I deliberately put on a ferocious expression, my eyes ice cold. "Cry again, and I'll sell you into a brothel," and make you face people uglier and more revolting than these every single day." These words proved effective. Her crying broke off at once, and she stared with tear-filled, wide eyes in disbelief at my veiled face. That faint sliver of goodwill, just risen from my timely rescue, was shattered to pieces in an instant by this cruel line, replaced by grievance. She pursed her lips, seeming about to cry again, but this time forced it back, only glaring fixedly at me with red, swollen eyes, those eyes full of a soundless indictment. "You're nothing but a devil, hardly better than those villains." This was exactly the effect I wanted. Seeing her quiet down, I let go and, paying her resentful gaze no further mind, began clearing up the mess. First, moving Su Qingxue, I went back to fetch another sack and some pit-digging tools, and ignoring her feeble struggles, deftly stuffed her in, leaving only a gap to breathe, and bound it tight. Next were the 4 corpses, simplest to bury them all right here, saving time and effort. The grave plot they'd chosen for themselves wasn't bad at all. By the time I'd finished, I was drenched in sweat, my wounds aching dully. I shouldered the sack holding Su Qingxue, gave this blood-reeking cellar one last look, and quickly left, finding another derelict courtyard cellar to put her in. I only hoped to get through these last few days in peace. If Li Chungzhong didn't come, I'd just dump her out on the main street. It was still deep night when I got back outside my own courtyard. Not disturbing Lu Ruyan, I quietly climbed over the wall, going first to the well to draw a bucket of icy water and washing myself by the faint light. The bone-piercing water stung my wounds with sharp pain, but it also cleared my muddled head. I carefully wiped off the bloodstains, especially the deepest gash on my right arm. Luckily, it hadn't injured sinew or bone, only flesh. Washed clean, I went back to my room, found the wound medicine Lu Ruyan had laid in, sprinkled it on, bandaged it tight, and gave the other scrapes a simple dressing too, changed into clean clothes, and carefully hid the blood-stained garments away. I couldn't let her see these wounds, or with her current temperament, she'd be frightened and worried, weeping and sobbing again. With my present physique and the Everspring Arts recovery power, these minor wounds should heal in 2 or 3 days. Pakface Wang's move tonight was like a shrill alarm bell. The fish gang indeed had no intention of letting it rest, and their means were so vicious, directly sending desperados to slip into the village and strike at me, even chancing upon Su Qingxue. Had I not turned back from unease, the consequences would have been unthinkable. And even if they hadn't found her, what would happen if, the day I went up the mountain, they struck at Lu Ruyan? The fish gang. Zhao Tianhao. A cold light flickered in my eyes. This trouble could be dragged out no longer. It had to be resolved as soon as possible. Pakface Wang was dead, the desperados dead, but Zhao Tianhao was still alive, and the threat still there. I didn't intend to let these minor wounds delay my plans. Tomorrow I'd still go up the mountain. Only by hunting down something deeply restorative could I keep pace with the qi and blood my day and night practice consumed. It was a race against time now. I had to spend every second growing stronger. I didn't return to Lu Ruyan's warm bedroom, but turned into my own side room, sat cross-legged on the hard plank bed, and heedless of weariness and the pain of my wounds, forced myself to gather my spirit and circulate the Everspring Art. The inner breath flowed slowly through my meridians, nourishing the damaged muscle and the overspent spirit. After circulating it twice, I lay down to rest. It seemed I'd barely closed my eyes when a cock's crow came from outside the window. The sky had already brightened fully. My eyes snapped open. With little drowsiness left, I rose and moved about a bit. The wounds gave little sensation. Coming to the kitchen, I found Lu Ruyan already busy at the stove, and she was somewhat surprised to see me emerge from the side room. "Erlang, last night you didn't come back to sleep in our room?" I practiced late and was afraid of disturbing you, so I rested over there." I explained offhandedly, walked to her side and circled her waist, dropping a light kiss on her brow. "I need to make a trip up the mountain today." Her body stiffened, the ladle nearly dropping into the pot, and she turned to look up at me, worry instantly brimming in her eyes. "Up the mountain again? You've only just hurried back from the county seat, and the mountains are dangerous." "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." I cut her off, my tone gentle but unquestionable. "This time it won't take too long. I'll definitely be back by evening." Knowing she couldn't dissuade me, she turned 1,000 words into a soft sigh, lowered her head, and murmured, I'll go prepare dry rations for you. I didn't linger over tenderness, but quickly gathered my gear. This time I took along the newly bought fine iron long spear. My equipment was more complete than any time before, and far heavier too. I gave her one last look, then turned, pushed open the door, and strode off toward the deep mountains. In the deep mountains, my figure passed soundlessly through the forest like the most alert leopard, my steps steadier, my breathing deeper, my gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk's. Days of hard practice had raised me, across the board, to a wholly new level. On a patch of damp earth, I found a great spread of jumbled wild boar hoofprints. Clearly a boar herd had passed not long before. In the past, I might have excitedly given chase, but now my heart was unusually calm, even stirring with a peculiar feeling. Jiaoxi, the face of that villager who'd mocked me at the village entrance back then and set that absurd wager with me, flashed past. I shook my head lightly, a curve rising at the corner of my mouth. Hard to say whether self-mockery or release. Quibble over it. There was no longer any need. We were already people of two different worlds. My gaze had long since turned toward steeper peaks and more turbulent undercurrents. I didn't chase those boars and decisively changed direction, climbing toward a ridge on the other side where the terrain was gentler and the trees sparse, my target more valuable game. Cresting the ridge, I slowed and searched carefully, soon finding a few fresh droppings beside a thicket. I pinched and sniffed them, and something stirred in me. A few steps farther on, I saw fresh rubbing marks on a small tree about 4 or 5 chi off the ground, smooth, with a few strands of light brown soft fur still clinging to it. This height, this scent. A keen light flashed in my eyes, my heart quickening despite myself. Could it be a deer? A deer. Venison and deer blood were both gentle, restorative top-grade goods, an excellent aid to a martial artist tempering chi and blood and securing the foundation. If I could hunt one, the next few days' cultivation resources would be no worry at all. I pressed down my excitement, forced myself calmer, and tracked along the signs bit by bit, my movements soft and slow, nearly soundless, tuning even my breathing to match the sound of the wind. After tracking about a small half-hour, in a gap between the trees ahead, a lively figure came into view, an adult Sika deer, graceful of form, its coat glossy, the white plum blossom spots clearly visible, its head down nibbling tender grass leaves, its ears turning now and then, alert to its surroundings. I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, took down the hard bough, and drew an arrow, first observing the wind direction to confirm I was downwind, then using the tree trunks for cover to circle to a position where I could aim at the deer's flank vital, and slowly drew the bowstring to full. In this moment my spirit was utterly concentrated, my eyes holding only that deer. My fingers loosed the string. WHSSH. The arrow carved a deadly straight line. Yow! The Sika deer seemed to sense the final danger and snapped its head up to leap, but the arrow had already reached it, piercing precisely into the side of its neck and sinking deep. Blood spurted. It gave a mournful cry, struggled a few steps, and crashed to the ground. Done. Joy rose in me, and I was about to step forward to collect it. Who's there? Who's loosing arrows over there? A stern shout came from afar, breaking the forest's silence. Right after, several figures in matching moon-white robes darted out from the dense woods to the side like wildcats. By the leaping skill of their movements, they'd all trained in martial arts, unranked, but far stronger than ordinary hooligans. These several were around 17 or 18 to a little past 20, the pride of Marshall Hall disciples on their faces. They saw me at a glance, hard bow in hand, dressed as a hunter, and disdain flashed in their eyes. But when their gaze fell on that Sika deer on the ground, blood still spurting from its neck, every one of their eyes lit up sharply. A deer! It's a Sika deer, one disciple cried in delighted surprise. Venison is deeply restorative, and deer blood is even finer for warmly nourishing chi and blood, a great help to us in breaking through to 9th rank. The lead disciple was the eldest, around 23 or 24, his features somewhat sinister. He narrowed his eyes and looked me up and down, and seeing me plainly dressed and young, with nothing remarkable about me save the decent bow in my hand, His contempt deepened. He stepped forward, putting on airs. "Hey, you, the hunter. Did you shoot this deer?" I nodded expressionlessly, already wary inwardly. "Who gave you leave to hunt here?" The lead disciple's voice turned abruptly stern, lordly from on high. "Don't you know that the depths of this forest have already been cordoned off by a great personage from the county? No idlers may enter. Violators will be severely punished without mercy." My eyes turned faintly cold. If it had truly been cordoned off and guarded by them, someone should have come out to stop me back when I was tracking the deer sign. Why wait until I'd hunted the deer to show themselves? This was plainly seeing the deer and getting ideas, wanting to find some pretext to seize it by force. I had no wish to invite extra complications, especially with the others' numerous and Marshall Hall disciples besides, so I pressed down my displeasure, said not a word, and silently walked forward, bending to prepare to shoulder the deer and leave. But to the lead disciple, this attitude of silent disregard was without question the greatest provocation. The gall. He flew into a rage, feeling he'd lost face before his junior brothers, and seeing me with my back to him, seemingly utterly unguarded, drove off his feet to lunge forward, his right hand forming a claw that carried a cutting gust straight at the center of my back. Had this struck home, an ordinary hunter would at the least have coughed blood and been gravely injured. Give an inch and you take a mile. The fury bottled up in my heart was utterly ignited. I'd meant to keep one fewer matter rather than one more. But this Marshall Hall disciple was greedy and shameless, even meaning to ambush a man from behind into grave injury. Did he truly take me, Lin Foam, for one molded of clay? The lives that had died at my hands numbered 6, if not 8. A cold, killing, intent shot from the depths of my heart straight to the crown of my skull. A cold light flared in my eyes, the veins faintly bulging on the back of my bow-gripping hand. The instant that claw landed, I'd strike back like thunder. Once I moved, there'd be no turning back. Offending the Marshall Hall would be certain, so better to leave every one of these men here and let not a single one get back to carry word. In the deep mountains and old forests, a few deaths were nothing out of the ordinary. In the hair's breadth instant my muscles tensed, just before I'd twist aside and savagely counterstrike. "Stop! Don't strike. It's all a misunderstanding." A familiar, urgent voice came from the woods on the other side. Right after, several figures in black official garb came running, gasping for breath, and the one at their head was none other than Catchhead Lou. Catchhead Lou was, for what it was worth, a proper 9th-rank martial artist, and wore official robes besides, carrying the authority of his office. Seeing him appear so suddenly, the lead disciple had no choice but to wrench his lunge to a halt, sullenly withdrawing his hand, his face still ugly, an unwilling glint in his eyes. I too set aside my killing intent for the moment, turned, and nodded slightly to Catchhead Lou. "Catchhead Lou, how is it you're here?" I found it somewhat strange. Catchhead Lou ran up close, wiped a handful of sweat, and gave me a wry smile. "How else would it be? It's that same business I mentioned to you before. I'm the Catchhead of Qingyang Town, in charge of this stretch. The nearby mountain forest falls under my search too." Seeing that he and I seemed acquainted and were even chatting idly, the lead disciple grew more impatient and cut in. "Catchhead Lou, this man ignored the prohibition and trespassed into restricted ground, and hunted the creatures here besides. For your sake the man may go, but this deer must stay." Catchhead Lou turned, a face-saving yet somewhat slick smile of doing things by the book on his face, his eyes narrowing. "Haha, young brothers, you're under orders to guard against idlers disturbing the spirit creature. That's a great matter, Lou understands." But his words took a turn, and he lowered his voice. "Our side's business may be a bit bigger. People from the Green Prince's Manor went specially to the county magistrate, demanding the mountain be sealed and searched for an important person. This hunter brother is a guide I sought out on purpose. He knows this stretch of forest very well and can assist us in our work. If you don't believe it, you're welcome to go back and ask your hall master, or go ask that lord who's come from the Green Prince's Manor directly." The Green Prince's Manor. These 3 words burst by my ear like a thunderclap. My heart shook violently, and in an instant my thoughts leapt to that willful young mistress in the cellar who called herself Su Qingxua. Could it be her surname wasn't Su but Zhao? That she was a commandery princess of the Green Prince's Manor? That what Li Chengzhong had run afoul of was the Green Prince's manor. I gave Catchhead Lu another strange look. Why was this fellow stepping in to get me out of trouble, even fabricating such a pretext? With no cause at all, what was he after? Could it be he really did have something to ask of me, or had sensed something? That lead disciple's expression also shifted slightly at the three words, Green Prince's manor. What a colossal entity the Green Prince's manor was. Across all of Qingzhou, it was the very sky. Never mind a minor martial hall disciple like him. Even his hallmaster come in person couldn't afford to offend it. With Catchhead Lu raising this great banner, true or false aside, he absolutely dared not push back hard any longer. He gave a cold snort, knowing today's deer couldn't be seized, and that further wrangling might only bring humiliation on himself, shot me a vicious glare as if to carve my likeness into his mind, and turned to leave. The others exchanged glances, looked at the constables behind Catchhead Lu, then at that tempting deer on the ground, and in the end could only follow unwillingly, soon vanishing into the dense woods. Only after the martial hall disciples had gone well clear did the atmosphere not fully ease. Catchhead Lu rubbed his hands, a shrewd smile on his face, and walked over to me, his gaze first sweeping over the sick deer, lingering a moment especially beneath the deer's belly, a flicker of eagerness crossing his eyes, before he turned to me with clucks of praise. Young brother Lin, what splendid archery! That shot just now this old brother saw even from afar. Fast, accurate, ruthless, a one-strike kill. An ordinary hunter has no such skill. I pressed down the great waves stirred up in my heart by the Green Prince's manner, restored my face to calm, clasped my hands in salute, and said sincerely, "Many thanks just now to Catchhead Lu for getting me out of that. Had you not arrived in time, today would have brought no small trouble. If there's anywhere this one can be of use to you, Catchhead Lu, so long as it doesn't violate righteousness, Lin Feng will never refuse." These words both thanked him and left room to maneuver, while I quietly observed his reaction. Catchhead Lu's smile broadened, and he slapped his thigh. Good. Young brother is a sensible man, forthright. He looked left and right and lowered his voice. I'll be frank, the higher-ups are pressing hard this time. The people who came from Qingzhou Prefecture are personally overseeing the matter, and they've even sent men to act alongside us. It's no small affair, and the pressure on us underlings doing the legwork is heavy too. This mountain patrol is one of the tasks. He paused, his gaze meaningful. This old brother's knocked about the law courts all these years. I've no other talent, but a fair eye for people. In helping you today, 1, I can't stand those Marshall Hall boys throwing their weight around. And 2, I'd like to forge a kindly bond with young brother. Your skills are no ordinary thing, and you know the mountains well. If you ever spot any suspicious person in future, you must tell us. My doubts grew deeper. Surely he hadn't come to suspect me? The thought sent a slight chill down my back. Impossible. Yesterday, not one of Pockface Wong's crew got away. They were all buried in the cellar, and word absolutely couldn't get out. My thoughts spun fast, my face betraying nothing, showing only suitable puzzlement and a trace of being flattered. Catchhead Lu is too kind. If it's only a matter of keeping an eye out in the mountains for suspicious outsiders, Lin will naturally watch, and if I find anything, I'll surely contrive to let you know. Catchhead Lu seemed to read the puzzlement in my eyes, and gave a laugh, his face showing a few measures of the unspoken awkwardness and anticipation between men, rubbing his hands, his gaze drifting again toward a certain part of the deer's carcass, his voice dropping lower. That, young brother, this old brother has one small thing to ask. It's a bit hard to put into words. It's that deer pizzle on the deer there. It's a top-grade thing for boosting yang and securing the root. Do you think you could part with it? Sell it to this old brother? His old face went faintly red, and he forced a natural air as he sighed. You know how it is. The years pile up, and the old body sometimes can't keep up, and the wife at home presses hard besides. This thing, for men our age, is a real treasure. And he gave me a wink. So that was it. Realization dawned, and I was caught between laughter and tears. After all that roundabout, getting me out of trouble, forging a kindly bond, the landing point turned out to be here. It seemed that, beyond the genuine notion of investing in me, his earlier overtures of goodwill likely had this deer pizzle as an important target too, even the main one. It was just a deer pizzle, weighed against possible trouble and is getting me out of it today, it was truly nothing. So that's it. You should have said so sooner, Catchhead Lou. An understanding smile rose on my face, and without hesitation I drew the hatchet and cut off that intact deer pizzle. Take it, Catchhead. Why speak of buying and selling? I'm in your debt for the help today. Consider this a small token of my regard. Catchhead Lou took the still warm deer pizzle, his joy deepening, and thanked me over and over. Io, how can I accept this? Young brother is far too kind. Then this old brother will be brazen and take it. If anything comes up in Qingyang town in future, come find me anytime. He wrapped it preciously in oil paper and tucked it into his robes, as if he'd come by some extraordinary treasure. The two of us exchanged a few more pleasantries. He again urged me to watch for strange things in the mountains, especially suspicious outsiders, and if I found anything to come to town and find him or leave word to be relayed, which I naturally agreed to wholeheartedly. Seeing the hour was getting late, I shouldered the heavy deer carcass and took my leave. Catchhead Lou, if there's nothing else, this one will head back first. This deer needs dealing with quickly too. Good, good. Go on, careful on the road. Catchhead Lou waved with a smiling squint. Shouldering the deer, I turned and walked off toward the way down the mountain, my steps steady, and soon vanished among the trees. Only once my figure had wholly disappeared did the smile on Catchhead Lou's face slowly fade, replaced by a kind of deep thought and feeling. He gazed in the direction I'd left, murmuring to himself, his voice low enough only he could hear. How could the golden-scaled one be a thing of the pond? Once it meets wind and cloud, it turns to a dragon. He recalled the killing intent I'd burst out within that instant facing the Marshall Hall disciples' attempt to seize the deer. That was by no means an aura an ordinary hunter or country youth could have, and that archery that never missed, that familiarity with the mountain terrain, and that neither servile nor overbearing, careful-minded handling of him. For this lad to have such a temperament at so young an age, he's no thing of the pond. So long as he doesn't die partway. Give him time and opportunity, and his future attainments will surely be beyond measure. A keen light flickered in Catchhead Lou's eyes. If his martial path advances another step, then by that archery alone, should he meet a ranked demon beast in future, he might well shoot it dead with a single arrow. He touched the oil paper packet of deer pizzle in his robes, a satisfied curve rising at the corner of his mouth. This deal looked worthwhile any way you saw it. Befriending him now was the kindness of sending coal in the snow. To go forging ties once he'd truly made something of himself would be merely adding flowers to brocade, of wholly different weight. Heh. Tiring as this mountain trip was, forging this bit of affinity isn't a loss after all. In a fairly good mood, Catchhead Lou called to his constables still standing watch. Let's move. Keep on with the patrol, and keep your eyes sharp. Shouldering the heavy deer carcass down the mountain, I had no idea Catchhead Lou's estimation of me was so high. Looking at my own panel, my mood was especially heavy. For me, with this scrap of strength, to face a colossal entity like Qingzhou Prefecture was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. A commandery princess of the Green Prince's manor. Li Qingzhong, you've truly found me a sky-sized heap of trouble. The Songlong River, its turbid waves rolling. On the broad expanse of water, several dozen battered fishing boats bobbed with the current like leaves in the wind, the fishermen aboard, old and young alike, their faces carved deep with wind and frost, their eyes mostly numb and weary, casting and hauling nets with all their might in hopes of landing a few more fish. On the makeshift wharf at the bank, several gang members in fish gang garb, iron-shod clubs in hand, squatted lazily under a grass shelter, their gazes sweeping the water and the returning boats like hawks. Their task was clear: to prevent anyone from secretly hiding good catches or going out to fish without paying the fish tax. All catches had to be appraised and bought up uniformly by the fish gang, the prices forced down brutally low. Anyone unwilling or who concealed a catch faced, at the least, a vicious beating, at worst, having their boat smashed, or even being thrown into the river. On one battered little fishing boat, a dark-skinned, wiry youth was gritting his teeth as he hauled the heavy net up bit by bit. His name was Liu DeBayo, the son of Granny Li in the village, just turned 18 this year. Unmarried to this day on account of his family's poverty, fighting for his life on the Tsanglong River with his father each day in exchange for meager earnings. The net was heavy, the force beneath the water fierce, pulling the little boat into a sway. Lu Debao's heart tensed, and he glanced around. Luckily, the neighboring boats were rather far off, and the gang members on the bank had their attention drawn by another boat that had just docked. He drew a deep breath and, with all his strength, dragged the net up onto the deckboard as quietly as he could. The net came out of the water, spray flying, but inside was only a single fish. Yet when he saw the fish's appearance clearly, his eyes shot wide, and he hurriedly clapped a hand over a mouth about to cry out in shock. It was a fish of strange appearance, about 3 chi long, broad and flat in build, 2 slender, short horns like jade jutting faintly from the top of its head, its body covered all over in fine, dense dark gold markings like ox hairs, water vapor faintly wreathing as its gills opened and closed. Even out of the water it was still full of vigor, its eyes seeming to hold a spiritual light. An oxhorn pomfret. Poor and destitute fisherman though Lu Debao was, he'd heard of this rare treasure fish from the old folks' tales. Legend held that this fish was born absorbing the essence of waters and marshes, its flesh containing gentle, pure chi and blood energy, with excellent effect for a martial man, tempering his body and replenishing chi and blood, a restorative delicacy cultivators dreamed of. Its bones and scales were said to have special uses too. Catching it had not been without cost either. The net had been struggled into many small holes, and had the fish's body not been rather large, it would likely have escaped long ago. Pa, look quick! Suppressing his excitement, Lu Debao called out in a trembling low voice to his father beside him, who was sorting ropes, a dark, gaunt, taciturn old man, none other than Granny Lee's husband. Old Lu turned his head and saw the fish in the net, and his murky eyes instantly blazed with disbelieving light. He rushed over in one stride, made it out carefully, then said in a low, urgent voice, "Quick, hide it. Cover it with wet grass. Whatever you do, don't let anyone see." Father and son, hearts pounding wildly, hurriedly covered this priceless oxhorn pomfret layer upon layer with soaked thatch and stuffed it into the most hidden compartment of the boat's hold. When they'd finished, the two exchanged a look, both seeing wild joy and lingering fear in the other. If this thing were seen by that pack of jackals in the fish gang, the most they'd toss you is a few hundred copper to send you off, the old man said, his voice dry, carrying suppressed excitement. But if we can sneak it to the county seat and find an apothecary or great household who knows its worth, it'd be worth at least this much. He held out 5 rough fingers, 5 taels of silver. For a family like theirs, it was no different from a great fortune, enough to better their lives a long while, even giving Lu Debao more hope of finding a wife. Even as the Lu father and son were thrilled and anxious over this unexpected windfall, downstream on the Tsanglong River, a lavishly decorated official barge, several times larger than ordinary fishing boats, was making its way upstream against the current. On the bow deck, a man stood with his hands clasped behind him, around 40 years of age, his features lean and clear, his aura settled and heavy as a mountain range. None other than that 6th-rank personage come down from the prefecture city to inspect the river transport, Zhou Wenyuan. At this moment his expression wasn't pleasant, an inescapable gloom between his brows. He'd thought he'd taken on a cushy assignment inspecting the river transport that would keep him far from the Northern Frontiers War, holing up for some leisure in this relatively settled Sisui County. But he hadn't expected that, a scant few days into the leisure, people from the Green Prince's manor would come knocking, demanding the local authorities give full assistance in searching for a missing commandery princess, and wanting him to assist in pursuing that brazenly bold Li Qingzhong besides. Pursue Li Qingzhong? Humph, that slippery wretch. Even offering Master Kong couldn't take him down for a time, and they want me to go risk my life? Zhou Wenyuan sneered inwardly. Since I can't dodge it, then I'll search at my leisure. Drag my feet. Who can't do that? With some reluctance he gazed toward the cloud and mist-wreathed mountains in the distance. Ever since arriving a month past, he'd faintly sensed something off in the mountain's chi currents. He'd sent men to investigate, and sure enough they'd found signs of it. A 6th-rank spirit creature, the black gold jade cleaving lotus. This lotus had a marvelous effect for tempering the bones and clearing the passes, exactly the treasure he needed to consolidate his sixth-rank realm and glimpse the higher tiers. The earth-shaking beast roars in the mountains these past days had been several seventh-ranked demon beasts fighting over the right to guard this lotus. But the lotus hadn't fully ripened yet. The demon beasts could do nothing to each other, and for the time being each lay low, waiting for it to mature. Zhou Wenyuan hadn't been anxious to act. 1. For fear of alarming the prey. 2. Also wary that this sprawling deep range might not be without a hidden sixth rank, or even stronger, demon beast. He'd meant to wait until the moment the spirit creature ripened and seize it by thunderous means, then flee far away. By that fluctuation of spirit essence, I reckon another half-month or so, and it'll fully ripen. I hope by then the trouble here will have come to a close, leaving me time to hurry back. With him gone, the spirit creature in the mountains was, for the moment, with no one to forcefully hold it down. Those local martial halls and noble clans long lurking in secret and coveting it, even wandering rogue cultivators, all at once grew restless and began converging on Sisui County. And the Green Prince's Manor's Shadow Guard, just now at their wits' end searching for the commandery princess and needing local hands besides, naturally had no attention to spare elsewhere, and could only turn a blind eye to the contest that might break out in the mountains. For a time, Sisui County churned with undercurrents, the mountain rain about to come. Shouldering the heavy deer carcass, my feet seeming to skim the ground, I returned at nearly a trot to home at the village's tail. Deer blood was the essence, and a good deal had spilled away from the jolting along the road, which pained me. So I simply tore open the wound at the deer's neck and, tipping my head back, drank in great gulps straight from that gurgling, still warm deer blood. The bloody sweet liquid surged down my throat, uncomfortable at first, but soon a warm current spread along my gullet to all 4 limbs and the 100 bones, and the muscles all over my body felt as if injected with fresh vitality, my strength even rising for a short span, and even that thread of inner breath in my dantian grew more active than usual, circulating a touch faster. It really is good stuff. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, a keen light flickering in my eyes. It was only past noon when I got home. Lu Rian was sitting at the main room doorway sewing that sky-blue new garment by the daylight, her expression tender, a smile at the corner of her mouth. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, and delighted surprise showed in her eyes at the sight of me. When she saw the game on my shoulder clearly, she gave a softer cry. "Oh, it's a sika deer." I gave a and set down the deer, then pointed at that fine-quality deer hide. "I won't sell this hide this time. I'll tan it, and when winter comes and it turns cold, it'll do just right to add a thick, warm hide jacket for you." Her heart went sweet, and watching my busy figure, her tenderness deepened. She set down her needlework and came to help. Working together, the two of us soon had the deer dealt with. The venison cut into chunks, part of it salted and air-dried, part for eating in the near term. The most precious velvet antler carefully taken off and mixed with the remaining deer blood to steep into medicinal wine. I made a point of instructing, "This deer heart, simply boil it in water tonight and leave it for me to eat." By now that feverish heat risen within me from drinking the deer blood was growing more pronounced, my chi and blood surging, my vigor so abundant it seemed about to brim over. So I simply stripped off my outer shirt to bare a lean, powerful upper body, took up that fine iron long spear, set my stance in the courtyard, and ran through volume, one of the raging sea spirit spear. This time the feeling was utterly different from past days. Before, even with vigor abundant, after running the 9 moves 5 times my arms would go sore and numb and my breath grow slightly ragged. Now it was as if I had inexhaustible strength. The spear thrust out like a dragon, drew back like a python, the fierce wind howling, every move given my all and striving for the standard form. After each run-through, the pores all over my body seemed to open slightly as if drawn by something, and a refreshing, penetrating ache clearer than usual coursed through me, as if countless fine warm currents surged in from outside and fused with the chi and blood within and the essence of the deer blood, tempering skin, flesh, sinew, and bone together, especially in both arms that held the spear and both legs that served as the root of my force. This feeling was strongest. Just as I thought, different manuals have different emphases. This first volume of the Raging Sea Spirit Spear, the Raging Tide volume, mainly tempers the arms, waist and belly, and legs, laying the foundation for channeling force through the spear. Understanding dawned in my heart, and I practiced with even more zeal. What I didn't know was how rare a martial art that could temper three regions at once was. In all of Sisui County, apart from noble clans of deep heritage, not another soul could produce one. I ran through it 8 times straight, until I was drenched in sweat all over and my muscles trembled faintly. Before that surging force of chi and blood subsided a little, but my body's condition was finer than ever before, and the wound on my right arm, nourished by the chi and blood, healed a bit faster too. The proficiencies of both Raging Sea Spirit Spear and Everspring Art climbing steadily. I drew in the spear and stood, exhaling a long breath of searing white mist, a blazing light in my eyes. This deer had come at just the right time. With venison and deer blood to nourish me these next few days, my cultivation speed was sure to quicken greatly. Once that strength roused by the deer blood began to ebb, and my body sent a slight wave of weakness born of high-intensity cultivation, I focused my mind and called up the panel. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills: hunting, skilled 58/100, basic archery, skilled 65 out of 100, butchery, uninitiated 40 out of 100, Everspring Art, beginner 20 out of 100, basic blade art, uninitiated 10 out of 100, Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Raging Tide volume, uninitiated 45 out of 100, a proficiency system. Though it was only a slight rise in the figures, that sense of fulfillment from the body's strength increasing was something cold numbers couldn't capture. I was quite satisfied with this hour's cultivation. Erlang, time to eat. Lu Rian's gentle voice came from the kitchen doorway. I answered, wiped off the sweat haphazardly, and walked into the main room. A simple supper was already laid out on the table. Coarse rice, a plate of stir-fried wild greens, a small dish of fresh venison. The deer heart, she said, she'd cooked tonight as a late-night snack. 1. The supper stove and pot were still needed. 2. I practiced martial arts every night and needed a late snack, and with that deer heart, there was no fear of overtaxing my body. Brewing it together with medicinal materials would work even better, but right now time was short and the task pressing, and raising my strength mattered most. The two of us sat facing each other. She now and then put food in my bowl, her eyes full of care. In the candlelight, looking at the side of her tender, serene face, the heat in me lingering from the deer blood stirred restlessly again, and I couldn't help reaching across the table to gently take her hand resting at its edge. Her hand trembled, a flush of red flying to her face, and she gave me a chiding glance, saying in a low voice, Erlang, the door isn't even shut yet. Eat first. Looking at her bashful, timid manner, the heat in my heart deepened, and I was about to say something more when suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Old Lou, get your ass out here. Damn it. Ordinarily you look like a clammed-up gourd that doesn't dare let out a fart. Your guts have gotten fat. You actually dared to hide a treasure fish. From the direction of Old Lou's place next door came violent door-kicking and arrogant cursing, mixed with the clamor of villagers being startled awake. Right after came Granny Lee's shrill, furious cursing. You pack of cut down by the 1,000 wretches. Which of your eyes saw us hide a treasure fish? All you know day in and day out is to bully us bitter, hard-up fishermen. Is there no law left at all? Bang! A more violent crash, clearly the wooden door being forcibly kicked open. My brow knit, and I set down my bowl and chopsticks at once. Lu Rian heard the commotion too, worry showing on her face, and instinctively tugged my arm. Erlang, be careful. Granny Lee is a good person. She recalled Granny Lee's several warnings and shows of concern before, and her heart couldn't bear it. It's fine, I'm here. I patted the back of her hand, my steady tone carrying a reassuring strength. Erlang, you be careful too. She was still somewhat worried. I gave a soft moan, quickly pulled on my outer shirt, and strode out the courtyard gate. There I saw Old Lou's already battered wooden door hanging askew to one side, and a petty headman with a face full of cruel flesh and a vicious gaze, leading 7 or 8 club-wielding lackeys, had already filed in and was standing in the Liu family's cramped courtyard. A good number of startled villagers had gathered around, pointing and whispering, most of their faces angry but not daring to speak. That petty headman, called Headman Ding, stood with hands on his hips, nose tilted to the sky, and spat contemptuously at old Lu, Granny Lee, who'd hurried out, and the red-faced Lu DeBeo. So what if we bully you? You dare resist? You still want to make your way in Qingyang town? Cut the crap. Hand over the treasure fish, fast. Or don't blame us, brothers, for not being gentle. Old Lu shook all over with rage, yet still forced down his fury and tried to reason. Headman Ding, we truly didn't catch any treasure fish. Your men checked when we came ashore tonight, too. We're on the boat. Was there any treasure fish? Headman Ding sneered, his triangle eyes full of certainty. Don't be a dead duck with a stiff beak. When you hauled the net on the river, there were eyes on the bank that saw. You thought no one would know. On this little patch of the Tsanglong River, there's nothing my fish gang doesn't know about. He swept his gaze over old Lu's face, gone instantly ashen, and grew more smug. Won't hand it over? Then search. Search every inch for me. And if anything gets smashed up, don't blame us for being heavy-handed. He gave a wave, and that pack of lackeys immediately rushed howling into the Lu family's few low mud brick rooms, and from inside at once came the grating sounds of overturned chests and rummaged cabinets, jars and pots shattering. Old Lu's lips quivered as he shut his eyes, seeming to age 10 years in an instant. Lu DeBeo gave a furious roar. Stop it. Is there no law left at all? And made to rush forward and block them. Law. Headman Ding sneered, lifting a foot to kick Lu DeBeo in the chest, sending him sprawling onto his backside. On this turf, my fish gang is the law. Once I find that treasure fish, you can forget ever going out on the river again. I'll have your legs broken. And he stepped up to kick him twice more. Granny Lee collapsed to the ground with a thud, slapping her thighs and wailing aloud, her cry shrill and despairing. The villagers around watched, filled with righteous indignation, but cowed by the fish gang's brutal might. None dared step forward. From the crowd, who knew whose voice it was, someone gave a low, anger-suppressed roar. Fish that's caught belongs to whoever catches it. What's wrong with selling to someone else? You forced the prices down so brutally. All these years you've squeezed us no end. But even he only dared shout that one line. His voice soon drowned in the clamor. Headman Ding's ears were sharp. He whipped his head around, glaring fiercely. Which son of a bitch said that? Step out here for me. Just then, a tall, upright figure parted the crowd and walked to the center of the courtyard, blocking the way right between Headman Ding and the fallen Lu DeBeo. It was me. My outer shirt only carelessly draped over my upper body, bearing an evenly built, powerfully muscled chest and arms, my near 6-foot height standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. My face was calm, but my eyes were cold as a blade. Looking at Headman Ding, I said blandly, I said it. What? You have a problem with that? Headman Ding was momentarily thrown by this man who'd suddenly cropped up. Once he saw clearly it was me, he was first surprised, then an exaggerated sneer rose on his face. I-oh. And here I wondered who it was. Grown so big and tall, but all show and no use. Though he said this, looking at my sturdy build and the pressure hidden in my composure, his heart felt a touch of dread, and he added, blustering to hide his fear, Boy, I advise you not to meddle in others' business. This is my fish gang's affair. You mean to set yourself against my fish gang? I sneered inwardly. I've offended your young gang master Zhao Tianhao himself to the death. Would I fear a small underling like you? On my lips I mocked without the slightest courtesy. You? You're fit to represent the fish gang? Forcing your way into a private home, smashing things at will. If the constables were called, it'd be enough to land you a few days jail rice. Ha! Headman Ding and several lackeys burst out laughing as if they'd heard the biggest joke in the world, doubling over. Call the constables? I spit on that. Stick their necks out for you dirt-leg peasants? You think the constables would care? Go on dreaming your sweet dream. Boy, you'd rather take the hard way than the easy one. Seems your hide's itching. Hearing this, the villagers around grew angrier but dared not speak, ground down so long that even their last shred of fighting spirit seemed about to be worn away. But just as Headman Ding and the others were laughing arrogantly, preparing to deal with me along with the rest, Lu DeBeo, who'd been lying on the ground seemingly beaten senseless, suddenly let out a beast-like roar, sprang up violently, and bit down hard on Headman Ding's wrist, right within arm's reach. SSSS. Caught off guard, Headman Ding screamed like a stuck pig in pain. Let go. Let go, damn you. His other hand balled into a fist and slammed down with all its force on Lou DeBayo's cheek. Lou DeBayo was struck till his head broke and bled, his cheeks swelling fast, but his eyes burned with bone-deep hatred and a die-hard ferocity. He bit down and would not let go, a cornered beast snarl coming from his throat. Headman Ding, the pain draining most of his strength, snarled at his still-stunned underlings. What are you standing there for? Hit him. Beat this madman to death. Only then did the several lackeys react, raising their clubs to come down on Lou DeBayo. My eyes turned cold, and I hesitated no more. My form moved like a fierce tiger out of its cage, cutting into the crowd in an instant. Thud, crack, I-O, thump. The muffled reports of fists and feet meeting flesh, screams, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground rang out one after another. My movements were fast as lightning, my force heavy and fierce, every blow landing precisely on a vital or a joint, yet controlled so as not to take a life. So long as I didn't kill anyone. With Catchhead Lou's attitude, he likely wouldn't even bother about it. And besides, by rights this counted as legitimate defense. These fish gang thugs were nothing but hooligans bullying by the strength of their backing. How could they be a match for me, who'd been through life-and-death struggles and trained hard at martial arts? In no more than a few breaths, 7 or 8 men lay sprawled every which way across the ground, clutching their wounds and wailing. Headman Ding, bitten by Lou DeBayo and horror-struck by my skill, was scared out of his wits. He finally wrenched free of the biting, scrambled back on hands and knees, and looking at his men rolling all over the ground and my cold gaze, still put on a bluster. You dare hit us. You're a dead man. Just wait for the fish gang's revenge. I walked up to him and crouched down, reaching out to pinch his chin and turn his face straight. Smack. A crisp, ringing slap. Half his face swelled up in an instant, blood seeping at the corner of his mouth. You. Smack. Another backhanded slap, and the other side of his face swelled fast too. Headman Ding still meant to curse, but I gave him no chance at all, striking left and right, the smack, smack, unceasing, slapping him dizzy and reeling, nosebleed streaming, his whole face swollen like a steamed bun of risen dough, blue and purple all over. The party that had been so arrogant and overbearing a moment ago now all lay slumped on the ground, some groaning, some begging for mercy. Another slap fell, and I finally stopped, asking coldly, "Still got something loud to say?" Headman Ding was already beaten senseless, his ears ringing, slurring with a sob in his voice. "Big brother, dear big brother. I stopped running my mouth ages ago. Stop hitting me. Any more, and I'll die." Only then did I let go and stand, spitting out 2 words from on high. "Get lost." Headman Ding, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly struggled to crawl up and make to run. Hold it. My voice wasn't loud, but it made him go stiff all over. Kick down the door, smash things, frighten the household. And you just leave like that? Leave the silver for compensation. And that fish, you're not taking it. Headman Ding didn't dare say a single word of refusal, and hurriedly dug out all the copper coins and broken silver on himself and on the few underlings who could still move, scraping together about 2 odd taels and setting it tremblingly on the ground. As for that oxhorn pomfret wrapped in wet cloth, it was naturally taken back by me as well. Get lost, and don't let me see you in this village again. I waved a hand. Only then did Headman Ding and the others, propping each other up, flee the courtyard in disgrace and vanish into the night. It was only at this point that the villagers around, long held in cowed silence, burst out in fervent cheers and applause. "Well done, Lin Feng. Lin's second son, you've really got guts. We misjudged you before. The change in you these days, everyone's seen it. You're the gutsiest man in our village." There were older villagers, too, who stepped up with concern. "Lin family's second boy, fine as it was, but you have to be doubly careful from now on. Having offended the fish gang, they'll surely bear you a grudge. I'm afraid they'll use even more underhanded means." I clasped my hands to the crowd and said in a ringing voice, "Many thanks for all your concern, elders, and fellow villagers. I, Lin Feng, am just a hunter living an honest life. I've no entanglement with the fish gang. If they want to play dirty, let them come, and I'll meet them. It's over now. Everyone, disperse. The villagers, both admiring and full of feeling, dispersed amid lively talk. After this affair, my image in the villagers' hearts had wholly turned around. No longer that idle, no good brat, but a capable, responsible, tough man who dared to stand up for his fellow villagers. Everyone had seen my grudge with the fish gang too, and knew it couldn't be resolved. But this courage to dare to resist had won their respect. The crowd had mostly gone, yet one person hadn't. It was Zhao Si. He dawdled forward, head lowered, shame on his face. Lin Feng, it was your uncle's fault before. I gave plenty of offense. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold it against an old man like me. Looking at this villager who'd once mocked me, now reduced to such a state, I felt no great satisfaction, only the sense of how things change in this world, and smiled. You're too hard on yourself, Uncle Zhao. Those were just small spats of the past. I forgot them long ago. Let's all live our lives well from here on. Zhao Si hadn't expected me to be so magnanimous, and let out a long sigh. Lin Feng, your uncle was blind before. You've real ability, and such a broad heart besides. Your uncle's convinced. If there's ever anywhere your uncle can be of use, just say the word. He spoke sincerely, clearly wholly won over by what I'd done today. Having seen Zhao Si off, I turned to look at the Liu household. Granny Li had long since stopped crying and was pulling at the still somewhat dazed old Liu, thanking me 1,000 times over. Old Liu sat glumly on the threshold smoking his dry tobacco pipe, his expression complicated. Granny Li glared at him with exasperation. You wretched old man. He saved our whole family, and you haven't a single word of thanks. Old Liu blew out a long stream of smoke and said in a muffled voice, Thank. Of course I'll thank him. It's just that keeping this fish is a curse too. You saved us today. This fish, I'll give it to you. He pointed at the wet cloth bundle in my hand. I hurriedly shook my head. Uncle Liu, that won't do. This fish you risked yourselves to catch. It's your family's hope. I can't take it. Granny Li said too. Erlang, just accept it. Without you, this fish and the silver would have been snatched away long ago, and we'd likely have taken a vicious beating besides. After a round of pushing back and forth, in the end I said, Let's do this. Uncle Liu, Granny Li, I'll buy the fish. By market price, this oxhorn pomfret is worth at least 5 taels of silver. I quickly went back to get the silver from Lu Ruyan. Seeing nothing had gone wrong, Lu Ruyan settled her mind and, without a word, dug it out. I counted out 5 taels and pressed them into Granny Li's hand. Brother DeBeo isn't married yet. Keep this silver for when he takes a wife in the future. Don't refuse again, or you'll be looking down on me, Lin Feng. Seeing my firm attitude and the sense in my words, old Liu and Granny Li finally stopped refusing. Granny Li, gripping that heavy 5 taels of silver, teared up again, this time tears of gratitude. I took my leave, and Liu DeBeo followed me out to see me off. This dark, sturdy youth still had bruises and bloodstains on his face, but his eyes were uncommonly bright, full of admiration for me. From my stepping forward, to felling the fish gang thugs like a tiger into a wolf pack, to the seasoned magnanimity of how I'd handled things just now, all of it had deeply shaken him. Brother Lin. Liu DeBeo was a little embarrassed. I patted his shoulder. Brother DeBeo, you're older than me. I should be the one calling you brother. You've more ability than me, so I'll call you brother. We each go by our own reckoning. Liu DeBeo smiled with honest simplicity. Then his face turned earnest and yearning. Brother, could you teach me some skill? I don't want to be like today again, watching my parents bullied with my own eyes while I'm not the slightest bit of use. I want to learn from you. Looking at this youth before me, his eyes ardent, a streak of ferocity and fighting spirit in his bones, I recalled how he'd bitten down on Headman Ding's wrist for dear life just now, refusing to let go, like a wolf with its prey in its jaws. This was malleable material, only lacking opportunity and guidance. Something stirred faintly in me. Brother DeBeo, I said, looking at him seriously, you did very well today. With so many people present, you alone dared to lunge and resist. Do you hate the fish gang? I hate them. Of course I hate them. Liu DeBeo's hatred kindled without hesitation. They've been sucking our blood all along. If not for them forcing down prices and bleeding us, my little sister wouldn't have sickened and died the winter before last for lack of money to buy medicine. There are several other families in the village, sons forced into dangerous work who never came back, daughters defiled. Everyone hates them, they're just afraid. Hearing this, my heart was heavy. This was a microcosm of this world's lowest commoners under the oppression of the powerful. I patted his shoulder, my tone deep. Remember this hatred, but don't let it blind your eyes. Strength is the foundation for changing all of this. Reaching my own courtyard gate, I stopped, turned, and said to Lou DeBeo, watching me eagerly, "Go back and talk it over properly with your parents. If they agree to your following me, willing to let you eat this bitterness and take some risk, then I'll teach you." A startling brilliance burst in Lou DeBeo's eyes, and he nodded hard. I'll go tell my parents right now. They'll surely agree." With that, he turned and ran toward home, his steps much lighter. I watched his hope-filled figure recede, then looked at the wet cloth bundle in my hand holding the oxhorn pamphlet. Before, I'd lacked the ability. Now it was time to build a foundation of my own. In this world, going it alone was, in the end, unworkable. The road to strength had never been one person's solitary walk. I pushed open the door, and warm fragrance came to my embrace. Lu Ruyan came to meet me like a kitten, soft all over. I held her. "Don't be afraid, I'm back safe and sound." Omitted here. As the night deepened, the firelight in the stove cast the kitchen in a warm glow. I carefully cleaned that oxhorn pamphlet and, together with the boiled deer heart, put it into an earthen pot, adding not much seasoning. Only some coarse salt and a few slices of aged ginger. Lu Ruyan silently fed the fire beside me, the firelight dancing on the side of her gentle face. "This fish, is it really so deeply restorative?" she asked softly. I covered the pot to let it simmer slow, turned, and smiled. "The oxhorn pamphlet is rare, a treasure to those who practice martial arts. I heard the old physician at the town apothecary mention that ordinary fishermen might not catch even one such treasure fish in a year. Most go into the kitchens of those martial halls or great noble households." I paused, my tone earnest. "Times are unsettled now. I have to grow strong as fast as I can. Only then can I protect this home, protect you." Warmth stirred in her heart, her eyes faintly hot, and she lowered her head and gave a soft mm. About an hour later, a strange fragrance wafted from the earthen pot, not the usual fishy reek, but carrying a faint, fresh scent of grass and wood mixed with the bloody essence of the deer heart. The cooking was done. I carried the whole pot of medicinal fare to the table, soup and meat both, and even crushed those hard fish bones with the back of my knife and swallowed them down mixed with the broth. The deer heart was tender and not tough, melting into a warm, hot current that fell straight to my belly. At first it was only warmth, but in not even half a cup of tea's time, boom. It was as if a ball of fire detonated in my lower belly. Searing chi and blood surged and crashed through all 4 limbs and the 100 bones like a runaway wild horse. My face flushed crimson in an instant, my skin tinging red, the veins at my forehead faintly throbbing, every inch of muscle as if injected with surging power, swollen, sore, and tingling. "Erlang." Lu Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly rose. "It's fine." I gritted out the 2 words, my voice somewhat hoarse, and shot to my feet, snatching up the long spear and striding to the back courtyard. By now it was near the hour of Z, the moon bright, the stars sparse. I drew a deep breath of the cold night air, barely pressing down the churning heat within me, and with a snap of both arms the long spear went like a flood dragon leaving its cave, beginning to run the raging tide volume pass after pass. Whoosh! The spear wind split the air, raising a faint howl. This time the iron spear in my hands was lighter than ever before, as if an extension of my arms. Wherever my mind went, the spear tip arrived. The violent chi and blood within me seemed to find an outlet, washing ceaselessly through skin, membrane, sinew, and flesh along the guidance of the spear moves. 1 pass, 2 passes, 3 passes. Lu Ruyan, an outer shirt draped over her, stood quietly at the main room doorway, gazing by the moonlight at that spear-wielding figure in the back courtyard, finding it so very manly. The fierce wind howled. My bared upper body had long since been soaked through with sweat, gleaming oily in the moonlight, and with each twist of the waist to channel force, each step forward to thrust the spear, the evenly built, explosively powerful lines of my muscles swelled and rippled. She washed with her heart in her throat, yet couldn't tear her eyes away. This was her man, no longer the half-grown boy of 2 years past who needed her care, but a martial artist who could shelter her from wind and rain. 10 passes, 11, 12. I was already wholly immersed in it. The magnificent medicinal potency of the oxhorn pomfret and deerheart combined was no longer a burden now, but inexhaustible fuel for tempering my body. The 9 moves cycled round and round in my hands, faster and faster, smoother and smoother. Huh! I let out a shout with my breath, and a strand of refined white mist shot out 3 chi like an arrow, lingering long without dispersing. I stood spear in hand, my chest heaving violently, hot air steaming off me, a clear keen light in my eyes, without a shred of agitation left. Finishing these 13 passes, far from being worn out, I was instead full of vigor. Name: Lin Feng. Age: 16. Martial realm. Unranked skills: Hunting, skilled 60/100ths. Basic archery, skilled 68 out of 100. Butchery, uninitiated 42 out of 100. Everspring art, beginner 35 out of 100. Basic blade art, uninitiated 12 out of 100. Raging Sea Spirit Spear, Raging Tide Volume, uninitiated 59 out of 100. A proficiency system. The chi and blood churning within me finally settled, and an unprecedented sense of fullness filled my whole body. The manifestation of chi and blood replete to the extreme. I reckoned to myself that, at such a level of repletion, even high-intensity cultivation over the next 3 days wouldn't leave me depleted of chi and blood. More delightful still, that thread of everspring art inner breath in my dantian was uncommonly active, circulating of its own accord along a simple route, and wherever it passed, the hidden injuries left from the earlier life-and-death struggles were dissolved bit by bit, my sore, swollen muscles quickly loosening, yet not gone weak, but instead more supple and elastic. Erlang. Lu Rian came over carrying a bowl of warm water, full of tenderness and lingering fear. "Are you all right?" I took it and drained it in one go, and looking at her face gone a little pale in the night wind, reached out to gather her into my arms and lightly kissed her brow. "I'm fine, better than fine." This treasure fish truly lives up to its name. The night had grown deep. I carried her back inside. In the early morning, the thin mist had not yet dispersed. On the clearing at the forest's edge near the foot of the mountain at the village's tail, 2 figures, one standing, one crouching, faced a crude target on a distant tree trunk. Lu Debao's somewhat malnourished-looking arms were taut as he drew an old, but decently kept hunting bow, the arrowhead trembling faintly, sweat on his brow, his eyes fixed on the mark 30 paces off, his breathing heavy. "The heart must be still, the hand steady," I said, standing half a step behind and to his side, my voice even. "Don't fixate on hitting it for certain. First feel the bowstrings pull, feel the direction of the wind brushing past your cheek. You're shooting an arrow, not wrestling with the bow." Lu Debao drew a deep breath, tried hard to relax his shoulders, and adjusted his stance by the key points I'd taught him over and over these days. I thought his parents would surely never agree to his learning skill. After all, it meant possibly facing the fish gang's revenge head-on. But who knew what method this honest, stubborn youth had used? Old Lu and Granny Li had actually nodded with reddened eyes, only urging over and over, "Listen to Lin Feng. Keeping your life matters most." WHSSH. The arrow left the string and with a sharp report drove into the wood at the target's edge. Though it hadn't hit the bullseye, compared to the past few days of either missing the target or grazing the edge, it was already great progress. I nodded slightly. I taught him archery first, both because the mountain forest was a natural treasury and being able to shoot meant one more road to live and to earn, and out of a wish to assess him. The Raging Sea Spirit Spear was the very root of my livelihood and survival, not to be passed on lightly, without trial. These past days, my life was regular and full. Most of the daytime spent hard at spear practice, taking what time I could to guide Lu Debao, then going to bring food to that scalding hot yam in the cellar. Nor did I slacken at night. Strangely enough, ever since that night's fright with Pockface Wong, The commandery princess Zhao Qingxue seemed a different person, no longer making a fuss or being willful before me, mostly silent when fed, now and then lifting her eyes to look at me, her gaze complicated and hard to read. A few more days, and if that Li Chungzhong still doesn't show. I gazed at the lush, somber mountains, my heart heavy. From Catchhead Lu's mouth, I now knew her commandery princess identity. If the half-month pact came due and Li Qingzhong was still nowhere to be found, I could only take the risk of sending this scalding hot yam away, dumping her in another town. She was an 8th-rank martial artist, and the prince's manor was searching urgently. So long as she didn't court death, nothing much should happen to her. Brother Lin, is this all right? Lu Debao's voice broke into my thoughts. I came to myself, checked his stance and force, and pointed out a few fine adjustments. Not bad, keep practicing. Today, fill out 100 bow draws and 50 live shots. Remember the feel. Sending him off to keep practicing, I walked aside and called up the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 16, martial realm. Unranked skills. Hunting, skilled 63/100. Basic archery, skilled 70/100. Butchery, uninitiated 45 out of 100. Everspring art, beginner 4100. Basic blade art, uninitiated 15 out of 100. Raging sea spirit spear, raging tide volume. Uninitiated 91 out of 100. A proficiency system. Seeing the raging tide volume stuck at 91, my brow knit slightly. A 9th ranker's single fist thrown out could punch clean through a bowl-thick tree, whereas my fist now could only dent a fist mark. The gap between ranked and unranked was like a chasm. The medicinal potency of the oxhorn pomfret and deer heart had been fully absorbed. A whole deer had gone almost entirely into my belly these days, and ordinary venison now had scant effect on my constitution. This final step looked not far, but I reckoned it would still take several days of hard practice. Without a corresponding deeply restorative item, it would likely drag on longer. I've taught Debao 3 days. It's time to take him into the mountains to broaden his eyes a bit, I mused inwardly. The mountain rain was coming. By the news of these past days, on account of the heaven and earth treasure in the mountains, many unfamiliar faces had poured into Sisui County and even Qingyang Town, a mixed and motley lot. The few inns in town were long since fully booked, and a few days more, and one would likely run into ranked martial men now and then even in the outer forest. I needed reserves. Upheaval was coming, the winter bitterly cold. I had to earn enough silver and lay in enough supplies. This trip into the mountains had a clear aim. Deeply restorative things like leopard, deer, and bear first of all, with other valuable game not let off either. I didn't count on Lu Debao hunting independently. If he could help carry and temper his nerve, that was enough. Beneath the calm surface, the undercurrents set me on guard. Headman Ding, beaten, hadn't immediately retaliated, and Zhao Tianhao was abnormally quiet too. This defied common sense. Lord Zhou Wenyuan had left 5 days ago, the fish gang's greatest misgiving gone. By Zhao Tianhao's temperament, he should have acted long ago. Still, so long as it wasn't a ranked martial artist making the move, I was confident of handling it. When things turn abnormal, there's sure to be a fiend behind it. I clenched my fist, feeling the qi and blood surging within me and the near perfection of my skin and membrane tempering. I have to break through as soon as possible. Zhao Tianhao had sent men to kill me time and again. This man, I must kill. At the same time, beside the Qingyang town wharf, within a waterside loft of the fish gang, Zhao Tianhao reclined aslant in a grand armchair, an exquisite fishing rod in hand as he fished absent-mindedly, his face gloomy, faint blue beneath his eyes. Clearly he hadn't rested well these past days. Behind him stood several gang members of keen aura and sharp gaze, hands at their sides, utterly unlike the ordinary hooligan thugs of before. These were true able hands the fish gang had cultivated, drilled in fists, kicks, blade, and staff. Pockface Wong still not found. Zhao Tianhao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried irritation. A lead man stepped forward and bowed. In reply to the young gang master, the brothers have turned over the town and the places he frequents several times. Neither seen alive nor found dead. An informant says that on the night 5 days ago, Pockface Wong was indeed seen leading several men toward the village's tail, the very area where that Lin boy lives. But by the next day, they'd vanished as if into thin air. Zhao Tianhao's wrist jerked, and he sat bolt upright. Vanished? What about his home? We checked. That woman of his wept and cursed, saying Pak Face Wang hadn't been home for days, that not a thing of the household silver or valuables was missing. Doesn't seem like he ran off himself. Absconded to be a fugitive household. Not likely. Pak Face Wang was greedy for money and women, had a lover in town. He wouldn't part with that bit of property. Bang! Zhao Tianhao hurled the fishing rod hard to the ground, the rod snapping at the report. Then where are they? Several living men just gone like that. His chest heaved, days of bottled fury interwoven with a thread of alarm and doubt even he was unwilling to admit. Though news of Zhou Wenyuan's departure had come 2 days late, on learning it he'd wanted to act at once, only to be dissuaded by that Mr. Shun on the grounds that Pak Face Wang's disappearance is strange. I fear that Hunter has backing or helpers. But 2 nights running of restless sleep, his eyes closing only to bring Lu Rian's stunning face, along with the bottled-up grievance of his repeated setbacks. This anger choked in his chest and wouldn't out unless vented. Mr. Shun? Nothing but an advisor his father had brought in, a relatively clever dog. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the lead man. Mr. Shun sighed, still saying to watch and wait. The man lowered his head. Yes, Mr. Shun says there are too many outsiders in town now, dragons and snakes mixed together, and bids us act low-key and not provoke those we shouldn't, especially any who might be after the spirit creature in the mountains. Enough! Zhao Tianhao cut him off sternly, malice surging. Is he the master, or am I? Do you take orders from him, or from me? The several men exchanged glances, not daring to take up the words. Zhao Tianhao drew a deep breath and fixed the lead man with his stare. Ah Bao, you're the one I trust most. Tonight, pick 5 of the nimblest able hands. Take your gear, slip into the village, and never mind anything else. Find that boy and do him in directly, clean and neat. Bring his sister-in-law back to me, alive, and don't hurt her. He paused. Remember to act in the small hours, and don't make extra complications. The man called Abao knit his brow slightly, clearly feeling the risk no small thing, and that it went against Mr. Shun's instructions besides, but looking at Zhao Tianhao's unquestionable, vicious gaze, in the end he clasped his hands. Yes, young gang master. This subordinate will lead the men personally tonight. The sky took on the color of dusk amid another round of Lu Debao's clumsy but earnest archery practice. Having pointed out a last detail of his force channeling, I patted his sturdy shoulder. That's it for today. Go back, oil the bowstring a bit more, and rest well. Tomorrow at first light, we meet under the old pagoda tree at the village entrance. We're going into the mountains. Lu Debao nodded hard, his dark face full of excitement. Yes, Brother Lin. I'll be there on time for sure. Watching his figure recede, bow on shoulder, I gathered my things and turned for home. Pushing open the courtyard gate, warm orange lamplight came through from the kitchen, along with the soft clatter of spatula and the gradually rising aroma. Lu Rian was busy at the stove with her back to the doorway, her waist sketched into a graceful curve by her apron. I leaned against the doorframe and watched quietly a while. The evening breeze, carrying a chill, blew into the little courtyard, yet couldn't disperse this solidity and warmth in my heart. I'd come to this world little more than half a month, from the initial fear and struggle to now gradually having the means to gain a footing, having someone to protect. I had no grand ambition to lord it over others, at least not now. To hold this one small courtyard in this chaotic world, to protect this woman before me who gave me boundless tenderness, was the most important goal for now. You're back. Lu Rian, as if sensing it, turned, her brows and eyes curving, especially soft and lovely in the glow of the stove fire. The meal's almost ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. After the meal, the night had grown thick. Tonight Lu Rian was especially different, nestling close of her own accord, her boldness and ardor unlike ever before. When the waves had stilled, the two of us embraced, breathing faintly. I gently stroked the slightly damp hair at her temples and asked softly, "How is it that today?" She buried her face in the hollow of my throat, her voice languid and low. I want to bear you a child. I was slightly taken aback. She lifted her head, those peach blossom eyes startlingly bright in the dark. Let the Lin family have an heir. Then I'll have done right by these years of feeling too. She paused, her voice softer still. I truly want to. Warmth surged in my heart, and I drew her tight again. The night deepened before either of us knew it. At the same time, several phantom-like dark shadows, under cover of the thick night, slipped up to the earthen wall outside the Lin family's little courtyard at the village's tail. The lead man, Abao, lean and powerful, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, made a hand signal. A nimble-bodied able hand immediately climbed soundlessly over the low courtyard wall like a wildcat, lay prone atop it listening and observing carefully a moment, then lightly dropped down and said in a low voice to Abao, "Brother Bao, the lamp's out inside, no movement." Abao nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and waved a hand. The other four able hands, likewise steady of aura and agile of movement, followed close behind, vaulting over the courtyard wall and dropping into the yard soundlessly as bats in the dark night. These men were all thugs the Fish Gang had truly spent resources to cultivate. Though not formally ranked, from years of martial practice and fighting they were rich in killing experience, their strength around uninitiated 50 points, stronger than Hedmonding's pack of hooligans by more than a notch. Abao himself, honed over many years, was near uninitiated 80 points in strength, not far from ranked. But the several men's feet had just touched the tamped earth within the courtyard when a faint, intermittent sound drifted faintly to their ears through windows that weren't all that soundproof. That sound was especially clear in the silent night.